Hi guys, it's Shadow. Uploading high-quality audiobooks for you, it's very time-consuming and hard-working process. So please support me so I can keep uploading for you. This is how. You can donate directly through my PayPal or Ko-fi. You will find links in the description. Or you can join our Telegram channel where you will find all paid audiobooks that we provide. Also, you can make requests and you will find proof of payments from our plus 200 paid members. If you can't support me financially, just like and subscribe our videos. Thank you guys, your support means a lot. And as always, enjoy Shadow.
Chapter 651 Regret. Everybody seemed to hold their breaths as Mara and Donovan faced each other, their eyes locked in a fierce gaze. The air was tense as they prepared to engage in a battle that had been a long time coming. Her stance fluid and confident, Mara dodged Donovan's erratic strike. But that wasn't all. With a sudden burst of speed, she closed the distance between them, aiming a lightning-quick punch at Donovan's chest. Donovan, quick on his feet, deftly sidestepped the attack, narrowly avoiding Mara's strike. "It didn't have to be like this, Donovan," Mara mumbled as Donovan gathered his footing. "It didn't have to be like this?" Donovan said, his fists clenched as he stared at Ashton, enjoying their fight from afar. "What were you expecting when you chose him over me? I didn't choose anyone, you moron. Enough, I'm not here to talk. But to end this farce once and for all." Having said that, Donovan retaliated with a powerful kick aimed at Mara's midsection. She blocked the blow with her forearm, feeling the force behind it reverberate through her bones. The impact sent her staggering backwards, but she quickly regained her footing. The battle continued with a flurry of punches and kicks, each move calculated and precise. They circled each other, testing the waters, searching for an opening. Donovan's once familiar face was now etched with calm rage, his eyes locked onto Mara. Mara, knowing Donovan's fighting style well, anticipated his strikes. She ducked under a roundhouse kick and countered with a low sweep, aiming to take Donovan off his feet. But he leapt over her, landing gracefully behind her, and attempted a quick jab to her back. Mara twisted in midair, narrowly avoiding the attack. Their human forms were moving all around the floor with skill and strategy, a remembrance of the years they had spent training together. Each strike and parry was a reflection of their shared history, the memories of their time as allies and friends mingling with the fierce determination of enemies. As the human confrontation continued, Donovan realized he was at a disadvantage. Mara's skill and agility in her human form proved challenging to overcome. With a fierce growl, he made a bold decision. His transformation into a werewolf would level the playing field. In a sudden burst of power, Donovan's body contorted and shifted. Bones cracked, fur sprouted as he transformed into a massive, formidable werewolf. His size increased, and his muscles bulged with newfound strength. The entire floor trembled with the force of his transformation. "You have grown stronger, I'll give you that," Mara mumbled as a sad smile appeared on her face. "But don't forget who I am." Unfazed by Donovan's transformation, Mara allowed her werewolf form to emerge. Her body shifted and expanded, her bones changing shape as she embraced her true nature. She stood tall and powerful in her werewolf form, her golden eyes locked onto Donovan's. The battle now took on a new level of intensity. The two werewolves circled each other, their growls filling the air. Donovan lunged first, his jaws snapping in an attempt to bite Mara's throat. She dodged the attack with a swift step to the side, her fangs bared in response. Mara retaliated with a series of slashing strikes, her claws leaving deep gashes in Donovan's fur. He howled in pain but refused to yield, launching a barrage of powerful swipes and bites. Mara matched his ferocity with her own, their bodies clashing in a storm of fur and snarls. The battle raged on, the moonlight filtering through the forest canopy above and into the destroyed base, casting eerie shadows on the combatants. Each of them stood determined to prove their dominance, to settle old scores and unresolved conflicts once and for all. Mara's agility and precision were pitted against Donovan's raw power and resilience. They exchanged brutal blows, neither willing to relent. The entire area echoed with the sounds of their battle, a symphony of snarls and the clashing of fangs and claws. After what felt like an eternity, Mara found her opening. With a lightning-quick maneuver, she lunged at Donovan, her jaws clamping down on his throat. Donovan let out a final guttural growl, his resistance fading as he recognized his defeat. Tears welled in Mara's eyes as she watched Donovan struggling beneath her claws. For a moment, she recognized the man he had once been and thought he would change if given another chance, but Donovan was having none of it. "Arg, finish this already," he barked at Mara, who closed her eyes as she didn't want to see what happened next, but she forced herself to do the opposite. Mara held her grip momentarily, her golden eyes locked onto Donovan's. Then with a powerful shake, she released her grip, letting his lifeless body slump to the forest floor. The battle was over. Her werewolf form didn't fade away as Mara let out a mournful howl, a mix of victory and regret. She had won the duel to the death, but it had come at a heavy cost. Donovan's lifeless form lay before her, a reminder of their shared history and the choices that had led them down different paths. Donovan would never know how many times Mara had wished she could turn back time and change the choices that led them to this moment. But she knew it was wishful thinking and nothing else. The forest above them remained silent, as if holding its breath to let Mara mourn as she stood over Donovan's body. The moonlight bathed the scene in an eerie glow, casting long shadows that only reminded Mara of the old days when Donovan had always been like her shadow. As the moon hung high in the sky, Mara, now back in her human form, stood alone in the clearing where the battle had taken place. It didn't have to end this way, Donovan, she spoke softly to Donovan's lifeless form. You were like a brother to me once. The forest offered no response, and Mara turned away, her heart heavy with the weight of their shared history and the choices that had led them to this point. I'll take my leave, Mara mumbled, and Ashton nodded in response. With that, Mara disappeared into the forest shadows, leaving behind the memory of the fierce battle and the fallen friend who had once been her closest ally. Chapter 652 Answers 1. The aftermath of the battle with the conundrum left the forest shrouded in silence. None of them were injured. It was an overwhelming victory, and it was time to look for Rose. But before that, Ashton decided it would be better to bind the conundrum fuckers so that none of them could escape. As usual, he handed that task to Ricochet, who sighed but obeyed the command without complaints. However, as Ricochet got to the job, he noticed something. A few members were missing, and he knew Ashton wouldn't be pleased after learning it, but Ricochet had no other choice. Eventually, Ricochet broke the uneasy silence. Ashton, there's something you should know. Ashton, still processing the events of the battle, rolled his eyes. What now? Not all the conundrum members were here. Ricochet hesitated for a moment before delivering the news. Looks like some managed to escape during the chaos. You've got to be kidding me. These fucks, they never learn, do they? Ashton's eyes narrowed in annoyance. As for you, you had one job, Ricochet, and you screwed it up. Maybe your joints have rusted after staying on Earth for so long. Boss, chill. Ricochet smiled nervously. Besides, I'm fast, but I can't be everywhere at once. They slipped through the cracks. It was a genuine mistake. Fine, it's not like it is solely your fault, Ashton sighed, realizing the gravity of the situation. That said, we can't let them regroup and come after us. As fun as it would be to toy with them, I don't want to waste my time on them. It's time to call in reinforcements. With a wave of his hand, Ashton summoned the rest of his undead army. Skeletons and zombies emerged from the shadows, their hollow eyes fixed on their master. They were an assorted crew of creatures from various backgrounds, bound to serve Ashton in death. Find the conundrum members who escaped, Ashton commanded. They have to be somewhere in the forest. Hunt them down and don't return until they're dealt with. Surprisingly delighted at the prospect of a new hunt, the undead army began to disperse into the forest, disappearing into the darkness. Their eerie silence was replaced with the rustling of leaves and distant groans as they searched for their quarry. Meanwhile, the group turned their attention to Rose's rescue. Ricochet had discovered a hidden chamber deep within the conundrum's base, where Rose had been held captive. As they ventured into the depths of the base, they found Rose, weak and fragile, chained to the wall. Her eyes widened in disbelief as Ashton stepped forward. His demeanor changed entirely after seeing her for so long. Rose, it's me. She mumbled his name, her voice barely audible. Ashton. Ashton rushed to her side, his heart aching at the sight of her frail form. Signs of physical torture were spread all across her body, and by her injuries, it was a surprise she was still alive. Huh? She doesn't look good, like at all. She isn't in danger, is she? Nah, her vitals are fluctuating, but she's safe. Still get her prepped for a checkup just in case. Got it. Ashton gently cradled her in his arms without wasting any time as the chains that had bound her clattered to the floor. Rose, for fuck's sake, how long have you been here? Ashton whispered, his voice filled with relief. I wasn't planning to before, but now we'll kill that fucking brother of yours. That's for certain. Rose managed a weak smile, her eyes filled with gratitude. I knew you'd come for me. The group gathered around, offering their support as Ashton carefully carried Rose out of the chamber. Her strength had been drained during her captivity, and she clung to Ashton as if he were her lifeline. Verina's concern was evident as she spoke softly. We need to get her medical attention immediately. She's been through a lot. Irina nodded in agreement. We can't waste any time. Let's get her back to safety, Ashton nodded, his focus solely on Rose. My summons are enough to deal with the remnants themselves. With Rose in his arms, Ashton led the way out of the base, their journey filled with relief and concern. They had achieved a significant victory by defeating Donovan and the conundrum, but the price they had paid weighed heavily on their hearts. The forest was alive with the sounds of nature as they emerged from the base, a stark contrast to the chaos and conflict that had unfolded within its depths. Around them, the undead army continued searching for the escaped conundrum members, their eerie presence a reminder of the battles looming on the horizon. Rose saw them and wanted to say something, but Ashton stopped her. We can talk later. For now, keep your eyes closed and rest. Rose nodded and smiled again before placing her head against Ashton's chest. It didn't take her long before she was asleep. probably because she knew she was safe there. Meanwhile, Ashton's allies followed him. Soon enough, Mara joined them and rushed to check Rose's status. The pain of killing Donovan vanished from her face momentarily as Ashton carried Rose over to their ship. Rose was weak, so she couldn't talk much, and it wasn't like Ashton would let her do it either. She smiled again and clung to Ashton, obeying his every word. The journey back to their ship felt longer than before. Ashton's undead army worked tirelessly to track down the escaped Conundrum members, disappearing into the depths of the forest like shadowy specters. The twins, Irina and Verena, kept a watchful eye on Rose while Ashton and Ricochet went to check whether the area surrounding their ship was safe. They returned after a while with the ship hovering over their head. Ashton jumped from the ship, once again carrying Rose, while Ricochet landed the spacecraft as close as possible for them. "It's going to be okay, Rose," Ashton reassured her, his voice strangely gentle and soothing. "We've got you." Once Rose had boarded the ship, Ashton decided to stay back and ensure the Conundrum bastards were dealt with. Besides, there was something else he wanted to take a look at. Chapter 653 Answers 2. Chapter 653 Answers 2. Ashton's return to the base was met with a chilling sight. The dimly lit chamber was empty except for one figure seated in the center, bathed in shadows. It was the leader of the Conundrum, the man behind all their schemes. His hands were bound with handcuffs, which Ricochet placed on him before leaving. The leader's disheveled appearance bore witness to the recent battle. However, even in defeat, he wore a twisted grin, his eyes gleaming with madness as he stared at Ashton. "You may think you've won, Ashton," the Conundrum leader spat out, his voice dripping with deranged amusement. "But there's no victory for you here." Ashton's gaze narrowed at the leader's taunting words. He had dealt with many foes and had grown accustomed to their threats and boasts, but something about this man's demeanor was different. At that moment, Ashton knew the fucker meant every word that left his mouth. "Why are you so confident even when you're on your knees?" Ashton asked. After all, he was genuinely curious how a third-grade being like him got so much confidence. "Because I know something you don't." "I know what's coming, Ashton," the leader chuckled, the sound sending chills through the room. "Your triumph here is a minor setback in the grand scheme. A plan where you'll be too helpless to do anything." Ashton's patience was wearing thin. He had little tolerance for mind games, especially from someone who had caused much pain and suffering. "Enough of your cryptic nonsense," he growled. "Tell me what you know and maybe I'll go easy on you." The leader's laughter grew louder, bordering on hysteria. "Oh, Ashton, you're in for a surprise. The real power, the real threat, is yet to reveal itself. You may have defeated me, but like me, you're a pawn in a much larger game." Ashton clenched his fists, his frustration boiling over. He had come here seeking answers and probably gaining some intel, but the leader's cryptic ramblings only fueled his anger. "You're not making any sense," Ashton retorted. "If you have something to say it clearly." The Conundrum leader's laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by a cold, calculating expression. "Very well, Ashton. I'll tell you this much since you're so eager to know. The Conundrum was just a facade, a front for a much more sinister organization. They've been watching you, studying you, and they're slowly getting ready to make their move." Ashton's brain turned into overdrive at the revelation. If he were to believe him, the Conundrum had merely been a pawn in a larger game, a means to an end. The true enemy had been lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. Although it sounded like he was talking about the cult, for some reason, Ashton believed there was someone other than the cult after him. The Conundrum leader's demeanor changed again before he could press for more information. His eyes bore into Ashton's with a newfound intensity. "But you see, Ashton," the leader hissed, "they have something you'll never have: true power. And they're coming for you, for all of you. Everyone who had ever maintained contact with you is in grave danger." Ashton had heard enough. His patience had run its course. He couldn't allow this madman to continue spewing threats and cryptic warnings. With a swift, decisive motion, he drew Bauman from his side and moved closer to the leader. The room filled with tension as Ashton's blade hovered just inches from the Conundrum leader's throat. The leader's laughter had been silenced, replaced by a look of fear as he realized the gravity of his situation. Ashton's voice was cold and unwavering as he spoke his final words to the leader. "You should have kept your mouth shut." In one swift motion, Ashton brought the blade down, severing the leader's miserable existence. The room fell into a heavy silence, the air thick with the weight of the leader's ominous warnings. Ashton stood there for a moment, his thoughts racing. What had the leader meant by true power? What was this mysterious organization lurking in the shadows, watching his every move? Well, there's a way to uncover the truth, isn't there? Of course there is. Ashton stood over the lifeless body of the Conundrum leader, his emotions a tangled web of frustration and determination. He knew he needed answers, and he had a unique ability at his disposal to extract them. Drawing upon his vampire genes, Ashton felt the transformation sweep over him. His fangs elongated, his senses sharpened, and a newfound hunger stirred within him. He bent down, lowered his head toward the leader's pale neck, and dug his fangs into the corpse without hesitation. But as his mind delved into the leader's supposed memories, Something was terribly amiss. Unlike the usual clarity and coherence of a person's memories, what Ashton encountered was a hazy, fragmented mess. It was as if someone had intentionally erased or clouded the leader's recollections. Frustration gnawed at Ashton as he struggled to make sense of the disjointed images and sensations that flickered in his mind. He had expected to find answers, to unravel the mystery that had been taunting him, but instead he found chaos. The leader's entire memory appeared to be a jumbled puzzle, with missing pieces and blurred lines. Ashton tried to focus, to piece together any fragments that might lead him to the truth, but it was like trying to grasp smoke. "What have you done to yourself?" Ashton muttered under his breath, his fangs retracting as he withdrew from the leader's lifeless body. "You want to do this? I don't have any other choice, do I?" His thoughts raced as he considered his next move. Resurrecting the leader using necromancy had crossed his mind, a desperate attempt to extract answers directly from the source. But a strange sensation overcame him before he could even begin the process. The leader's corpse began to disintegrate before his eyes, turning into a fine gray dust that scattered like ashes in the wind. Astonishment gripped Ashton as he realized that someone or something was intentionally erasing any trace of the leader's existence, just like the first deacon Ashton faced. "No," Ashton whispered, his voice tinged with disbelief. "This can't be happening." The remnants of the leader's body disappeared completely, leaving no evidence behind. It was as if the fabric of reality had conspired to ensure that Ashton couldn't uncover the truth. Ashton clenched his fists, his frustration boiling over. He had been so close to answers, so close to understanding the looming threat that had been lurking in the shadows. But it had slipped through his fingers like sand through an open hand. The room seemed to close around him, the walls echoing his growing anger. He knew he couldn't allow this setback to deter him, but he couldn't help but feel that way. You can always try and torture the living crap out of those your summons are hunting. Damn it. I don't think anyone else knows anything about the organization Rose's brother talked about. I don't think there's any harm in trying. Fine. As he exited the chamber, leaving behind the remnants of the leader, Ashton's thoughts were consumed by a singular purpose: to unravel the secrets concealing the true enemy and protect those he cared about, no matter the cost. But as he stepped back into the dimly lit corridors of the base, he couldn't shake the feeling that the shadows were closing in around him, and the battle ahead would be unlike any he had faced before. Chapter 654: Mistake or Blunder. Chapter 654: Mistake or Blunder. The meeting room was cloaked in a thick, stifling silence. Ashton stood before a gathering of formidable figures, his head slightly bowed and the weight of his hasty actions pressing heavily on his shoulders. He had hoped that hunting the rest of the conundrum members would get something out of them regarding the people Rose's brother had mentioned before dying. Unfortunately, even after intense torture, they didn't say a word. Not because of their loyalty but due to their cluelessness. No of them had any idea about what their leader had told Ashton. Eventually, he gave up and returned to New Lycania, where he had just finished informing the others about his findings. In front of him sat Vulcan and Flintmace. Their expressions were a mix of sternness and disappointment. Flanking Ashton were the twins, Lycaon and Frankenstein and Ricochet. Their faces mirrored concern and curiosity as they waited for Ashton to speak further. But there was nothing for him to say anymore. Vulcan, known for his short temper and fiery disposition, broke the silence first. His voice rumbled like an approaching storm as he addressed Ashton. "Sit down, Ashton." Ashton obeyed, taking a seat at the long oak table. He couldn't help but feel small under Vulcan's intense gaze. The twins exchanged a worried look but remained silent, understanding that this was a matter between Ashton and his masters. Flintmace spoke next. His usually calm demeanor was nowhere to be seen. His voice starkly contrasted with Vulcan's, but it carried its own weight. "Ashton, you acted impulsively in ending his life. I hope you at least know that much." Ashton felt guilt wash over him as he admitted his fault. "I did, masters. I couldn't bear his taunting and I wanted answers. I thought by consuming his memories, I could uncover the truth about the shadowy organization he mentioned, so there wasn't any need." Vulcan's fiery aura flared, a visible manifestation of his anger. "And in your haste, you've potentially erased any chance of retrieving those answers. Do you understand the gravity of your actions, boy?" Ashton nodded, unable to meet Vulcan's fiery gaze. "I do. I admit I was reckless, and I accept full responsibility for my impulsive decision." The room fell into a heavy silence as Vulcan and Flintmace exchanged a meaningful glance. It was evident that both masters were deeply disappointed in Ashton's actions, and their disappointment weighed on him like a heavy stone. Ricochet, ever the loyal follower of Ashton's, couldn't hold back any longer. He leaned forward, his voice filled with fervor. But he had to do something. The leader was taunting him and he needed answers. Ashton made a difficult call, but it was necessary. At this point, the twins also wanted to jump in and give their count of things as they happened. However, Lycaon and Frankenstein, who had remained silent until now, exchanged a disapproving glance. Frankenstein's deep voice carried a tone of reprimand as he addressed the twins. "Silence. "This is not your place to speak," Frank instructed the twins. "You are here not as a participant but as a witness. You will not speak until spoken to. Is that clear?" The twins, chastened by Frankenstein's words, lowered their heads in acknowledgement. They had meant well in defending their friend, but they now understood it wasn't their place to do so. "Ashton, your haste has not only cost us potentially valuable information but has also endangered everyone around you." Flintmace leaned forward, his expression grave. The shadowy organization the leader hinted at may now remain hidden and continue its operations. Ashton felt a heavy weight settle on his chest. He had let down his masters, his allies, and himself. He had acted impulsively out of frustration, and the consequences of his actions were becoming painfully clear. However, how was he supposed to know there was someone capable of remotely erasing memories as well as the physical forms of others? Yes, he was in the wrong for doing what he did. But in his defense, he only did what he had been doing until now. He rarely took prisoners because he viewed it as a waste of resources and that killing them was easier. However, regardless of the situation, Ashton knew he had to alter his ways and stop his killing spree. "We cannot change what has transpired, but we must learn from it." Vulcan's voice softened slightly, though his anger still simmered beneath the surface. "Haste without caution can lead to dire consequences." Ashton nodded, his voice filled with remorse. "I understand, masters. I promise to be more cautious in the future, and not let my emotions dictate my actions." "Yeah, good luck with that," Vulcan scoffed. "Wow, this bastard is quite hypocritical. I mean, look at him. When you told him about what happened, he lost his mind, yet he dares lecture you about getting a hold of your emotions." "Not the time, Asta, besides it's not like he's wrong. Since when did you become an obedient child?" "Look, I know you're experiencing something different for the first time, but it's alright to fail as long as you learn from it and use it to your advantage." "Right. Thanks." While Ashton conversed with Astaroth, he forgot that Flintmace could also hear their conversation. Since his senior was on Ashton's side, Flintmace had no choice but to support Ashton, and his expression softened as he placed a reassuring hand on Ashton's shoulder. "We believe in your potential, Ashton, but you must learn to harness your emotions and act with wisdom." Flintmace smiled. "This lesson, albeit a harsh one, will serve as a reminder of the importance of patience and restraint." Everyone also nodded. After all, a life without failures is not a life at all. But when you make a blunder, that's an entirely different thing. "Don't be so lenient with the boy just because we have another way to find out about those powerful enemies," Vulcan said sternly before smiling. "The girl you saved, she is our final lead." Chapter 655 Cryptic Clues. Chapter 655 Cryptic Clues. The soft glow of lamplight bathed the room in a warm, comforting ambience as Ashton stood outside Rose's door. He took a deep breath, gathering his thoughts before gently knocking. The door creaked open, revealing Rose, her eyes brightening at the sight of him. "Looks like you finally got the time to visit me," she greeted with a warm smile, her voice still carrying traces of exhaustion from her recent ordeal. "Come on in, I don't remember you being a shy guy before." "What can I say? I turned that way in the presence of someone as beautiful as you," Ashton joked while shutting the doors behind him. "You and your silver tongue," Rose mumbled as she rolled her eyes. Ashton stepped forward. Rose's hospital room was an exact replica of her room at the academy. It was probably Marat's idea to have it arranged as it would provide her with a sense of familiarity and could help Rose recover faster. It had been a rough time for her, and she had missed their interactions and the bond they shared since their days at the academy. Ashton felt the same, as she had once been his mentor, guiding him through the complexities of the supernatural world. It was safe to say that he wouldn't have made it this far without her help in the early stages of his life as a tribrid. The memories of their time together flooded back as Ashton settled into a chair beside Rose's bed. He recalled the countless lessons, the late-night conversations, and the friendship they had developed over his time at the academy. "You're looking better," Ashton remarked, his gaze softening as he studied Rose's face. Her cheeks had regained some color, and her eyes, though tired, held a spark of life, unlike when he found her shackled. "Well, thanks to all of you, I'm on the mend," Rose chuckled softly, a hint of her former strength shining through. "Had it not been for you, who knows what." "Relax, no need to get all sentimental on me now." Ashton laughed while pouring a glass of water for her. "God, I never thought you, of all people, would turn out to be a gentleman like this," Rose chuckled. Their conversations had always flowed naturally, a testament to the bond they had forged as a teacher and student and later, as allies in their world. Ashton's thoughts briefly drifted to their days at the academy, where Rose had been his mentor. She had guided him through the intricacies of magic, the history of supernatural beings, and how to maintain the delicate balance of power among his genes. "You know," Ashton began, a fond smile tugging at the corners of his lips, "I still remember those late-night study sessions you used to force me into. Though I was a bit annoyed about it back then, it proved to be very helpful to me." "Of course you found it annoying," Rose chuckled, a fondness in her eyes. "You were a talented but stubborn student, Ashton. Someone who only lived to fight. Thanks to that, I had to ensure you lived up to your potential." You taught me more than just abilities and history, Rose. Ashton leaned back in his chair, a sense of nostalgia washing over him. And look how far you've come, Ashton. Rose's gaze softened as she regarded Ashton. You've grown into a formidable man, and I couldn't be prouder. Look around you, you managed to change the world for the better and did it by yourself. Oh come on, I had lots of help. People don't help someone out of mere kindness anymore, Ashton. Rose interrupted Ashton, taking his hands in hers. They saw something in you. For them, you became a leader and a symbol of excellence. Someone whom they could put their trust in. So do not put yourself down ever again. Ashton was quiet for a while, but then he smiled. Maybe Rose knew he was having a rough day, or perhaps she didn't. But at that moment, her words meant the world to Ashton. The trip down memory lane was comforting. But the purpose of Ashton's visit weighed heavily on his mind, and he knew he should probably get down to the topic. Rose, Ashton began hesitantly, I need to discuss something with you. It's about your brother and the conundrum. Rose's expression shifted, a mix of emotions crossing her face. She knew it was only a matter of time before someone began asking her questions, and she was glad it was Ashton because she didn't think she would be able to open up to anyone except him or Mara. I'm listening, Ashton. Before he died, your brother mentioned something. Ashton cleared his throat, his voice gentle but resolute. He spoke of an organization, people with unimaginable powers, and while he didn't reveal their name, I was hoping you had some idea about it. Rose's brows furrowed as she tried to recall the snippets of conversation she had overheard during her captivity. He was always secretive about his dealings with anything related to him, she began, but I do remember him saying a few things while he extracted my blood for himself, though they didn't make much sense to me. Anything you remember could be valuable to us. Ashton leaned forward, his interest piqued. Please, Rose, try to remember what you can. Rose closed her eyes for a moment, focusing on retrieving the memories of her brother's cryptic words. He often mentioned something about the key to the hidden path, and then there was the guardian of whispers. I'm not sure what any of it means, but he used those phrases almost daily while mumbling to himself. Ashton scribbled down the phrases on a notepad he had brought with him. Anything else that you remember? Ashton, I wish I could provide you with more information, but my brother was always so secretive. Rose sighed before shaking her head, her gaze distant. I never truly understood the depths of his involvement with the conundrum or this organization. Ashton placed a reassuring hand on Rose's shoulder. It's all right, Rose. We appreciate any information you can provide. I'll deal with this mess when the time's right. For now, you should focus on recovering. I have faith in you, Ashton. Always had. Rose gave him a small, appreciative smile. You've grown so much since your days at the academy. I know you'll do whatever it takes to protect those around you. Ashton nodded and thanked Rose again. Although he wasn't sure what the phrases meant just yet, it was better than having nothing. Take care, Rose, Ashton said with a warm smile as he rose to leave. We'll get to the bottom of this, I promise. I'll be here, Ashton. Ready to help in any way I can, Rose smiled. And remember, you're not alone in this. You have allies who believe in you, including me now. Chapter 656 The Quest for the Whisperer's Medallion 1. Chapter 656 The Quest for the Whisperer's Medallion 1. Upon meeting with Rose and getting some intel from her, Ashton headed towards the town hall meeting room where Flint, Mace and Vulcan were waiting for him. Though they weren't all that hopeful that Ashton would find something from Rose, they were surprised when Ashton revealed the two phrases to them. The clues provided by Rose were the key to unraveling the mystery of the shadowy organization. They needed to decipher the meaning behind the key to the hidden path and the guardian of whispers. Unfortunately, none of them had the slightest idea of what those words meant. Ashton had hoped they would know something. After all, they were literally over 1,000 years old and should have known about long-forgotten secrets. However, Ashton didn't speak his mind because they were in that situation because of him. Even if they weren't, he was standing amongst his masters, and that alone meant he couldn't treat them as he used to treat those working under him. After hours of wasteful research, Flint Mace was the first to break the silence. I know that we must decipher these phrases quickly as time is of the essence, but I'm afraid we are merely wasting time on these phrases which could mean nothing. Ashton nodded in agreement, but his words didn't match his expressions. Agreed, but it's not like we have any other clue or anything else to do on Earth. So we might as well try and decipher the meaning. The key to the hidden path could refer to a literal or metaphorical key. Vulcan leaned forward, his sharp eyes focused on the notepad containing the phrases. He continued, it might unlock a doorway, portal, or access to knowledge. But I don't think the precursors needed things like portal keys because they could always construct portals with a wave of their hands. Flint Mace tapped his fingers thoughtfully on the table. Indeed. The thing about precursors aside, the phrase could be signaling towards being a physical artifact or a symbolic representation of a hidden truth. We should explore both possibilities. While Vulcan and Flint Mace pondered about their theories, Ashton took a back seat. What they were doing there was similar to blindly shooting arrows in the dark, hoping it would strike the mark when they didn't even know if a mark existed. If it was a competition of coming up with random theories, he could have even participated and probably won. If they needed to learn more about what the key to the hidden path and the guardian of whispers meant, They needed someone with knowledge of the entire galaxy. Oh yeah. How many people like those do you know? You? I'm talking about your summons. Maybe they can help you with it. That's alright. I get it. Thanks for the assistance. Ashton had a plan. Well, it was more like a thought, but he considered it a plan. Well, divide our efforts, Ashton mumbled while looking at Vulcan. Master, search our archives for references to hidden paths, keys, or guardians. Meanwhile, Master Flint should reach out to our contacts in the supernatural world. Someone among them might have encountered similar phrases or have information about this organization. And what will you do? Laze around? Vulcan retorted. Master Vulcan, give the kid a break, Flint Mace interjected before turning towards Ashton. But what will you do? I'll do my own inquiry. As soon as Vulcan heard that, he rolled his eyes. But then Flint Mace reminded Vulcan that Ashton had Oanai's support, and they might find out more about their unknown enemies with Otaiga's help. With a plan in place, the trio set to work. Vulcan delved into ancient texts and scrolls, scouring the archives for any mention of the cryptic phrases. Flint Mace, on the other hand, reached out to his network of contacts. He contacted seers, historians, and supernatural beings with knowledge of the past and present. He shared the phrases with them, hoping to uncover any leads. Even Odiga and the Oanai had dedicated themselves to the task. But there seemed to be little hope for them to uncover anything substantial without alarming the godforsaken organization they were up against. Days turned into weeks as they pursued their research, their determination unyielding. The cryptic phrases remained an enigma, stubbornly refusing to reveal their secrets. One evening, as the trio gathered to share their findings, Flint Mace was the first to speak. I've contacted several sources, but none of them have encountered these phrases before. It's as if they've been carefully hidden from the supernatural world. Our research hasn't yielded much either. Odiga sighed, frustration evident through her holographic self. We've found references to hidden paths and guardians, but nothing that directly connects to our situation. Vulcan slammed his hand on the table, his impatience reaching its peak. This is maddening. We're chasing shadows and time is slipping away. Just as their frustration threatened to overwhelm them, a soft knock echoed through the chamber. The door creaked open, revealing a cloaked figure with an aura of mysticism. I believe I may be of assistance, the figure spoke like a gentle breeze. Everyone was confused about who the lady was and how she entered the meeting room without permission. Flint Mace got up to ask her those questions when Ashton appeared behind her. No need to be alarmed, I'm the one who invited her, he said, revealing the woman as Seraphina, a foreseer of great renown. Seraphina possessed an ethereal beauty that defied earthly standards. Her luminous skin shimmered with a pale silvery hue, resembling moonlight cast glow on a human form. Slender, graceful, and adorned in flowing robes of iridescent fabric, her features were delicate yet captivating. Large, almond-shaped eyes with irises resembling swirling galaxies held a profound wisdom that hinted at her ageless existence. Silver tendrils of hair cascaded down her back like liquid metal. Her presence exuded an aura of otherworldly grace, leaving an unforgettable impression on those who encountered her. At first, it didn't click Flint Mace who the lady was, but when Ashton introduced her, he immediately went to his knees. Vulcan and Odiga were confused as to what was happening. After all, it wasn't every day one would see a Zyran greeting someone from a different race with such respect and reverence. Am I missing something? Vulcan mumbled to Odiga. I was hoping you'd tell me. Odiga replied, shrugging. No need for pleasantries. Oh great Zyran, Seraphina's mystic voice echoed through the room. I am but a soldier, madam. Flint Mace replied before getting back to his feet and turning towards Vulcan. Madam Seraphina is an oracle, the one who predicted the downfall of the precursors. He continued. She is also known as the Lady of a Million Mysteries who lives inside the astral plane and only appears before those who are truly desperate for guidance. At that moment, Vulcan wanted to know how Ashton was about to contact someone who had ascended to the astral realm. However, he knew it wasn't the time for that, so he embraced silence as usual. You praised me too much, young one, Seraphina smiled as she approached their table, her presence imbued with ancient wisdom. I couldn't help but overhear your disciple talking about your predicament. While that alone wouldn't have gathered my attention, this kid happens to be the child of someone who I held dear once and couldn't reject his plea for help. Was your dad banging her or something? I don't think so. Just to be safe, don't mention her in front of your mom. Let's focus on our work here first. Don't say I didn't warn you. Ignoring Astaroth's words, Ashton leaned forward, his eyes filled with hope. Can you help us, Madam Seraphina? Can you solve the mystery behind these phrases? The answers you seek come at a cost, Seraphina nodded. Her gaze focused as she studied the notepad containing the phrases. I can provide insights, but it will require a sacrifice. Flint Mace's brow furrowed with concern. What kind of sacrifice are you referring to? I must relinquish a part of my gift, my ability to see the hidden truths. Seraphina's eyes held a hint of sadness. It is not a decision I take lightly, but since I am indebted to you, Father, I'll happily sacrifice myself. Two don't know how to thank you. Ashton spoke with gratitude, understanding the gravity of Seraphina's sacrifice. Seraphina nodded, her decision made. With a solemn air, Seraphina closed her eyes and began to chant in a language that resonated with ancient power. Wait, that's Vulcan got up from the shock of hearing the words of a forgotten civilization. The language of the precursors. Flintmace smiled wanly. As Seraphina got to work, the chamber seemed to come alive with an ethereal energy, enveloping the trio as they watched in awe. After what felt like an eternity, Seraphina's eyes fluttered open. But her legs gave away before she could speak anything, and Ashton rushed to grab her. Like Madame Seraphina had predicted, she had lost a significant part of herself and was too weak to speak properly, let alone stand. In her weak state, she slowly gestured for Ashton to get closer to her. Ashton leaned in, eager to hear what Seraphina had uncovered. The key to the hidden path refers to an artifact known as the Whisperer's Medallion. It possesses the power to reveal hidden paths and gateways to other realms, Seraphina whispered slowly. Vulcan and Flintmace exchanged intrigued glances. The mention of such an artifact held the promise of unlocking new avenues in their quest. Seraphina continued, as for the Guardian of Whispers, it signifies the protector of this artifact, a being with knowledge of its secrets. Where can we find the Whisperer's Medallion and its guardian? It's on planet Euphoria. Chapter 657 The Quest for the Whisperer's Medallion 2. Chapter 657 The Quest for the Whisperer's Medallion 2. As soon as Madame Seraphina took Euphoria's name, Ashton and Flintmace were shocked. But for different reasons. While Flintmace was a bit taken aback by the presence of an unknown artifact on a planet under Xiron's control, Ashton was a bit taken aback because of the emergence of a new trial on the world and the history the planet shared with precursors. After all, he had been tasked with completing all the trials Euphoria had to offer. At least he thought that was all the planet had to offer, but now he was sure that wasn't the case. Back to the connection Euphoria, or as his father called it, the New Eden, had with the precursors. The planet was supposed to be a haven for humanity before the Xyrons attacked and took it over. Considering how humanity was like a golden child to the precursors, it made sense if the overlords of the galaxy left a gift for their beloved children on the planet that was supposed to belong to humans. But with the revelation came a plethora of problems. Despite being the owner of the fourth seat of Euphoria, Ashton had been exiled from the planet forcefully by the first seat, who also happened to be a fallen Xiron like Flintmace. Moreover, from what Ashton had uncovered during their brief encounter more than a year ago, the first seat had saved the second seat holder, who had been working with the cult. It could be said that the first seat was also a cult member, making things a lot more complex. Besides, if the first seat was indeed working with the cult, then it was safe to assume some Xyrons had united with the cult and were working undercover under his guidance. A similar train of thoughts was cruising inside Flintmace's head, which caused him to question the circumstances. How could a Xiron be willing to work against themselves? After all, the cult's hatred towards the Xyrons wasn't hidden from anybody aware of the cult's existence. If what they were thinking was true, it would mean stepping into Euphoria was akin to walking into hostile territory. What if the cult has a base there? Ashton mumbled and immediately regretted saying it because Astaroth and Flintmace got eerily quiet. Despite being betrayed by the Xyrons, they were still part of their proud race. If another Xiron did something wrong, they naturally felt ashamed and responsible for not stopping the person from bringing shame to their race. If the first was indeed doing something wrong, they must stop him. Ashton also wanted to stop the first but for different reasons. However, he also knew the first must have gotten stronger since their last meeting and fighting him heathen as such was the worst decision he could take. After all, that fucker was on the verge of breaking into the Scrade a year ago. So, it was safe to assume the first was a full-fledged Scrader now. In the meantime, Ashton still needed to convert 2 more people into werewolves to proceed with his evolution and achieve a grade throughout his genes, which would effectively make his cumulative levels ascend into the realm of Scraders. The only issue was that he was short on time, and there weren't any capable candidates whom he would want to convert and invite into his werewolf family. But there was a silver lining amongst the dark clouds. The distance between Euphoria and Earth would not be a problem because he owned one of the fastest spaceships in the galaxy. It meant he could spend some time looking for suitable candidates on Earth and then evolve. Also, Flintmace and Vulcan could train him on their way, so that he could get acquainted with his new strength before engaging against a seasoned warrior. Looks like we have no time to waste, Ashton stated. On the other side of the galaxy, in the dimly lit chamber of the cult's underground sanctuary, the cardinal sat upon a raised platform, draped in crimson robes adorned with intricate symbols. Before him were 2 archbishops, their faces obscured by hooded cloaks, knelt in solemn reverence. Behind them were hundreds of cultists eagerly waiting for the cardinal to deliver a momentous proclamation. Brothers and sisters of our sacred order, the time has come to set our grand design into motion. With a voice that resonated like an ominous chant, the cardinal began, "We stand on the precipice of ultimate power, and our destiny beckons." The archbishop's hearts, filled with hunger for vengeance, listened intently as the cardinal continued. "We have discovered the first half of the final key, the key that will grant us dominion over all realms. With it, we shall unlock the gateway to the resurrection of the lords, the precursors. A hushed murmur of reverence spread through the chamber as the cultists absorbed the gravity of the cardinal's words. The resurrection of the precursors was the ultimate goal, a feat that would reshape the galaxy itself. Archbishop Lucius, Archbishop Senna, you shall lead our forces to planet Euphoria, where the first half of the final key awaits. The cardinal's gaze bore into the archbishop's, his intensity unwavering. It is guarded by ancient protectors whom you must surpass. Archbishop Lucius, his eyes burning with passion, bowed low. We shall do your bidding, Cardinal, and secure the half of the key. With it, our power shall be unrivaled. Yes, Archbishop Serafina, a figure of enigmatic grace, nodded in agreement. The protectors of Euphoria shall bow before our might, and the key will be ours. The cardinal's voice grew more ominous as he continued. Once you possess the first half of the key, rendezvous with our brethren from the other sanctuaries. Mobilize every cultist under your command. Our ascension is nigh. The archbishops rose to their feet, a shared resolve etched upon their faces. They were the vanguards of the cult's unholy mission, and the weight of their duty pressed upon their shoulders. We shall not falter, Your Holiness, Archbishop Lucius spoke with unwavering determination. Planet Euphoria will be ours, and the final key shall be complete. Archbishop Serafina's voice held a mesmerizing cadence as she added, the resurrection of the precursors will herald a new era of darkness, and our order will reign supreme. With a final, reverent nod to the cardinal, the archbishops turned and departed the chamber. The cultists, their faith unwavering, watched them go, knowing that the destiny of their order was at hand. A chilling smile crept across his lips as the cardinal remained alone in the dimly lit chamber. The final key was within their grasp, and the resurrection of the precursors drew near. The galaxy would soon tremble in the face of their power, and nothing would stand in the way of their dominion. Once we have the keys, all we'd need is that succubus. The cardinal smirked. Soon, the galaxy will feel the desperation we have been living in for millenniums. Chapter 658 Arrival. Chapter 658 Arrival. The landing platform on New Lycania was bustling with activity as Anna's ship touched down. She gazed out at the thriving city, her eyes widening in surprise. Lycania had grown far beyond her expectations. Who would have thought a rural area like Lycania would have its skyline adorned with towering buildings and bustling streets? She couldn't help but marvel at how much it had evolved. As she disembarked from the ship, her excitement was noticeable. She had missed this place and the people who had become like family to her. Among them, Ava, Ashton's mother, held a special place in her heart. Anna couldn't wait to catch up with her. Ava, being the personification of warmth, approached Anna with open arms. Anna, my dear, it's been too long. Ava, you look as stunning as ever. Anna complimented as she embraced her future mother-in-law warmly. And look at this place. It's incredible. What's been happening here? Odiga informed us about advancements, but this is... I don't even know what to say. It's all thanks to the investments that you, Ashton, and the Ghost team brought to Earth. Ava smiled proudly, her eyes sparkling with joy. Technological advancements, trade, and interstellar commerce have transformed New Lycania into a hub of improvement. Anna's heart swelled with pride. She had been a part of something truly remarkable, and the positive changes were evident all around her. I'm so glad to hear that, Ava. But speaking of Ashton, where is he? I was hoping to see him as soon as I landed. Where else would he be? Ava chuckled at Anna's eagerness and pointed toward the distant arena. That son of mine only has two things in his mind: work and training. He is more of his father's son than mine, The arena? Anna's eyes followed Ava's gesture, and she could hear the distant sounds of combat and the crowd's roaring cheers. Right, I remember Odiga telling me something about it. He's been spending a lot of time training and sparring with his masters Vulcan and Flint Mace. Ava nodded. Lately, they've been pushing him to the limits. Once I had to stop them because they had been going at it for over 30 hours. He couldn't even spare a moment to come to the ship to greet me? Anna's lips curved into a playful pout. He's in for a scolding. Just then the twins appeared there. They had changed so much that it took a while for Anna to get acquainted with their new appearance. Well, if it isn't our favorite succubus, Irina said playfully. Long time no see, Anna. God, you look great. Verena chimed in with a mischievous grin. I hope so, Anna playfully remarked. Can't let you beauties sway by beloved's heart, can I? Besides, I saw your encounter with him. And I hope you two didn't do anything stupid afterwards? Just a little bit. Verena sheepishly mumbled. Okay, maybe more than a little. Irina winked. Enough talk. Let's get to the arena, or else we won't get any seats. Irina and Verena grinned, their vampiric wings extending gracefully. Anna took the hint. Without hesitation, she unfurled her succubi wings, their iridescent shine reflecting the sunlight. She hovered a few inches above the ground, a playful smirk on her lips. What are we waiting for then? She said. Just use slowpoke. With a synchronized movement, the twins took off into the sky, Anna trailing behind them. As they soared over New Lycania, Anna couldn't help but marvel at the beautiful city it had become. She looked down at the town and saw busy streets and tall buildings. It looked like a beautiful picture of a place full of life and progress. The distant roar of the arena grew louder as they approached, and Anna could hear the reverberation of thousands of voices. The arena was huge and showed how well New Lycania was doing. Anna's eyes widened in amazement as they descended to the arena's entrance. The place was packed with spectators, a diverse assembly of vampires, humans, werewolves, and other species. They all had gathered to witness the epic duel between Ashton and his formidable masters. The arena trembled with the power of the duel as Ashton faced off against his masters, Vulcan and Flint Mace. Their battle created a mesmerizing spectacle that had the entire audience on the edge of their seats. The deafening roars of the crowd reverberated through the colossal arena, drowning out all other sounds. Ashton was wholly absorbed in the fierce battle, his focus unwavering as he deftly countered Vulcan's fiery attacks and parried Flint Mace's earth-shaking strikes. Amidst the chaos of combat, Anna had entered the arena unnoticed. "Do they do this often?" "Pretty much every day for the last couple of weeks," Verena replied. "I think they are preparing for something, but no matter how many times we ask, they don't divulge any information." Irina shrugged. Anna nodded, wondering what it could be as she returned to watch the duel before her eyes. His fiery mane blazing like an inferno, Vulcan hurled a barrage of searing flames at Ashton. The fire twisted and writhed, forming a scorching tornado that threatened to engulf him. Ashton countered with flames of his own creation, summoning a protective barrier that absorbed the fiery onslaught. But while he was occupied with Vulcan, Flint Mace appeared behind him. With a thunderous roar, he sent shockwaves racing toward Ashton, each impact threatening to send him sprawling. Ashton responded with remarkable agility, his werewolf reflexes allowing him to evade the powerful blows. Then, in a split second, Vulcan seized an opportunity. With a swift kick, he sent Ashton hurtling across the arena, the force of the blow propelling him through the air. Ashton crashed against the arena wall, temporarily stunned. Anna, witnessing the kick and Ashton's subsequent collision, couldn't contain her concern. She leapt to her feet and shouted, "Ashton!" The sound of her voice reached Ashton's ears, cutting through the chaos of the battle. He turned his head to see Anna in the stands, her eyes fluttering with worry. A small smile tugged at his lips as he made eye contact, a silent acknowledgement of her presence. At that moment, something within Ashton shifted. He knew he couldn't afford to falter, not when Anna was watching. "I can't lose in front of her, can I?" "As if you'd win, fucking cringelord. Lend me Raphael, will you?" "Are you serious?" "As serious as I've ever been." Chapter 659 Unraveling Secrets 1. Chapter 659 Unraveling Secrets 1. The crowd's cheer died down as Ashton slowly rose to his feet. His crimson eyes were fixed on Vulcan and Flint Mace, who wondered what their disciple's next move would be. Suddenly, he reached into his inventory and withdrew a pair of gleaming soul blades. Bauman and Raphael were itching for a good fight, just like Ashton. The mere sight of the soul blades drew a knowing look exchanged between Vulcan and Flint Mace. They understood that Ashton was getting serious and was aware of the immense power within those blades. "Raphael, eh? You're pulling out all the stops, kiddo." Vulcan raised an eyebrow, his voice tinged with curiosity. "Using 2 soul blades is no small feat. Let's see if you can handle it." Being a Zyran, Flint Mace knew how difficult it was to wield 1 soul blade, let alone 2. However, he was also aware of Ashton's tendency to make the impossible possible, and looked forward to the fight. Without further ado, the duel began. As the 3 rushed towards each other, the arena erupted in cheers. Vulcan was the first to make a move. With a sweep of his hammer, he conjured flames that spiraled around him like a living inferno. With a mighty thrust, he sent a wave of fire hurtling toward Ashton. He knew the fire wouldn't harm Ashton in the slightest, but it would be enough to make him move, which was what he wanted. Ashton met the fiery onslaught with a calm demeanor. He deflected the fiery wave with his sword's swift and precise motion, sending it harmlessly into the sky. Flint Mace seized the opportunity presented by Vulcan's assault and stomped the ground, causing a series of earth tremors that rippled toward Ashton. The ground cracked and fissured, threatening to destabilize his footing. Ashton, however, remained unwavering. He leapt into the air, his movements fluid and graceful. With the twin soul blades in hand, he carved through the earth, creating a platform for him to land safely. "He's getting serious," Vulcan grinned, his fiery aura intensifying. "This is going to be interesting. Let's see how far he's come." Flint Mace nodded. It was Ashton's turn to go on the offensive. He let out his own fiery assault on his masters, forcing them to defend themselves. But Ashton wasn't finished yet. With a burst of speed, he closed the distance between himself and his mentors, launching a relentless assault that pushed Vulcan and Flint Mace backwards. Flames erupted from one blade, while the other held the power of poison. Ashton's crimson eyes remained locked on his mentors as he continued his onslaught. Vulcan soon got tired of being pushed back, and decided to give Ashton a taste of his own medicine. He summoned a searing inferno, attempting to engulf Ashton in a blazing storm. Same move again and again. Yet you keep falling for it every time. Watch me. However, Ashton twirled Raphael with unparalleled finesse, creating a vortex of air that extinguished the flames and sent them spiraling into the sky. Just then Flint Mace rushed forward. Ashton was prepared to face his sword, but to his surprise, Flint Mace dropped the sword and lunged at Ashton with his bare hands, trying to subdue him the old way. Despite the surprise attack, Ashton managed to turn the tables on Flint Mace and suplexed him into the ground. But while Ashton was at it, Vulcan swung his warhammer in a massive arc. "I'm not falling for this trick again, Master," Ashton confidently replied. Unable to defend himself in that position, Ashton used Flint Mace as a shield, making him take most of the brunt force of Vulcan's attack. "This cunning brat," Vulcan exclaimed and proceeded to unleash innumerable expletives in Ashton's direction as Flint Mace was flung away. The duel reached a crescendo, with elemental forces clashing in a spectacle of raw power. The arena's spectators were enthralled, their cheers and applause filling the air. The next moment, Vulcan rushed at Ashton. As Vulcan swung his warhammer, Ashton parried the blow with all his strength, sending the dwarf staggering off balance. At the same time, Flint Mace attacked him from behind. Ashton sidestepped Flint Mace's incoming strike, allowing the fallen angel's sword to collide with Vulcan's armor. The impact sent sparks flying and momentarily disoriented the two mentors. Ashton seized the chance and launched a powerful counterattack. With a furious flurry of strikes, he disarmed Flint Mace, sending his sword clattering to the ground. The crowd erupted in a deafening roar of astonishment, witnessing Ashton's incredible maneuver. But the battle was far from over. Vulcan, undeterred, swung his warhammer with even more ferocity. Ashton danced on the edge of Vulcan's range, his movements fluid and calculated as he parried Vulcan's blows. "You're getting old, Master," Ashton chuckled, annoying Vulcan even more. "You brat, you're lucky we are holding back or you wouldn't last a moment before us." "That's the point, isn't it?" Ashton replied, parrying another one of Vulcan's blows. "It should be easy for you to take care of someone like me without using the extent of your abilities, yet you're struggling." With the momentum in his favor, Ashton pressed his advantage. He closed in on Vulcan, his twin blades a blur of motion. Vulcan's warhammer clashed with Bommand and Raphael, the resounding clashes echoing through the arena. But the advantage didn't last for long. Ashton's skill and determination were undeniable, but the Vulcan's strength was relentless. Ashton knew he was reaching his limits. The battle had taken a toll on him, and he was running out of energy. Soon Vulcan's warhammer struck with the force of a battering ram, sending Ashton sprawling to the ground. The crowd fell silent, their breaths collectively held. Ashton struggled to rise, his body battered and bruised. Vulcan stood over him, his warhammer raised for the final blow. "Any last words, my beloved disciple?" Vulcan smirked. "Quit flexing on the kid," Flint Mace shook his head. "We should have won this long ago, but he held on till now and pushed us to the limits. Heck, if he was facing one of us at a time, we wouldn't have won in the first place." "TSK, you're right," Vulcan mumbled, offering Ashton a hand. "You did well, kid. You forced me to use my true strength, which only Flint Mace had been able to do till now. You can save your praises for later." "I kinda need to fix my bones now," Ashton mumbled while grabbing his chest. "3 broken ribs, yep, it has to be worse than how I feel." Chapter 660 Unraveling Secrets 2. Chapter 660 Unraveling Secrets 2. The twins exchanged knowing glances as they watched Anna's reaction to the duel. "Impressed, Anna?" Irina teased her. "How can I not be? I know Vulcan and Flint Mace were holding back, but still going against 2 Scrade beings is no joke." Anna nodded, her eyes reflecting how proud she was of Ashton. "He's incredible." Verena chuckled softly. "He's been training relentlessly, so it's a given that he's performing so well." As the crowd's cheers continued to echo, Anna couldn't wait to embrace Ashton and congratulate him on his remarkable achievement. Besides, it had been over a month since they had seen each other face-to-face, and her succubi urges were just about to get out of her control. "Come on, let's wait for him around the exit," Verena suggested, and the girls immediately headed to greet Ashton. Soon, Anna and the twins made their way to the arena's exit. They could see Ashton approaching, his crimson eyes filled with warmth and love as he spotted Anna among the spectators. As they finally met, Anna threw her arms around him in a passionate embrace, their lips meeting in a fervent kiss. The world around them seemed to fade away as they held each other, lost in love and desire. Ashton pulled back slightly, his voice filled with affection. All right, I've missed you too." "Of course you did. We are connected, remember?" Anna's eyes sparkled with adoration as she gazed into his crimson orbs. "Jokes apart, you were incredible out there. I had to put on a show for my favorite audience." Ashton grinned, his fingers gently caressing her cheek. "Excluding you too, of course. TSK, I never expected a guy to treat us right after seeing us naked, but this is too much." Irina blabbered, only to realize no one was pleased with her poor attempt at comedy. Leave it to Irina to turn a romantic moment into an awkward one. Verena shook her head before forcefully dragging her sister away. "You two enjoy yourselves. I'll make sure she doesn't disturb y'all." As they left, the couple was left staring at each other as if they had met after a lifetime. Did you hear everyone going berserk? Anna laughed softly, trying to change the topic. Nah, my eyes were busy looking at you, Ashton mumbled, realizing how cringe he sounded for a moment. Riz, my man. Riz. You're the last person who should be talking about Riz, Ashton mentally rolled his eyes. Can't you make yourself scarce like the twins did? Fine, listening to your cringe would have killed me either way. As Astaroth's presence faded away, Ashton's mind wandered over to the conundrum and the medallion. He remembered he hadn't told Anna anything about it either. However, Ashton didn't need to say anything as Anna sensed something was on his mind and looked at him curiously. Is there something on your mind? Ashton took a deep breath, his crimson eyes filled with determination. Anna, I had an encounter with the conundrum and you wouldn't believe what happened. Ashton then told her everything about the conundrum and how they discovered the Whisperer's medallion. Anna was interested in knowing how Ashton found someone like Madame Seraphina, to which Ashton replied that he didn't. He explained to her that Seraphina had come looking for him, saying how his father had helped her once, and she wanted to return the favor by helping him and how she disappeared after assisting them. Anna was a bit taken aback by the tale, but she was even more surprised when Ashton told her he was planning to visit Euphoria despite their history. I know it's important, but Ashton, it's not safe for us to return to planet Euphoria after what happened in the past. Anna's expression shifted to one of concern. Are you sure it's a good idea? I understand the risks, but we can't let go of the only lead we have, Ashton nodded solemnly. Well, take precautions and I promise nothing wrong will happen. He continued, besides, Vulcan and Flint Mace would be with me there. Not to mention I would have the equivalent strength of an Scrade being too. Anna's gaze softened, her trust in Ashton unwavering. I may be skeptical, but I trust you, Ashton. What about Weimer and Lyhud? I thought they were coming with you? Ashton inquired as he suddenly remembered their presence was crucial for his evolution. They should be arriving tomorrow, Anna replied. Good, Ashton replied with a nod. I hope they accept my proposal, or else I would have no choice but to include weaklings into our werewolf family. In the heart of a desolate and ancient chamber, hidden deep within a forgotten realm, a lone figure stood surrounded by relics of a bygone era. The room, bathed in an eerie light, was filled with mystery and timelessness. The figure was a precursor, an enigmatic being with knowledge that spanned eons. His eyes were like orbs of ethereal wisdom, scanned the chamber's dimly lit corners, searching for something long sought after. So much so that he staged a prison break just to get his hands on the item left by his brother. The treasure of the precursors. Among the artifacts and alien technology that filled the chamber, the precursor's gaze fell upon a peculiar object, a shimmering crystal, radiant with an inner light that defied explanation. It seemed to pulse with ancient energy as if it held the secrets of the cosmos. With deliberate care, the precursor reached out, his hand hovering over the crystal's surface. As his fingers made contact, a surge of knowledge and memories flooded his consciousness. Visions of a distant past, a once thriving civilization, flashed before his eyes and how they were wiped out. I knew I would find you, the precursor whispered, his voice echoing through the chamber. It has been so long, but I have waited patiently. The crystal seemed to respond to his presence, emitting a soft, melodious hum. The visions continued to unravel, revealing the history of the precursors and their connection to the cosmos. And now, the precursor murmured, his eyes locked on the crystal, I shall wait for him, the son of Johann, my brother. The precursor continued as he sat on the throne that once belonged to his brother. He carries the legacy of our people, and he will come seeking answers. If not, I will force him to look for me before taking everything away from him. As the chamber's enigmatic aura enveloped him, the precursor knew that the mysteries of the past were on the verge of being unveiled. The crystal held the key to a destiny that spanned galaxies, and he would patiently await the arrival of the one who would unlock its secrets, Ashton, the son of Johann and the bearer of their shared legacy. Chapter 661. Do not buy this chapter. Chapter 661. Do not buy this chapter. Author's note. The following is a chapter that was published in a different volume by mistake. Please do not buy this chapter. It was supposed to be chapter 671, not 661. Unfortunately, I can't delete the chapters myself, so it'll be a while before this mess is taken care of. My apologies. In the dimly lit alley, the stench of death hung heavy in the air. Piles of lifeless bodies, drained of their vital essence, littered the ground. In the midst of it all, the twins and Anna were standing. They had some injuries and exhaustion was camping on their faces, yet all of them had their attention on the one who raised the dead souls before them. Before them was a woman, her features obscured by a hooded cloak, who stepped forward, a wicked smile curling her lips. Her dark eyes gleamed with murderous aura as she spoke, her voice dripping with a sinister allure. Ah, the infamous Anna and her delightful companions, the Bloodmancer purred. It seems the tales about you haven't been exaggerated at all. In fact, I think they have been downplayed a bit, or our little encounter would be long since over. Anna, annoyed by the woman, couldn't hold back anymore. Who are you and what do you want? What's the hurry, darling? The woman smiled again. We got all the time in the world to get acquainted, don't we? And as for what I want, I have a keen interest in capturing you alive, Miss Succubus, she replied as her grin widened, revealing sharp, elongated canines. As for your charming friends, they would make exquisite additions to my collection. Oh, I can almost feel the pleasure of draining their blood as we speak. Great, another psycho lover. Irina scoffed as she exchanged glances with her sister, who rolled her eyes. If you think we're here to entertain you, you're sorely mistaken. Why do we always attract freaks? Come on. Verena chimed in. For once, bring us someone who asks us to coffee before revealing their damaged attitudes. Oh, I can do that as well, the woman licked her lips. Or how about we fight it out and decide everything later? Stole the words right out of my mouth, Anna smirked, cracking her knuckles. With swift and coordinated movements, Anna and the twins launched their assault on the woman. Fiery spells and strikes flew through the air as they sought to overpower the Bloodmancer. Yet, to their surprise, she proved to be a formidable adversary. Her control over blood magic was masterful, and she effortlessly deflected their attacks, weaving crimson tendrils of blood all around them to block their every move. With each passing moment, it became clear that they were at a disadvantage. Besides the fact she was effortlessly holding her ground against 3 opponents, her psychotic laughter was more annoying. The more it echoed through the alley, the more uncoordinated the trio got. As she began to subdue her opponents, the mysterious enemy reveled in their struggle, her dark powers steadily gaining the upper hand on them. Is that all you got? The woman mumbled uninterestedly. Meh, looks like I got excited for nothing then. The twins attacked the Bloodmancer from both sides. But to their dismay, the woman summoned thick blood tentacles and slammed them against the wall. But that wasn't all. The tentacles seemed to actively drain them of their energy. While the twins struggled on their own, Anna lashed out at the woman. The temporary shift in focus was enough for the twins to get the upper hand and free themselves. However, Anna wasn't so lucky as the woman grabbed her by the neck, lifting the succubus off the ground. TSK, TSK, TSK. The woman smiled as her blood-soaked fingers tightened around Anna's neck. Did you really think you stood a chance against an archbishop like me? How naive can you be? Anna's eyes widened when she heard the woman refer to herself as the archbishop of the cult. Oh right. I never introduced myself properly to you, the woman said as she summoned other tendrils to keep the twins occupied. The name's Molina, however, people also refer to me as the 4th archbishop, and with you captured, my task here is complete. Like hell it is. Anna gasped for breath, her struggles growing weaker by the second. Irina and Verena fought desperately to free Anna, but Molina's power was overwhelming. With a cruel grin, Molina leaned in, her tongue darting out to lick Anna's cheek. You think so, darling? But you're already mine. Anna's eyes blazed with fury as she felt the Bloodmancer's tongue against her skin. And the next second, a powerful shockwave unleashed out of her that sent Molina stumbling back. Irina and Verena seized the opportunity to turn into Yamaba forms and attack the cultist. Molina tried to dodge the attack, only to stumble into Anna's path. Molina then tried controlling the blood within her opponents to knock them out. But somehow she couldn't do it. Even when she tried summoning blood tendrils to protect her, she failed. It was like her powers had been sealed away after she got hit by the shockwave. Without her powers, it wasn't difficult for the 3 of them to get rid of the mighty archbishop. Soon Molina was on the ground, panting and defeated. Irina and Verena stood over her. Their demonic forms slowly faded as they regained their composure. However, Anna needed answers more than anything else. Why were you after me? She yelled at Molina before slapping her. What do you know about the Whisperer's medallion? Molina's lips curled into a sinister grin, and she remained defiant despite her defeat. I may be captured, but you'll get nothing from me. The Cardinal's plans are already in motion, and you can do nothing to stop it. Well, ladies. I must say this catfight of yours was quite entertaining. Ashton's voice broke the tense silence as he casually strolled into the alley. Anna shot him a withering glare, her irritation evident. Ashton, this is hardly the time for your humor. Hey, I come in peace. Ashton raised his hands as if surrendering to the girls. But in all seriousness, can I do anything to assist you? Anna and the twins exchanged quick glances, silently communicating their decision. Finally, Anna nodded. You can take the lead in interrogating her. Maybe she'll be more inclined to talk if it's you. Molina, still restrained by the twins, sneered at Ashton. You won't get anything out of me no matter what you do. Well, see about that, Ashton said as he approached Molina calmly. He then gestured for the girls to step back. As soon as the girls released Molina, Ashton pointed his palm towards Molina, and her body drifted towards him like iron to a magnet. I won't talk no matter what you do. Molina shrieked as she struggled in Ashton's grasp. Who said anything about talking? Ashton smirked, and before Molina could process what was happening, he sunk his canines into her neck. Chapter 662 The Path to S Grade. Chapter 662 The Path to S Grade. Wait, so let me get this straight, Lihud said as he took a deep breath. You called us here because you want to turn us into were people? Ashton sighed and nodded. But not only that, I want to make you a better version of yourself since you have stuck with me from the beginning of my journey as a mercenary. It had been a couple of hours since Lyhud and Weimer arrived on Earth, and after explaining his plan, Ashton proposed to make them stronger. However, Lyhud was skeptical, as any sane person would be. Playing with one's genetics was not a joke, and Lyhud was well aware of the things that could go wrong. After all, he was a healer, and as a part of his studies he had learned a lot about genetics and even toyed with them before. As for Weimer, all he needed to know was that he'd be stronger than before, and he readily agreed. Lyhud tried to make him understand what he was agreeing to, but Weimer had already made up his mind. Besides, he trusted Ashton more than anyone else, so it was only natural for him to agree. So why do you need to do this though? Lyhud asked Ashton. I have known you for years, and that's enough for me to know you wouldn't abruptly make such a request without a reason. Ashton smiled as he got up and faced the window. Outside he could see the happy faces of humans, mutants and aliens alike. Everyone was living their lives, not knowing the constant danger looming over them, whether it be the Zyrans or the cult. At first he only wanted to get stronger for his own sake. To take revenge on everyone who had ever wronged him. Then, it became a mission to help Astaroth and make the Zyrans pay for what they did to the precursors and his father. But after encountering the cult, the purpose of his gaining strength shifted to protecting the ones close to him. But now that he thought about it, the only reason for his power lust has been one thing: to fulfill the journey his father had embarked on. Ashton knew that ideology was absurd, but it was what he valued the most. Besides, he knew whatever the cult was doing couldn't be good, so he had to stop them if nothing else. With that, he made up his mind to tell them the truth. I wanted you all to get stronger and stay by my side, Ashton said, but broke down laughing. Of course, I wanted to make you strong so I can get stronger. The confused look on Lyhud's face was enough for Ashton to know he didn't understand what he said. So Ashton repeated his words. By converting you into werewolves, I would unlock the next stage of evolution for myself, Ashton said. Now, do you understand? But I'm not forcing you. I can find other candidates, but since you two have been the closest to me, I thought it would be best to offer you the opportunity first. Lyhud gazed out of the window, lost in contemplation. He thought about the battles they had faced, the dangers they had encountered, and the strength he would need to protect those he cared about. But primarily, he thought of Weimer and his feelings. If he became a werewolf, he would get closer to Weimer. Close enough to not have any boundaries between them. Finally, he turned back to Ashton, his eyes filled with determination. All right, Ashton. I'll do it. I'll become a werewolf. A smile of relief and gratitude spread across Ashton's face. He reached out and clasped Lyhud's hand in a firm handshake. I promise you won't regret it. A week later, the ceremony was conducted. While everything went as predicted with Weimer, strange things happened when Ashton turned Lyhud into a werewolf. While Ashton only wanted to turn him into a werewolf, it seemed Lyhud wanted something more. When Ashton was done and analyzed Lyhud's genes, he realized that Lyhud had turned into something more. Lyhud had evolved into a hybrid as predicted, but he didn't assume the role Ashton had expected. It seemed Lyhud was unaware of dormant genetic material within himself back from his experimental phases, and being bit by Ashton somehow triggered those genes. By the end of the transformation, Lyhud was turned into a direct werewolf hybrid, completely abandoning his previous identity. Thankfully, he retained his memories, or else it would have been difficult for Ashton to contain him, as Lyhud had become much stronger than before. While everyone celebrated Lyhud's ascension, Ashton received the notification of his ascension. The quest set out for him had been completed, and as such, it was time for him to ascend to the realm only a handful had ever achieved. Ascension will begin in 10 seconds. You should lock yourself up for this one, and while you're at it, try not to scream. Ashton nodded as he could already feel pain coursing through his body. Without saying a word, he pushed everyone out of the room and locked himself inside. As soon as he locked the door, he collapsed on the floor. It felt like every cell of his body was ripping itself apart. His insides felt like he drank a shit ton of lava for breakfast. Blood came gushing out of his skin, nose, mouth, everywhere, and before he knew it, the entire room was covered in his blood. Then came the bone-rattling cold, an icy chill that seemed to freeze his soul. It was a cold that pierced through to his core, numbing his senses and leaving him feeling utterly vulnerable. The physical pain was just the beginning. Ashton felt his mind was being stretched to its limits, his thoughts spiraling into confusion and chaos. Memories, emotions, and visions collided in a tumultuous whirlwind, threatening to overwhelm his sanity. Through it all, Ashton clung to his resolve. He knew that this transformation was necessary, and held the key to unlocking his true potential and fulfilling his destiny. He gritted his teeth, his muscles trembling with the effort to endure the torture. As the waves of pain continued to wash over him, Ashton's crimson eyes blazed with determination. He refused to yield to the agony, to let it break him. He was determined to emerge from this crucible stronger than ever before. In the chamber's eerie silence, the transformation continued, And so did an excruciating journey of evolution that would shape Ashton into a being beyond imagination. Chapter 663 God Gene. 663 God Gene. After what felt like hours, Ashton's eyes fluttered open, and the first sensation that flooded his senses was the absence of pain. For so long, he had endured unimaginable agony during his evolution, but now it had receded, leaving him in a state of disoriented relief. I can't believe this, he softly mumbled. Even though I have pain resistance maxed out, I still passed out from the pain of evolution. Fuck, why do I feel so hungry and thirsty all of a sudden? However, what greeted him next was a new and overwhelming sensation, a thirst, unlike any he had ever experienced. A primal craving gnawed at his insides, demanding to be sated. A thirst for blood like he had never experienced before. Simultaneously, an insatiable hunger for flesh coursed through him, a desire that clawed at his very being. Damn it, this hunger. Ashton's vampire and undead genes were in a state of wild action, their influence warring within him. But Ashton knew if he didn't regain control over his genes, he might end up doing some questionable things like going on a rampage in the city where he was hailed as a hero. The time Ashton had spent with Dracula, Frankenstein and Lycaon as they left the earth for the first time had taught him many things. One of which was a method to gain control over his bodily needs, such as consuming flesh and blood. That method was meditating, which was like forcing oneself into hibernation. The only problem was that it was a temporary solution, and once the effects wore off, they'd return with much more intensity. Another way to control his needs was to simply turn off his genes and rest. However, it was a guaranteed way of losing his sanity because if he casually activated the genes, he risked losing control over his body. That's why forcing his genes to hibernate was a better choice. I need to meditate. That's the only way to get things under control. Damn, my arms have gone numb. With immense effort, Ashton slowly pushed himself to a sitting position, his limbs heavy and unresponsive. However, as he sat up, his gaze fell to the pool of blood that surrounded him, a morbid scene made due to the transformation he had undergone. It was his own blood, ejected from his body as his cells rearranged themselves during his evolution. No wonder I feel thirsty, hungry and exhausted. Damn. I want to go back to sleep. He yawned but shook the tiredness out of his mind. Astaroth, you there? Damn, first all this mess and now this fucker has gone missing. Great, just great. Exhaustion washed over him like a tidal wave, but Ashton knew he couldn't afford to rest just yet. With a grim expression, he got to work. It took a while, but he eventually forced his thirst and hunger into submission, refusing to succumb to the insanity that lurked around. That's one job done. I should head outside and get something to eat and drink before I lose my shit again. As he managed to stand, Ashton's confusion deepened. He took a step forward and to his astonishment, he almost collided with the opposite wall. It almost felt like he teleported across the room, but Ashton was sure he had just taken a step towards the gate as anyone would. Staring back at the wall he had nearly walked into, Ashton's mind raced with bewilderment. It was as if the room had shrunk around him, or perhaps he had grown larger during his transformation. He couldn't make sense of it, and his fatigue weighed heavily on him. But even then, all he could think about was who would clean the mess he had made inside, as his blood had become the wallpaper covering the entirety of the room. But then, something else caught his attention, a profound shift in his self-perception. He couldn't quite put it into words, but it felt like he had become something more than he had been before. A sense of power and potential surged within him. Driven by curiosity and the need for answers, Ashton summoned a holographic interface before him, accessing his status page. What the hell is this? Where are the numbers? To his astonishment, the numbers that had once represented his strength, stamina, agility, and other attributes had been replaced by a single word: incalculable. The same thing happened when he tried checking his grade. Instead of being shown as a grade or scrade like Ashton had expected, it also showed incalculable. Novelbian. His brow furrowed as he tried to comprehend the implications of this change. What did it mean to have attributes that were beyond calculation? Did he transcend the limits of the system? Shit, if that's the case, the Zyrans would know about me. This can't be happening. Just as he grappled with this revelation, another system prompt materialized before his eyes, its text glowing vividly and in a light he had never seen before. The prompt consisted of one line that left Ashton intrigued and perplexed. You have transcended the limits of mortality. Please provide a name for your god gene/bloodline. God gene? Ashton stared at the prompt, a mix of uncertainty and anticipation swirling. What even is that? Astaroth? You see this shit? Ashton waited for a response, but it never came. TSK, this fucker always disappears when I need his guidance the most. What should I do? The system prompt was still blaring brightly before him, eagerly awaiting a response. A name, it should be something that represents me. Ashton mumbled, lost in his thoughts. Cheat gene? Now that's too cringe. Why the heck am I even thinking about complex names? Yeah, let's go with this. Are you sure you want to name the god gene as Zompirewolf's lineage? Yes. The moment the words left his lips, a profound transformation swept through him. It was as though the very fabric of his being responded to the name, resonating with a newfound power. He could feel it coursing through his veins, an energy unlike anything he had ever known. Fuck, here we go again. Chapter 664 Precursors Aura 1. 664 Precursors Aura 1. After another round of pain surging and guts puking, Ashton finally left the meeting room, where he had stayed unconscious for over 2 days. As if that wasn't enough, he struggled to get out of the room, but not because of any reason an average person could guess. He was way too fast, and just taking a step felt like teleporting all over the place. It was as if he had been granted the power of instantaneous movement, and the simplest actions had become absurdly complicated. Soon he realized that walking had become an impossibility. He needed assistance navigating this newfound power, and knew exactly where to turn. Ashton attempted to summon one of his loyal undead minions to serve as a carrier. Atlas would be perfect for the job. But to his shock, nothing happened. There was no response. Only to realize they were undergoing evolutions of their own, and for the love of God, Ashton couldn't even summon a single skeleton to help him by being his walking stick or carrying him. Great, just great, Ashton muttered, struggling to suppress a chuckle despite his frustration. I'm stuck in a room with super speed and I can't even walk. Can this day get any weirder? His next brilliant idea was to transform into his werewolf form and crawl his way out of the room. Surely he thought he could manage that without causing too much of a mess. But it turned out his newfound strength was a tad bit excessive, and his claws tore through the floor as if it were made of paper. With a resigned sigh, Ashton decided there was only one option left: flight. He propelled himself upward with all the force he could muster, bursting through the ceiling and shooting into the sky at a velocity that defied reason. Breaking the sound barrier? That was child's play. Ashton had just given birth to the what the fuck barrier and broke through that. While he was slowly getting used to his new body, the citizens of New Lycania were bewildered, thinking they were under attack. Panic spread like wildfire as people rushed to their designated positions, arming themselves and aiming their cannons at the perceived threat. Even Flintmace and Vulcan sensed the disturbance and joined the chaos. They appeared at the scene, ready for a battle if need be, but they then realized something was off. The building Ashton had trapped himself in was in shambles. Both masters looked at each other and realized what was happening. They had known Ashton long enough to understand that when something bizarre occurred, Ashton was often the cause behind it. Wait, is that? Anna mumbled as she rushed to the scene along with Ava and the twins. Yep, that's him. Looks like his evolution gave him too much of everything, Flintmace replied as he smiled. I won't be surprised if he surpassed his masters here. Humph, talk about yourself, Zyron, Vulcan retorted. There's no human who would be surpassing me. We'll see about that, Flintmace retorted. Won't we? While the masters were engaged in their debate, Ava was happy and wanted to smack the heck out of her son at the same time. He had been unresponsive for 2 entire days, and when he woke up, the first thing he did was cause commotion. Albion. As much as she wanted to teach Ashton a lesson, she would have to wait because it didn't feel like Ashton was going to land there anytime soon. The people of New Lycania gazed up at the sky, their expressions shifting from fear to confusion as they witnessed their city's protector rocketing upward at unthinkable speeds. After all, it wasn't every day that one saw someone shatter the laws of physics while trying to exit a building. However, only some were aware of Ashton's shenanigans. Weimer and Ricochet, who were practicing in Tarek's new quick-response jets, heard the sonic boom and immediately rushed to the scene. They were worried that the cult or maybe even the Zyrans had attacked them, but they didn't know whether to laugh or cry when they saw Ashton floating in the sky. Hey Ashton, you okay up there? Ricochet called out through the radio as they approached their airborne captain. Ashton, still getting accustomed to the mind-boggling agility of his new form, executed a rather wobbly midair somersault before positioning himself in front of them. I think so, he replied, his voice filled with awe and amusement of the situation. I just need to figure out how to land without obliterating the ground. I wouldn't be much of a protector if I ended up destroying my city. Well, I don't know what's happening, but you've certainly outdone yourself this time. Stop laughing and get back, Ashton retorted. I don't want to injure either of you accidentally, right? Ricochet mumbled. We'll be around here though in case you need help. Soon, with some trial and error, Ashton gradually managed to control his newfound abilities. He descended back to the city with a degree of finesse that indicated he was getting the hang of his hyperspeed. Everyone observed the entire spectacle with a combination of relief and amusement. As Ashton touched down on solid ground, he couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. Well, that was interesting, he remarked, flashing a sheepish grin at his friends and the concerned citizens who had gathered around. I would like to apologize for the inconvenience caused. How did you do it? Flintmace's soft voice echoed through the crowd, and Ashton was immediately focused on him. But Vulcan's reaction was much more vivid as he went down on his knees as if he were offering his respects to Ashton. Flintmace shortly followed the cue, and so did the confused people around them. What's going on here? Please don't do this. Ashton asked his masters, urging them to get back on their feet. I'm sorry. Vulcan mumbled as he got back to his feet. It would be disrespectful of someone like me not to pay respect to the Precursor's aura. Precursor's aura? What are you talking about? Chapter 665 Precursor's Aura 2. 665 Precursor's Aura 2. The streets of New Lycania were soon packed with people trying to know what was happening there. The ever-growing crowd of people around them made it increasingly difficult to maintain privacy. In the shock of sensing the long-forgotten Precursor's aura, Vulcan didn't consider their location and spoke whatever came to his mind. Flintmace leaned closer to Vulcan and spoke in a hushed tone. I don't think this is the right place to talk about that, Vulcan. Right, Vulcan nodded, noticing the influx of people around them. Let's change locations before I say something I shouldn't. Besides, the kid needs to get used to his new body, and we might as well assist him while we can. Saying so, the two headed towards the arena, gesturing for Ashton to follow, and he did so without wasting any time. Ashton picked up on their intentions and fell in step behind his masters as they began to navigate through the crowd. It was as if they were parting the sea of people, but their imposing presence commanded respect and cooperation from everyone, and they made a path for Ashton and his masters without being asked to do so. NOV/N. However, as Ashton walked past Ricochet, he told him to block the arena's access to everyone, and when he said everyone, he meant everyone. Not a single soul, not even Anna, was to be allowed entry. Ashton was well aware of the importance of the upcoming discussion, and he wanted only those who were privy to the truth about the Precursors and their history to be present. Technically, as the incarnation of Lilith, she has a right to know about the Precursors. After all, she was the first creature the Precursors despised. Be as it may, that's not enough reason for me to allow her to join us, Ashton replied. Also, the less she knows, the safer she would be in case something happened to me. I don't really like the tone of your voice, Ashton. Is there something you're hiding from me? You stay with me 24/7. You think I'm even capable of hiding something from you? Ashton scoffed. But yes, there's something that's bothering me. Is it the Zyrans? Yup. There's no way in hell they haven't noticed me now. They are most likely gathering the troops to send them here for investigation reasons. If not for that, they should have taken notice of Beelzebub's absence by now. After all, it had been quite a while since he defeated Beelzebub and turned him into guilt. The lack of response from the Zyrans till now meant only one of two things. Either they didn't care about him in the least, which I doubt, Ashton mumbled, or someone wanted to eliminate him, and his lack of communication with the Zyrans would prove they were successful. Ashton nodded as Astaroth finished his thought. Even though Ashton was stronger than he had ever been or probably ever would be, collectively, the Zyrans were no ordinary adversary. If they were indeed on the move, it meant trouble on a cosmic scale. However, they reached the arena before Ashton could dwell more about it. Flintmace and Vulcan, still deep in their discussion, gestured for Ashton to follow them inside. He did so without hesitation. In fact, he was anxiety-ridden to know what the deal about this Precursor's aura was, and why his masters were being so secretive about it. Hell, even Astaroth had refused to tell him anything about it, and it only made Ashton more anxious to know the truth. However, as soon as Ashton entered the arena, his masters jumped him. Taken aback by their sudden attack, he moved his arms towards them as if pushing them away. The masters immediately jumped back. As such, Ashton's hands never reached them, but somehow they still got flung backwards. Even Ashton was surprised to see it, because their retreating forms carved a new path into the stands. You call that a path? You just wrecked an entire section of the arena. I didn't mean to. Ashton yelled back. I don't know what happened because I didn't even touch them. Vulcan and Flintmace, now lying on the ground where they had been thrown, slowly got back to their feet. They exchanged wary glances. It was an expression Ashton had never seen on their faces before. That's the Precursor's aura I mentioned earlier, Vulcan explained, his tone strained as he spat out a mouthful of blood. In all the times Ashton had known Vulcan, he hadn't seen him bleed once. But seeing him coughing up blood made him feel conflicted. He immediately turned to look at Flintmace, who was also nursing his wounds. While Ashton was glad of his strength but also scared of it, if just a wave of his hand could make a couple of Scrade beings bleed, he could only imagine what it would do to everyone else. If this was the level of his strength when he had just evolved and was categorically weak and starved, he could only imagine what he would be capable of if he were in his best condition. At that moment, the gravity of Vulcan's words became crystal clear. They needed to train him while they still could. If his abilities were evolving at such a rapid pace, it was only a matter of time before he completely overshadowed his master's prowess. As the thought crossed his mind, he couldn't help but feel both excited and worried. He was excited about the strength he was about to possess but also worried that if he couldn't harness that strength properly, then having that strength would turn into poison. However, more than anything, he was more concerned about the Precursor's aura as he thoroughly understood it. As his eyes returned to Vulcan, the dwarf immediately knew what Ashton wanted to ask them. You can say the aura you possess is the force capable of destruction, he said while pointing at the scene behind him, as well as creation. Though the creation part would come after you have tamed the power of destruction, Flintmace chimed in. In other words, you can say that the aura you possess now is what separated mortals from the precursors. Gajin, ever heard of it? Vulcan asked Ashton, who didn't even need to reply as the answer was written all over his face. Damn, to think you achieved something I have been trying to accomplish my entire life. As you master, nothing could make me more proud. Vulcan continued, however, as a follower of the path set out by the precursors, I can't help but get jealous. Easy, old man, Flintmace laughed. You don't want our disciple to get all riled up. Or else, who knows what he might do with his next attack. Wait, we're still going to fight? Ashton asked, clearly surprised. In your condition? Relax, kiddo, Vulcan scoffed. This body has been through much more than what you're capable of dishing out. So suck it up and come at us. Chapter 666 Training in Progress, 1. As per their promise, Ashton's training began without any delay. The sooner he would master his newfound strength, the sooner they could depart to Euphoria and obtain the medallion. However, it was easier said than done. Vulcan and Flintmace stood on one side of the arena. Their faces were filled with anticipation and determination. On the other hand, Ashton felt a mix of curiosity and worry, unsure of what lay ahead. All right, kid, Vulcan began, his voice carrying a firm but encouraging tone. We're going to start with something basic. Your first task is to obliterate this toothpick. Ashton regarded the toothpick that Vulcan held between his fingers with a raised eyebrow. It seemed almost comically simple. Still, he couldn't help but feel that there was more to it than met the eye. That's it? Ashton questioned, a hint of skepticism in his voice. I thought we'd do spars as usual. Yes, that's it. But hey, race the catch. Flintmace, standing beside Vulcan, nodded with his usual calm demeanor. You need to ensure that the area around the toothpick remains untouched. Only the toothpick should be obliterated. You can imagine the toothpick is us and use your power on it, Vulcan mumbled. When you do, you'll realize why it is a bad idea to spar with you as you're now. Ashton sighed. He still had a weird feeling, but he had to trust his masters and their experience. Besides, he knew that appearances could be deceiving, especially when it came to their training sessions. It was a test to control his strength, which he had failed to do in the last couple of times Vulcan and Flintmace sparred with him. Since controlling his newfound power was no easy task, his masters wanted to remind him of that fact. All right, Ashton conceded. His tone was filled with determination and resignation. Let's get this over with. He shifted his focus to the toothpick, aiming the palm of his hand at it. He knew the task required precision and control, two aspects of his abilities that still needed refinement. But he was ready to give it his best shot. The arena fell into a tense silence as everyone focused on Ashton. He took a deep breath, centering himself, and then released his aura like a burst of energy. The power surged from his palm toward the toothpick, and for a moment it seemed he had succeeded. But reality had other plans. Instead of the toothpick disintegrating into tiny fragments, the outcome was entirely unexpected for Ashton, but not for his masters. A section of the arena's wall exploded with a deafening roar, sending chunks of debris flying in all directions. In stark contrast, the toothpick remained unscathed, floating in the air as if untouched by Ashton's power. Ashton's eyes widened in disbelief, and his jaw dropped as he took in the chaotic scene before him. He had not only failed to obliterate the toothpick, but also caused an unintended catastrophe. It's good that we changed the arena's location to outside the city, or you'd have committed genocide. No need to rub salt on my wounds. The last time Ashton had sparred with his masters in the arena, it was torn to pieces as it wasn't developed to endure a fight between three scrayed beings. A destroyed arena rightfully made Ava mad, who tore a new one into Ashton. They were then forced to create a makeshift arena around the Eastern Palace, where Ashton and his masters were living till Ashton's training was complete. Meanwhile, back inside the arena, Vulcan let out a heavy sigh, his hand rubbing his temples in frustration. Flintmace shook his head, his disappointment evident in his eyes. It was clear that they were both concerned about Ashton's inability to control his power. Because it didn't matter how intense the power was, it would only be useful if one could contain and control that strength. Kid, Vulcan said with a tone that held a blend of frustration and disbelief, what was that? We told you to obliterate the toothpick, not the wall. Ashton scratched his head guiltily, feeling a flush of embarrassment creeping up his cheeks. I didn't mean to do that. Just happened. Ashton, this training is essential, Flintmace chimed in, his voice calm but firm. Your strength has grown exponentially, but if you can't control it, you risk causing more harm than good. I know. Ashton nodded in agreement, fully aware of the gravity of his situation. His newfound power was a double-edged sword. And if he couldn't harness it effectively, it could become a liability rather than an asset. Vulcan, visibly frustrated, clapped a hand to his forehead as if trying to shake off the ridiculousness of the situation. This is going to be a long day, he said. Come on, let's do it again. Despite his initial mishap, Ashton took a deep breath and squared his shoulders. He knew that he couldn't afford to let frustration get the better of him. Vulcan and Flintmace were here to guide him, and he was determined to learn how to control his strength /lbn. With renewed determination, Ashton faced the toothpick once more. It hovered in the air, challenging him once again. He concentrated, channeling his power once more, and released it with a burst of energy. This time he focused not only on the toothpick, but also on maintaining the integrity of the surrounding area. The masters held their breath as Ashton's power surged forth. The toothpick trembled momentarily, but the result was different this time. With a soft crack, the toothpick disintegrated into a fine mist, leaving the area around it untouched. Ashton's eyes widened in surprise and relief as he looked at the spot where the toothpick had once been. He had succeeded in the task, proving that he was progressing in controlling his newfound strength. Vulcan and Flintmace exchanged glances, their expressions shifting from frustration to approval. They nodded in silent acknowledgement of Ashton's accomplishment. "That's more like it, kid," Vulcan said with a satisfied grin. "You're starting to get the hang of it." "Yeah, but don't forget, control is the key to success," Flintmace added. "With time and practice, you'll refine your abilities even further." Ashton couldn't help but smile, grateful for their guidance and encouragement. But it was only the beginning. "Next task," Vulcan announced as he dragged Ricochet inside the arena. "Try to give his lazy bastard without blowing up his head." Ricochet had a piece of cloth shoved down his mouth and couldn't make a sound. But he ensured his unwillingness to participate in Ashton's training went through him. "Look at how much he trusts you," Vulcan continued. "He is making it more difficult to do it by vigorously shaking his head. What a great follower you have, Ashton." Chapter 667 Training in Progress 2. Chapter 667 Training in Progress 2. A week had passed since the unusual seismic activity had begun to rattle New Lycania. The city's residents had grown accustomed to the minor earthquakes that occasionally shook the ground beneath their feet. At first, they were taken aback by the sudden earthquakes, wondering what was happening. But after an explanation by Ava, everything calmed down. Soon, it had become an accepted part of daily life, and people carried on with their tasks as if nothing unusual was happening. Ava sat in a cozy corner of a local cafe, sipping her tea, her expression one of casual indifference despite the tremors. She was joined by the twins and Anna, who had grown accustomed to the peculiarities of life in New Lycania. "You know, I've heard of earthquakes, but these seem a bit controlled, don't you think?" Irina, her playful nature shining through, couldn't resist a teasing comment. "Maybe there's a group responsible for it." Verena joined in as they teased Ava and Anna. "Well, only someone like Ashton and his masters would be capable of making the earth shake with their sparring sessions." Anna chuckled, her eyes dancing with amusement. "Oh, stop it, all of you. Or else the rumors would start again." Ava playfully smacked them and turned her gaze towards the distant arena. "That said, they've been hard at work lately." "Yeah," Irina replied as she looked at Anna. "The only one complaining about it is Anna." "You..." Suddenly, Anna's face turned red as her hair as she remembered the one night of passion she shared with Ashton before his serious training began. Since Ashton had gotten seriously strong back then, she had a tough time muffling her voice, and according to the twins, the entire city heard what was cooking in their room. The twins hadn't stopped teasing her about it ever since then. Their conversation soon shifted to lighter topics as they continued to enjoy their tea. Little did the residents of New Lycania know that day by day, their protector was gaining abnormal strength. In the heart of the arena, Ashton, Flintmace, and Vulcan took their position for battle. Their bare feet made contact with the cool arena floor, their expressions focused and determined. The arena's vast expanse provided ample space for their sparring, proof of the grandeur of New Lycania's infrastructure. Vulcan cracked his knuckles, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "You ready for this, kid? How about you stop asking that question and take me by surprise?" Ashton, never one to back down from a challenge, grinned in response. "Who knows, maybe you'll manage to defeat me for once." Flintmace, the calm and composed one of the trio, merely nodded, acknowledging the impending clash, while Vulcan got all fired up. With an unspoken agreement, Flintmace and Vulcan joined forces, teaming up against Ashton. They were well aware of the immense power within him, and sparring against him together allowed them to push their limits as well. The arena trembled slightly as the trio engaged in their fierce battle. Their movements were a blur of speed and precision, and the air crackled with the energy they unleashed with every strike. Had there been any spectators, they would be hard-pressed to follow the lightning-fast exchanges between the three combatants. Ashton, his body turned into a vessel of raw power, met every attack with calculated mastery. He moved with a grace that belied his incredible strength, his instincts honed through rigorous training and battles fought. So much so that Flintmace and Vulcan, despite their combined efforts, found it challenging to land a decisive blow on him. Not everyone knew the truth about why the city was experiencing these unusual seismic events, but to those who knew the truth, it was a joyous occasion to feel the sheer force of their sparring sessions. Despite the intensity of their battle, Ashton's demeanor remained surprisingly relaxed. He was in his element, thriving in the midst of the mighty clash. His movements were fluid and controlled, a dance of combat that he had perfected over time. Flintmace and Vulcan, while formidable in their own right, couldn't match Ashton's prowess anymore. Their strikes were precise, their coordination impeccable, but Ashton always seemed to be one step ahead. Ashton dodged a joint attack from Flintmace and Vulcan in a sudden burst of speed, weaving between their strikes with uncanny agility. His palm connected with Vulcan's chest, sending him staggering back. Flintmace, not wanting to give Ashton any time to himself, lunged forward, aiming a strike at Ashton's exposed flank. However, Ashton's reflexes were lightning quick. He pivoted on his heel, narrowly avoiding Flintmace's attack, and delivered a powerful roundhouse kick that sent Flintmace sprawling to the ground. The arena echoed with the sound of their battle, and the seismic activity continued to send ripples through the city. At some distance, the ghosts watched the spectacle through cameras, and it was a sensation of awe-inspiring proportions. They all desired Ashton's strength but knew it was well out of their reach. N. O.V. Epsilon 1/B/.1.N. Despite the numbers stacked against him, Ashton's mastery over his new abilities allowed him to maintain the upper hand. His skills were honed through countless battles and sparring sessions, and his experience showed in every move. With a final decisive strike, Ashton landed a palm strike on Vulcan's head, sending him stumbling backwards. With both opponents down, it was a victory for Ashton, and the score between them now stood at 82 in his favor. Vulcan and Flintmace, though panting and clearly bested, wore expressions of pride and satisfaction. After all, it was a true joy for a master when their disciple surpassed them. Ashton extended a hand to help Vulcan to his feet, their mutual respect evident despite the fierce fight they had just waged. Flintmace, too, rose to his feet, a faint smile gracing his lips. "That was impressive, kid," Vulcan admitted, wiping sweat from his brow. Flintmace nodded in agreement. "You're growing stronger with each day. It's all thanks to both of you." Ashton bowed before them, and to his surprise, his masters did the same for him. Ashton humbly accepted their praise, fully aware that he still had much to learn. His journey to harness his newfound power was far from over, but with the guidance of his masters, he felt more prepared than ever to face the challenges ahead. Having borne witness to their intense clash, the arena now stood silent. The echoes of their battle lingered in the air, a reminder of the power that resided within New Lycania's protector and his masters. "It's time for us to depart," Flintmace mumbled. "We need to get to the medallion before anyone else does." "I'll get to it immediately," Ashton replied, taking off towards the city. Chapter 668 Euphoria's Darkest Hour 1. Chapter 668 Euphoria's Darkest Hour 1. The spaceship hangar on Earth buzzed with activity as preparations for departure were underway. Ashton's ship, gleaming with newly installed technology, stood ready for the journey ahead. It was a solemn moment marked by both anticipation and uncertainty. Euphoria wasn't a planet where they'd be welcome, especially with the rules in place. Even if they got past the rules, the first seat would definitely cause problems for them, as he and Ashton had ended their last meeting on a sour note. Despite all that, Ashton knew they had to get there. After all, it wasn't a vacation they were eyeing but an artifact. Ava, Ashton's mother, stood at the entrance to the hangar as Ashton oversaw the final preparations. While she was proud of her son as a mother, she was also worried about him. Soon, the preparations were complete, and she watched as Ashton, accompanied by his masters Vulcan and Flintmace, the twins, Anna, Lyhud, and Weimer, gathered around the ship's entrance. Once they were ready to leave, she approached Ashton, her eyes filled with maternal warmth and love. "Take care of yourself, my son," she said, her voice quivering slightly, "and look out for each other." "We will, Ma," Ashton nodded, his own emotions hidden beneath a strong front. "You take care of yourself too." Ava embraced Ashton tightly, her heart heavy with worry. She then turned to the twins, giving each of them a motherly kiss on the forehead. "You two better make sure he stays out of trouble." "We'll do our best," Ava. Irina grinned mischievously. Verena added, "But you know Ashton. Trouble tends to find him." "That it does," Ava chuckled, her affection for the twins evident. She then turned to Anna, who had become her family. "Anna, my dear, look after them. And Ashton, you better bring her back safely." "Who do you think I am? Of course she'll be back with us." Ashton's eyes softened as he looked at Anna, a silent promise passing between them. With their farewells exchanged, the group boarded the spaceship. Ava watched as the hangar doors slowly closed, sealing her son and his companions inside the vessel. She knew the dangers that awaited them on planet Euphoria, but she also had faith in their abilities and unity. The crowd were cheering for their benefactors, and despite her condition, even Rose was in the public, cheering them on. As for Mara, she was accompanied by Nora, who watched them from the comfort of their terrace. The hangar doors opened as the ship's engines roared to life, revealing the vast expanse of the Earth's sky. With a powerful surge of energy, the spaceship lifted off the ground, ascending towards the stars. "Good luck, my son," Ava mumbled as the ship disappeared from their sight. The journey to planet Euphoria was swift, guided by Flintmace's expertise in interstellar travel. However, as they approached their destination, a sense of unease settled over the group. The view outside the ship's windows revealed a grim scene. "Ashton, you might want to see this." Flint Mace called Ashton inside the cockpit to see the sight before them. What the hell? Ashton mumbled as soon as he walked into the cockpit. Euphoria was supposed to be a place of order and prosperity, but something was clearly amiss. The once serene and vibrant planet of Euphoria was now marred by chaos. Hundreds of ships of various sizes engaged in a fiery battle in orbit, their weapons unleashing destruction upon each other. Explosions lit up the darkness of space, casting an eerie glow on the chaos below. They were still contemplating what was happening when Otaiga's voice crackled over the ship's communication system. It was obvious she had called to let them know more about the situation. Ashton, Otaiga's voice was urgent. Abort the landing. Do not, I repeat, do not land on Euphoria. Too late to turn back now, Ashton responded firmly. Do you have any idea what's happening on Euphoria? It's the cult, Ashton. They've launched a full-scale attack on Euphoria. Otaiga's voice echoed inside the ship as she relayed the horrifying news. The planet is in chaos. Ships of all sizes are raining fire on each other, and the inhabitants are in a state of panic. Flint Mace's brows furrowed in concern. How did the cult manage to orchestrate an attack of this magnitude? It's unlike anything we've ever seen. Otaiga was clearly worried about them. We suspect they found some precursor technology and are hellbent on getting their hands on it. Could it be the medallion? Ashton whispered and Flint Mace shrugged. Could be, he replied. The cult preferred doing things in secrecy, but since they have given up on it, it must mean they are desperate for some reason. Well, that's more reason to join the party, Ashton announced. Everyone in your seats were about to make a rough landing. Despite Otaiga's protests, Ashton's decision was final. He signaled for Flint Mace to initiate the descent, and the spacecraft shot through the chaos that had engulfed Euphoria's skies. The view from the ship's windows was a nightmarish scene. Hundreds of ships, some massive and others smaller, engaged in a frenzied battle. Explosions illuminated the darkness as beams of energy and missiles streaked through space, leaving trails of destruction in their wake. Thanks to the advanced stealth systems on board, they managed to slip through the ongoing battle in orbit without drawing attention. One could say the cultists were too occupied to notice their ship. NOV.E/L. The team wasted no time as the ship touched down on Euphoria's surface. They disembarked, armed and ready for battle. The air was thick with tension and the acrid scent of smoke, starkly contrasting the planet's once vibrant atmosphere. Their first steps onto Euphoria's soil revealed a grim reality. Alien inhabitants, who had once coexisted peacefully before, were now locked in a deadly struggle for survival. It was a scene of carnage, with buildings reduced to rubble and the streets littered with the fallen. This is hell, Lyhud mumbled, sickened by the violence, but they had no time to waste. Come, let's get going. Ashton urged everyone to head towards the city's main gates, but fate had different plans for them. Chapter 669 Euphoria's Darkest Hour 2. Chapter 669 Euphoria's Darkest Hour 2. Suddenly, something whizzed past Ashton's head, and they rushed towards the city gate. Everyone turned around to see a nightmarish sight. Mindless cultists, their eyes filled with madness, descended upon them like a swarm of locusts. Hungry for blood, they closed in rapidly, their eerie chants filling the air. Fucking hell. Lyhud mumbled. No wonder the Euphorians are struggling to keep the cultists at bay. They have all been cursed and only have one thing on their mind, to kill as many people as possible. To think the cult would do something lowly as this, Weimer scoffed, punching his fists together. If they have been reduced to a zombie-like state, might as well turn them into real dead. No wonder Otaiga didn't want us to land in this hellhole, Anna said as she looked around and saw a similar scene everywhere. While they were throwing their 2 cents, Ashton's eyes narrowed as he analyzed their movements. The cultists were relentless, showing no fear in the face of danger. If someone were to blow their limbs apart, they would still crawl up to their prey. As such, there was only one quick way to handle them: blow them up into smithereens. He quickly grabbed a handful of grenades and tossed them into the oncoming horde. The loud explosion sent bodies flying, the blast shredding through the ranks of the cultists. The ground shook with the force of the detonations. Following Ashton's example, the rest of the group, armed to the teeth with heavy firearms and equipment, opened fire on the surviving cultists. Bullets and energy beams tore through the air, cutting down any cultist foolish enough to advance. The once ferocious mob began to disperse, driven back by the overwhelming firepower. But it was a strategic retreat more than anything else, and Ashton knew they weren't safe just yet. Their team dealt with as many cultists as possible when something unexpected happened. From a distance, Ashton saw 2 massive spaceships descend from the sky, casting ominous shadows over the desolate and war-torn landscape. Shit. Ashton cursed as he saw the ships charging their main cannon. Ashton's mind raced as he assessed the situation. They were outnumbered and outgunned. The cultists outside were one thing, but these ships posed a much greater threat. Besides, if they stayed there any longer, they'd get trapped and have to forget about recovering the medallion. No matter what, Ashton couldn't afford that to happen. For the first time in their life, fighting the cult was a secondary objective, as finding the medallion took precedence. In order to win, They had to find the Whisperer's medallion quickly and escape the planet's surface. It was then a plan struck Ashton's mind. Into the city now. Ashton barked, urgency in his voice. We don't have time to waste here. Even though he said that, everyone understood what Ashton was planning on doing. He was trying to send them away while he stayed back and ensured no one interfered with their work. As such, the group hesitated between following Ashton's orders or staying back and helping him. Flint, Mace and Vulcan worried the most as they knew why Ashton had decided to stay back. Ashton, you can't take on those ships alone. Flint Mace stepped forward, his voice low and measured. The rest can leave, but we should stay and help you. Vulcan nodded in agreement, his brow furrowed with worry. This is not the time to act irrationally. Don't worry about me and have faith in your disciple for once. Ashton smirked as those words left his mouth. I'll be fine. Trust me. Flint, Mace and Vulcan exchanged another look, but they could see the determination in Ashton's eyes. Reluctantly, they nodded, acknowledging his decision. It was just like Ashton said, they weren't putting their faith in him but the training they had provided him. Besides, he was never alone. His summons were always there to help him. All right, kid, Vulcan said, clapping Ashton on the shoulder. You know where to find us if you need backup. With that, Vulcan and Flint Mace led the group to the cityscape in the distance, the colossal structures casting long shadows over the cracked and desolate ground. The scattered cultists were still outside, momentarily driven back, and watched them with eerie fascination, their chants growing fainter as they retreated. As they inched closer to the city, Irina couldn't help but ask Anna if she wasn't worried about Ashton. Anna laughed at the absurdity of the question. Of course I'm scared, but more than that, I have faith in him and his strength, she replied. If anything, we should worry about those poor bastards who think their spaceships will save them from Ashton. Anna's words made everyone laugh as they slaughtered the remnants of the cultists surrounding the city. Even though they had cleared the cultists from around the city's people were apprehensive about letting a bunch of strangers inside. It was only when Flint Mace showed off his status that the city gates were open long enough for them to enter. Show off, Vulcan spat out, to which Flint Mace just laughed. Now where do we start looking for the medallion? Weimer mumbled. At that moment they realized they had no idea about it. Thanks to Madame Serafina, they knew the medallion was inside the city, but the group had no idea where they could find the damn thing. Mayor. Verena shrieked. The city's mayor or whoever is in charge must know something. Good thinking, Flint Mace said as he quickly divided their group into 3 smaller groups. Anna, Verena, and Irina would talk with the citizens and see if they could find anything. In the meantime, Lyhut and Weimer would do the same with the security and the clerical people. At the same time, Flint Mace and Vulcan would reach out to whoever was in charge. Due to Flint Mace's reputation, it would be easier for him to reach out to someone as important as the one leading the city. Chapter 670 Euphoria's Darkest Hour 3. Chapter 670 Euphoria's Darkest Hour 3. As the group walked deeper into the eerie cityscape, their footsteps echoed through the silent and war-torn areas. The once great city had been mercilessly torn apart. Even though the city was now safer from the outside, they could see a few corpses here and there. The cultists must have invaded the town soon after their attack and killed many people before being driven out or killed by the city dwellers' hands. Anna, her senses heightened as always, scanned their surroundings cautiously as they entered another corpse-filled alleyway. This place gives me the creeps, she muttered, her voice barely more than a whisper. It's definitely seen better days, Irina replied wryly. Verena added, but we've faced worse, haven't we? Yeah, nothing could surpass the horror we saw and felt inside that Zyran mine. Irina stopped and took a deep breath before continuing to walk ahead. Although it was their task to talk to the residents, they were either too scared to say anything or were busy saving their city. As such, the girls took it upon themselves to look for any clues regarding the medallion, and that's when they came across the corpses and decided to follow the trail. However, it had been a few minutes, and they hadn't found anything till then, until they heard something crunch in the next alley. Anna immediately raised her hand, signaling for the twins to be careful as she peeked into the alley. My God, what's happening here? Anna couldn't believe her eyes when she saw a bunch of cultists feasting over the dead. Although they had always seen the undead do it, it was for their survival. But the cultists? They were still alive and yet indulging in cannibalism just for the sake of it. Without wasting any time, the 3 lunged at the cultists, destroying them without much effort. But when they were done, they heard someone clapping for them. And as they turned around, there was a woman before them. Well, wasn't that fun? The woman smiled, and a cocktail of blood poured out of her mouth, and the next moment, the cultists they had dispatched moments ago were back up as if nothing had happened. This shit keeps getting weirder and weirder. Anna mumbled as she prepared to fight against the woman and her puppets. Meanwhile, outside the city, a solitary figure stood alone, facing an imminent threat. 2 massive spaceships loomed overhead, their energy cannons charged and ready to fire upon the town. Ashton, left to confront the enemy alone, was prepared to do whatever it took to protect his team and the medallion. This is going to be tough, he mumbled. Hey, didn't anyone tell you? You're not supposed to be complaining after volunteering for a task. Yeah, I know. Ashton shrugged and focused on his newfound precursor aura, drawing its immense power. He closed his eyes to fade any and all distractions, as his slightest mistake could cause unprecedented destruction. Ashton took a deep breath, centering himself for what was to come next. This was his moment to demonstrate his true strength, to harness the ancient energy that now coursed through his veins. Raising his hands slowly, Ashton aimed them toward the approaching spaceships. With unwavering concentration, he gradually closed his palms. Even then, that inconsequential task seemed to be draining him of his energy. Ashton's heart pounded in his chest, as he felt the immense gravitational pull of his aura taking effect. The two colossal spaceships, floating ominously in the sky, began to quiver and tremble as if caught in an invisible tornado. The cultists on board the ships panicked, their shouts and frantic movements going unnoticed by Ashton. All his focus was on the task at hand. With a final forceful motion, Ashton slammed his closed palms onto the ground. The effect was immediate and explosive. The massive spaceships, unable to resist the overwhelming force of his precursor aura, were yanked down from the sky with incredible speed. There was a loud crash as the behemoths collided with the ground, their colossal frames shuddering and groaning under the impact. The earth trembled beneath the weight of their fall, and the sheer force of the collision sent shockwaves rippling through the surroundings. Two colossal explosions followed, erupting into towering plumes of fire and smoke. The massive clouds of debris and destruction momentarily obscured Ashton's vision. However, the sudden silence around him was enough for him to know he succeeded. Ashton managed to take down the ships and crash them over the ongoing battlefield where the cultists had gathered. But Ashton wasn't foolish enough to believe the cultists were the only ones caught in the explosion. That said, there was nothing he could do. Taking out the cultists was the most important thing, even if there had to be some sacrifices. I hope there weren't many good soldiers there. Suddenly, Ashton's legs gave out from the immense strain he had endured, and he fell to his knees, sweat pouring from his brow. The cost of using his precursor aura so extensively was evident, and Ashton knew he had pushed himself to the limit. He could feel Astaroth getting ready to reprimand him for his recklessness, and he was right about it. You fucking moron. I told you to just get it over with. There was no need to force yourself to control the aura like an expert. See what happened? You overused the aura. And? What if I sent them tumbling towards the capital? Ashton replied, his voice strained. I know I overdid it, but I did it to minimize the loss of life. LVLB/1N. One of these days, someone else wouldn't hesitate to show you the same gesture. I think you screwed up your sentence. Shut it. Exhausting yourself in battle serves no one. Alright, I get it. I'm sorry. Ashton nodded despite Astaroth's words stinging his pride. He knew the ancient virgin was right. After all, ironically, controlling his aura seemed to drain him of even more of his strength and vitality. Well, I should get going. Rising to his feet, Ashton wiped away his sweat with the back of his hand and steadied himself. There was no time to dwell on his fatigue. Chapter 671 Fear Me 1. Chapter 671 Fear Me 1. In the dimly lit alley, the stench of death hung heavy in the air. Piles of lifeless bodies, drained of their vital essence, littered the ground. In the midst of it all, the twins and Anna were standing. They had some injuries, and exhaustion was camping on their faces, yet all of them had their attention on the one who raised the dead souls before them. Before them was a woman, her features obscured by a hooded cloak, who stepped forward, a wicked smile curling her lips. Her dark eyes gleamed with murderous aura as she spoke, her voice dripping with a sinister allure. Ah, the infamous Anna and her delightful companions, the Bloodmancer purred. It seems the tales about you haven't been exaggerated at all. In fact, I think they have been downplayed a bit, or our little encounter would be long since over. Anna, annoyed by the woman, couldn't hold back anymore. Who are you and what do you want? What's the hurry, darling? The woman smiled again. We got all the time in the world to get acquainted, don't we? And as for what I want, I have a keen interest in capturing you alive, Miss Succubus, she replied as her grin widened, revealing sharp, elongated canines. As for your charming friends, they would make exquisite additions to my collection. Oh, I can almost feel the pleasure of draining their blood as we speak. Great, another psycho lover. Irina scoffed as she exchanged glances with her sister, who rolled her eyes. If you think we're here to entertain you, you're sorely mistaken. Why do we always attract freaks? Come on. Verena chimed in. For once, bring us someone who asks us to coffee before revealing their damaged attitudes. Oh, I can do that as well, the woman licked her lips. Or how about we fight it out and decide everything later? Stole the words right out of my mouth, Anna smirked, cracking her knuckles. With swift and coordinated movements, Anna and the twins launched their assault on the woman. Fiery spells and strikes flew through the air as they sought to overpower the Bloodmancer. Yet, to their surprise, she proved to be a formidable adversary. Her control over blood magic was masterful, and she effortlessly deflected their attacks. weaving crimson tendrils of blood all around them to block their every move. With each passing moment, it became clear that they were at a disadvantage. Besides the fact she was effortlessly holding her ground against 3 opponents, her psychotic laughter was more annoying. The more it echoed through the alley, the more uncoordinated the trio got. As she began to subdue her opponents, the mysterious enemy reveled in their struggle, her dark powers steadily gaining the upper hand on them. "Is that all you got?" The woman mumbled uninterestedly. "Meh, looks like I got excited for nothing then. N/O. VL.B/1/N. The twins attacked the Bloodmancer from both sides. But to their dismay, the woman summoned thick blood tentacles and slammed them against the wall. But that wasn't all. The tentacles seemed to actively drain them of their energy. While the twins struggled on their own, Anna lashed out at the woman. The temporary shift in focus was enough for the twins to get the upper hand and free themselves. However, Anna wasn't so lucky as the woman grabbed her by the neck, lifting the succubus off the ground. "TSK, TSK, TSK. The woman smiled as her blood-soaked fingers tightened around Anna's neck. "Did you really think you stood a chance against an archbishop like me? How naive can you be?" Anna's eyes widened when she heard the woman refer to herself as the archbishop of the cult. "Oh right. I never introduced myself properly to you," the woman said as she summoned other tendrils to keep the twins occupied. "The name's Molina, however, people also refer to me as the 4th archbishop, and with you captured, my task here is complete." "Like hell it is." Anna gasped for breath, her struggles growing weaker by the second. Irina and Verena fought desperately to free Anna, but Molina's power was overwhelming. With a cruel grin, Molina leaned in, her tongue darting out to lick Anna's cheek. "You think so, darling. But you're already mine." Anna's eyes blazed with fury as she felt the Bloodmancer's tongue against her skin. And the next second, a powerful shockwave unleashed out of her that sent Molina stumbling back. Irina and Verena seized the opportunity to turn into Yamaba forms and attack the cultist. Molina tried to dodge the attack, only to stumble into Anna's path. Molina then tried controlling the blood within her opponents to knock them out. But somehow she couldn't do it. Even when she tried summoning blood tendrils to protect her, she failed. It was like her powers had been sealed away after she got hit by the shockwave. Without her powers, it wasn't difficult for the 3 of them to get rid of the mighty archbishop. Soon Molina was on the ground, panting and defeated. Irina and Verena stood over her. Their demonic forms slowly faded as they regained their composure. However, Anna needed answers more than anything else. "Why were you after me?" she yelled at Molina before slapping her. "What do you know about the Whisperer's medallion?" Molina's lips curled into a sinister grin, and she remained defiant despite her defeat. "I may be captured, but you'll get nothing from me. The Cardinal's plans are already in motion, and you can do nothing to stop it." Well, ladies. I must say this catfight of yours was quite entertaining." Ashton's voice broke the tense silence as he casually strolled into the alley. Anna shot him a withering glare, her irritation evident. "Ashton, this is hardly the time for your humor. Hey, I come in peace." Ashton raised his hands as if surrendering to the girls. "But in all seriousness, can I do anything to assist you?" Anna and the twins exchanged quick glances, silently communicating their decision. Finally, Anna nodded. "You can take the lead in interrogating her. Maybe she'll be more inclined to talk if it's you." Molina, still restrained by the twins, sneered at Ashton. "You won't get anything out of me no matter what you do." "We'll see about that," Ashton said as he approached Molina calmly. He then gestured for the girls to step back. As soon as the girls released Molina, Ashton pointed his palm towards Molina, and her body drifted towards him like iron to a magnet. "I won't talk no matter what you do." Molina shrieked as she struggled in Ashton's grasp. "Who said anything about talking?" Ashton smirked, and before Molina could process what was happening, he sunk his canines into her neck. Chapter 672 Fear Me Too. 672 Fear Me Too. The blood from Molina's neck flowed into Ashton's mouth as he sank his fangs into her flesh. Her struggles grew weaker with each passing moment, and her eyes filled with terror as Ashton delved deep into her memories, even before she could scramble them. With Molina's memories now imprinted in his mind, Ashton withdrew his fangs from her neck, his eyes reflecting the crimson hue of his vampire genes. Weakened and defeated, Molina slumped to the ground, her breath shallow and ragged. How did you?" Molina was in the middle of saying something, but Ashton wasn't in the mood to listen to her nonsense, and with a swift kick, he decapitated the archbishop right then and there. The girls were shocked to see him react like that, but so was Ashton. He had merely wanted to knock her out, but instead popped her head off her shoulders. "I'm not entirely used to my strength yet," Ashton said with a guilty expression. However, Anna knew it wasn't the time to fool around. If the cult got their hands on the medallion, only God knew what they'd do. As she said all that to Ashton, he calmed her down. "Yes, the cultists are ahead of us in this regard, but that's because we're looking for the medallion in the wrong place," he said. "What?" the twins exclaimed. Ashton raised his finger, gesturing for them to stay silent. Anna, Irina, and Verena watched silently. Their expressions showed their concern. Ashton's voice broke the silence as he relayed what he had learned. The medallion we seek is hidden within the city of the first seat holder, Ashton explained. But we are not in that city. We're in a different one. No/VLB. Fuck. Anna cursed loudly as soon as Ashton mentioned the first seat. The history between the first seat and Ashton wasn't good. Mainly because he rescued the guy who almost kidnapped and sold Anna to the cultists when they first visited Euphoria. The twins only remembered the details after watching Anna react to the news. Out of everywhere, why did it have to be him? Anna cursed yet again. Ashton silently watched as he wondered the same thing. If he were to step foot inside the first territory, he wouldn't sit idly and engage Ashton, which the latter didn't want. Not because Ashton was worried he would be weaker than him, but because he didn't want to waste his time on a farce. Considering the time it would take to defeat the first, the cult might as well fly off the planet with the medallion. But that was only part of Ashton's discovery. But there has to be a reason for Molina or whatever to be here, right? Verena asked Ashton, who nodded. There is. While the medallion might not be here, this city is hiding something else, Ashton replied. There's a tomb of a precursor beneath this place, and Molina believed it contained some artifacts that could help the cult take on powerful galactic civilizations all by itself. Is that even possible? Irina was skeptical, but Ashton knew it was more than possible. As his father's memory told him, Euphoria was supposed to be the Earth and a place where humans would thrive. That said, it was also the place where most of the precursors spent the last of their days. As such, it wouldn't be weird if there were more than a few tombs of precursors on the planet. However, there was something else Ashton was wondering about. Since his father spent some time on Euphoria, it could be possible that the tomb might be something other than a literal tomb. For all they knew, the cult might have misinterpreted the information and called the place a tomb. Either way, there was only one way to find that out. Just then, the rest of the team arrived there, followed by someone flanked by two mean-looking guards. What's going on here? Vulcan inquired, to which Ashton pointed towards the cultist. These pesky bastards are everywhere. Weimer, on the other hand, couldn't hold it in and blabbered on, you won't believe me. The medallion isn't here. Verena interrupted, but Weimer paid no attention to her and continued. Yes. The medallion, wait, how did you know? He said after his brain processed Verena's words. Verena shrugged and pointed at Molina's corpse. Right, so what do we do now? Ignoring the chaos, Lyhud asked Ashton. You guys take the ship, leave for the first city, and retrieve the medallion, Ashton replied. Meanwhile, the girls and I will see if we can find something here or check if other cultists are lurking about. Hearing Ashton's words, the city's mayor, flanked by his guards, stepped forward. I believe I can help you reach the first city faster than any ship can, he said. We have a hidden portal network that will expedite your journey. Thank you, it would mean a lot to us. Ashton expressed his gratitude to the mayor for his cooperation, to which he waved his hand dismissively. Had it not been for Mr. Flintmace and all of you, our city would already be wiped out. This is the least I can do to pay you back. With their plan in place, Flintmace's group departed for the portal network, guided by the mayor himself. While Ashton and the girls got busy searching for the tomb, Ashton felt a certain tug as they went about the city as if an invisible force was pulling him. He tried ignoring it, but the subtle pull soon got his attention. Ashton, where are you going? Anna called out, and Ashton just gestured for them to follow him. As they ventured deeper into the city, the air around them grew colder. They were about to exit the town when Ashton felt the pull change direction as if pointing him towards the ground. Ashton didn't know what to do next, but on instinct, he unleashed some of his precursor aura, and a massive cloud of dust kicked up from the ground. When the cloud dissipated, an enormous door was waiting in front of him. This is it, I guess? Ashton mumbled. Chapter 673 Fear Me 3. 673 Fear Me 3. Having found the tomb, they stepped inside, their footsteps echoing in the silence. The walls were adorned with ancient symbols and glyphs, and the air was thick with an unnatural presence. It almost felt like someone or something was watching them. As they ventured deeper, the darkness intensified, and the temperature dropped even further. So much so that even Anna, a pyromancer, couldn't maintain her body temperature. In Ashton and the twins' case, they simply depended on their vampiric and undead genes to mitigate the cold. As such, Ashton took off his armor jacket, wrapping it around Anna's shoulders. I don't like this place, Anna shivered. It reeks of power, but it's not a welcoming power. It's like something is telling us to stay away. Be as it may, we don't have an option, Ashton reminded them. The medallion might be one thing, but the tomb itself could hide unimaginable secrets. Oh, come on, this tomb must have existed for thousands of years, Irina shrugged. If nothing happened till now, nothing should happen in the future either. Your flawed logic is why humans didn't prepare for what happened in Egypt in 2780, Ashton stated. Who could have imagined a swarm of never-before-seen insects would just burst out of hibernation and spread a disease that took more than 1 billion lives? As Ashton said those words, it even shocked him. Not because he was unaware of the disaster that had struck humanity before the mutants, but because he remembered the event in such detail as if he had lived through it all. Even Anna was surprised because they were rarely taught about human-related things in school or otherwise. But since Ashton was born and lived as a human for most of his life, she chalked it up to the humans, sharing their knowledge to keep it alive. However, the truth was much different. Ashton didn't know this, but the moment he stepped inside the tomb began analyzing him, interacting with his brain. It was also the reason why Astaroth had gone silent. The tomb was suppressing his presence while it scanned Ashton's brain to know who the intruder was and what action the burial ground should take. During the scanning process, memories that had been forgotten or thrown in some corner of Ashton's mind reappeared. The same thing happened with the girls, but the tomb found Ashton's lineage more interesting than the rest and focused on him instead. "Forget what I said and stay close," Ashton mumbled, shaking his head as he sensed something was off. "We don't know what we might encounter." No/VLB. They soon came upon a grand chamber protected by a massive stone gate adorned with intricate patterns and guarded by two imposing statues. The statues depicted giants, each wielding a pair of dual-bladed weapons. Their stony eyes seemed to follow them as they entered the room, but the figures remained stationary. "Be careful, there's something off with these statues." Following Ashton's warning, the group unveiled their weapons, ready to fight if necessary. Once they were prepared, they headed towards the massive doors blocking their path ahead. Without warning, the statues sprang to life, their massive stone bodies moving before them, stopping their advance. Ashton and the girls braced for an attack, but instead, the statues bowed before Ashton, their movements regal and respectful, akin to the reverence his summons had for him. "Malai," one of the statues rumbled, its voice deep and calming. Although none of them had ever heard the term Malai, Ashton had no trouble understanding that the statues were welcoming them, or him in particular. "Since they are welcoming me, I should step forward, right?" As Ashton stepped closer to the gate, the statues gracefully moved aside, allowing him to pass. However, when Anna and the twins tried to follow, the figures blocked their way, their expressions tenacious. "Wait, what's going on?" Anna demanded, frustration lacing her voice. Ashton looked at the statues and knew their welcome was extended only to him, not the girls. That said, he was a stubborn bastard and wouldn't let some statues stop his teammates. He summoned his loyal summons, who were stronger than ever thanks to his ascension. They appeared all around them, inside and outside the gate, ready to face the statues. However, before they could make a move on the statues, a voice echoed inside Ashton's mind, clear and commanding. "Fear not, son of Johann," the feminine voice echoed. "Your companions will be safe outside the sacred temple. Please continue down the path, and you shall know all you've been wanting to." "Who are you?" Ashton asked, but there was no reply. The lack of response made him feel like he had no choice in the matter. He glanced back at the gate where Anna, Irina, and Verena watched him. "We'll be fine," Anna called out. "We have the summons protecting us, so just do what you must, and we'll wait here for your return. Just be careful in there." With a reluctant nod, Ashton turned away from his friends and stepped into the tomb's depth, or, as the voice called it, the sacred temple. The statues closed the gate behind him with a heavy thud, leaving him in eerie silence. The passage ahead led to a vast chamber illuminated by an ethereal, bluish glow emanating from intricate patterns etched into the walls. At the center of the room, atop a raised platform, stood a colossal statue of a figure that resembled Ashton, albeit in regal attire and with an air of authority. Ashton didn't take long to recognize his father's face, at least the one he saw in his dreamlike state when he killed his morphed form. It made sense why Ashton was pulled towards the tomb temple or whatever it was related to his father. Is this it? He reached out to touch the statue, and as his fingers made contact, a surge of energy coursed through him. Visions flashed before his eyes, memories of a time long past, of a people forgotten by history. The feminine voice reappeared, but this time it was followed by the silhouette of a woman. She wore similar attire to that of his father. "Malai, you have returned to us," she mumbled, kneeling before Ashton. "As per the final request of Lord Johann, the Guardians are now yours to command." Chapter 674 Fear Me 4. Chapter 674 Fear Me 4. "Take the reins and let them fulfill their oath," the lady smiled, and only then did Ashton realize the lady was nothing but a hologram. "A recorded message? Is that it?" Ashton quizzed, but to his surprise, the holograph responded to his words. "Not a hologram but a memory," she said, getting back to her feet. Even though that's all she said, Ashton didn't expect the girl to get all sassy with him. "I never expected the humans to know about this technology, as you call it. So it isn't surprising that you thought I was merely a recorded message." Ashton felt a bit awkward at that moment. He already had an encounter with his father's memories, and he was technically alive then. If that wasn't enough, he had Astaroth living inside his head, which was possible even for the Zyrans to do themselves. So yeah, he shouldn't have been surprised if the precursors had some other technology that could imprint their persona to be used later, just like the lady in front. "My apologies, miss." So Johann didn't tell you anything about me, huh? The lady crossed her arms before rolling her eyes. Why am I even surprised anyways? You can call me your stepmother or something. Before you ask, yes, I was once your father's wife. Ashton's eyes widened in shock. He shouldn't have been surprised, considering the precursors lived for hundreds of thousands of years, but still, it was news to him. To be honest, it should have been obvious. Ashton shook his head before smiling. You're calmer than I thought you would be. The lady chuckled before shaking her head. Either way, the name's Iskai, and I'm here to give you your inheritance before I disappear for good. So let's not waste time, shall we? With that, Iskai clapped twice, and the room they were standing in underwent unprecedented changes. The old and forgotten historical site changed to resemble a laboratory like no other Ashton had seen before. He had seen many laboratories, whether on Earth, the Tower, or Orion Prime, yet the one before him was more advanced than them all, even though it was probably millions of years old. Nove pound one in. While Ashton was looking around the lab, several humanoid-shaped containers appeared before him. Each of them had a mark etched before them. Once again, it was in a language Ashton had never heard or read. Yet he understood that the symbols represented numbers or codes. It'll take a while for them to activate, so why don't I give you the rest of your stuff? Now then, where is the key? Iskai said as she glided around the room. This mess of a room. I kept telling him to arrange everything properly, but he never listened. Well, from what I remember, Dad was always making a mess of his labs, even on Earth, Ashton mumbled, and he decided to lend Iskai a hand. Other than that, I don't remember much about him. Iskai stopped what she was doing and looked at Ashton with sympathetic eyes. Even though it was his destiny, she knew they were unfairly taking his youth away from him by wasting it on a matter that shouldn't have concerned him. As she stared at him, Iskai realized Ashton shouldn't have been over 20 years old, a life equivalent to that of cosmic dust, yet the entire galaxy's weight would soon rest on his shoulders. At that moment, Iskai wanted to tell him more about the prophecy and even warn him. But she knew she couldn't, as it could change the path of reclamation and make Johann's efforts go to waste. Joe must have already said something about his future. But knowing him, it should be just a hint, nothing more. Iskai thought to herself. Should I be more direct? No, I can't mess up the future again. Handing him the Guardians is more than enough. So what kind of guy was he? Ashton's voice broke Iskai's train of thought. What? I didn't hear you. My father, how was he before leaving to Earth, and what in the Zyrans' betrayal? Zyrans? Why would they? Iskai immediately bit her tongue as she almost revealed something she shouldn't have. Is something wrong? Ashton immediately picked up on Iskai's hesitation. However, Iskai immediately covered it up. No matter how complete I seem, I'm just a remnant of a fragmented memory, she said. There are things I don't remember and a few that I remember but don't know if they're true. But I can tell you one I know for sure. As she was about to tell Ashton more about the precursors, the capsules opened with a loud hissing sound. The shells fell apart, and Ashton saw the Guardians for the first time. He was completely mesmerized. Are these automatons? Iskai replied. Each has enough strength to take on a Type 2 civilization alone. Remember, we were a Type 5 civilization, so this isn't much for us. However, a group of these should be enough to handle anything or anyone who would threaten you. Doubts immediately crept into Ashton's mind. Not because he didn't believe Iskai, but because he had a hard time believing that despite having such technology, the precursors were essentially wiped out. Thankfully, Iskai knew what was happening inside Ashton's head, and immediately quelled her queries. I'm sure you already know this, but precursors didn't go down because we were weak. It was quite the opposite, she said. There's a reason why we had a pact of nonviolence. Whether you believe me or not, the reason is quite hilarious. She continued, we were scared that if we let go of ourselves, we might get addicted to using our strength and lose our way. We were afraid that we might end up destroying the entire universe. That's why the council decided that our time was up, and it was the time for our children to take their rightful place. What? So you died because? Ashton shook his head. I can't even wrap my head around that reasoning. But if that was the reason, then why do all this? What's the meaning behind anything? I'm afraid you'll have to figure it out yourself, Iskai mumbled, smiling wanly. Chapter 675 Fear Me 5. Chapter 675 Fear Me 5. Deep within the labyrinthine caves under the first city, the echoes of spells colliding and the clash of weapons against shields filled the air. Vulcan, Flintmace, Lyhud, and Weimer were locked in a fierce battle against the relentless cultists, who had gathered there to steal the mysterious medallion. However, despite their fierce battle, no one above the ground seemed to notice their presence. It seemed like the cavern walls were absorbing the sounds, creating an eerie, stifling atmosphere. The cultists weren't anything extraordinary in terms of strength, but there were just too many of them in that space. It was clear that they weren't there to defeat the enemy, but to delay their advance and buy time for the others to locate the medallion. No one knew their reasons for seeking the medallion, but one thing was clear: they would stop at nothing to seize its power. Remind me, why can't I just blow them up? Vulcan roared at the top of his lungs as more cultists poured out of a crevice. Because we don't want to blow up the city above. Flintmace roared as he slashed yet another cultist. N//V/Othfi. It's a shame, but at this pace we can forget about taking the medallion. Weimar shook his head before smashing a cultist's head with his shield. Wait, do you sense that? Vulcan mumbled, and he turned around. Yes, I do. Amidst the swirling swords, Flintmace, always vigilant, sensed an unsettling presence. These cultists were not acting alone. The ground beneath them trembled, and a deafening roar reverberated through the cave, shaking the walls. If the cultists managed to sandwich them inside the cave, it wouldn't be good for them no matter how strong they were. However, the reality of the situation wasn't as grim as he thought. Out of the shadows, creatures resembling massive tigers emerged, their silver fur shimmering in the dim light. Their eyes glowed with an unnatural shine. Tigerans. Flintmace smiled. Tigerans were the pet of choice for the fiercest Zyrans as they complemented their strength, and were known as a sign of nobility. Flintmace wasn't smiling because of his history with the creatures but because he knew only one guy on Euphoria could have tamed the beasts. As the Tigerans charged into the fray, it became evident that these were not ordinary beasts. They were the personal guardians of the first seat holder, a rare sight, as the first seldom ventured beyond the confines of his comfort. Tigerans? That's the first time I've heard about them? Weimar mumbled as he saw the creatures in action. Flintmace's sharp eyes traced the movement of the beasts. He knew these creatures well, having crossed paths with the first seat holder during their Zyran days. The first Tigerans were renowned for their ferocity and loyalty, and stood as a formidable force under the Zyran's command. I did not expect to see you here. Flintmace mumbled as the first appeared before him. The first seat holder, a stoic figure in his imposing modified Zyran armor, observed the skirmish without a hint of emotion. When Flintmace turned to acknowledge him, the first merely nodded, acknowledging the presence of his former comrade. However, when the first's gaze landed upon Vulcan, his expression darkened. Memories of a bitter past resurfaced, a time when the Zyran waged war against the precursors, and the dwarves had defended the latter. Back then, Vulcan had been a relentless force on the battlefield, responsible for decimating a significant portion of the first squad. The animosity between them was palpable, a tension that hung heavily in the cave's damp air. Flintmace was half expecting the first to order his Tigerans to attack Vulcan, knowing the history between the two. However, the first didn't do it, choosing the path of indifference instead. In his cold, measured voice, the first seat holder addressed the intruders. What brings you to my territory? Flintmace stepped forward, his posture respectful yet resolute. He explained their mission, the medallion, the cultists, and their mission to prevent the artifact from falling into the wrong hands. But Flintmace didn't forget to emphasize that they were here as allies, striving to protect the Euphoria from a potentially catastrophic threat of the cultists. The first rolled his eyes, pointing at the countless corpses his Tigerans had laid before him. It was as if the first was mocking them and their catastrophic threat. But besides that, he stayed silent and listened to what Flintmace had to say. When Flintmace concluded his explanation, the first nodded once more. Very well. I get it, but first step outside the cave, all of you. As they complied with his command. However, as soon as they stepped out of the cave, the guards restrained them, their grip firm and unyielding. What are you doing? Flintmace, always the diplomat, attempted to reason with the first to convince him they were allies in this crucial time. I told you we're the good guys here. It's the cult you want to. I don't care what you have to say, traitor, the first scoffed. I can make my own decisions here. At that moment, Flintmace remembered what Ashton had informed them about the first's possible allegiance to the cult. But that shouldn't have been the case, as he had slaughtered some cultists moments ago. Was it a mere show? Flintmace thought before requesting the first to let go of his team. Yet, the first seat holder remained resolute, unwilling to yield. That was until a distant, ominous whirring sound filled the cavern, growing louder with each passing moment. The Zyran leader turned his gaze skyward, his eyes widening in recognition and astonishment. How could this be? The first and Flintmace both had their eyes and mouths left open as they recognized the new entrance. However, none of them were as shocked as Vulcan, who couldn't believe his eyes. No one had ever seen the dwarf tear up, but upon seeing the creation of his forefathers, even Vulcan couldn't hold back his tears. Descending from the sky were several formidable automatons, their metallic forms gleaming menacingly in the dim light. Accompanying this mechanical army was a figure encased in an advanced battlesuit. It was someone they all knew, and yet he felt like a stranger to them. The boy no longer had the slightest look of naivety, and had become an imposing presence that exuded authority and power. It was none other than Ashton, dressed in his father's jet-black battlesuit. Chapter 676, Fear Me 6. Chapter 676, Fear Me 6. The ground shook from the weight of Ashton's armor once he landed, but nobody paid attention to the ground as they were too focused on the armor he wore. The precursor battlesuit was the peak of dwarven engineering, a fusion of ancient power and cutting-edge technology. Nothing like those armors was ever created again, and even if Vulcan tried, he knew he would fail to make a battlesuit half as decent as the original one. Ashton's sudden arrival had left the first seat holder, Flintmace, Vulcan, and the surrounding guards spellbound. For a moment, They forgot what they were discussing before as Ashton's presence completely overwhelmed them. Before they knew it, they were surrounded by the guardians created by the precursors and bound to Ashton by lineage. Just one of them was enough to take on half a dozen Scrade beings. But since the first was the only Scrader on his side, the guards found it wise to stand down before their master did something that would put their lives at risk. Meanwhile, the first seat holder, renowned for his unshakable composure, momentarily faltered before the sight unfolding before him. Just the presence of the guardians was enough to give him PTSD. After all, what little resistance the Zyrans had faced from the precursor side during the war came from the dwarves and the guardians. But the dwarves were only responsible for wiping out 10% of the Zyran soldiers, while the guardians wiped out 70%. If the precursors had not stopped the guardians, there would have been no Zyran left in the galaxy. This part often gave the first nightmares. He also wondered why the precursors let the Zyrans win the war when they had victory in the bag. Regardless of what the first thought, he was content with not having the misfortune to meet the guardians again. Yet there he was, surrounded by the automatons that almost wiped out the Zyran populace. Flintmace was having a similar reaction after seeing Ashton in a precursor battlesuit. He was no stranger to the Zyrans' might, advanced technology, and formidable powers. Yet, they had never succeeded in unlocking the immeasurable potential concealed within the precursor armor. It was widely believed that only a true precursor could don the formidable armor without being consumed by its overwhelming might. It was a fact that the Zyrans had learned the hard way by sacrificing countless souls. In the end, they decided to destroy the armor as it was of no use to them, and they were afraid that some other species, in other words humans, might unlock the battlesuit's true potential and use them for revenge. How the turntables, Flintmace smiled wanly as he realized their predictions had turned true. After all, Ashton was a human who was dead set on destroying the Zyrans, and now he also had the armor to help him achieve his goal. Ashton's appearance in the precursor battlesuit had tilted the balance of power within the city, leaving even the battle-hardened warriors in awe. Amid Ashton's stunning arrival, no one had noticed Anna and the twins as they landed behind Ashton and the automatons. Everyone was quiet there, as if speaking up was a sin. However, when Anna saw Flintmace, Vulcan and the rest in restraints, she couldn't hold back and yelled at the first. "The hell you think you're doing?" She questioned him. "Explain yourself. Why are they in restraints and where are the cultists? Isn't it obvious?" Irina scoffed. "The fucker must be a cultist himself. Let's not waste time on him and look for the medallion. Before that, we should free them," Verena said but trailed off. "These cuffs, they are grav cuffs. Once locked, it's impossible to open them without the key." At that moment, Ashton, who had been eerily quiet after learning more about the precursors from Iskai, turned to face his masters before doing something that shocked everyone. With a mere snap of his fingers, he shattered the unbreakable restraints that had confined his companions. The indomitable cuffs, designed to immobilize even the most formidable beings, couldn't last against a precursor's aura. The crowd gasped, but they got quiet as soon as Ashton looked at them. No one wanted to cross him with the strength that he possessed. "The fuck you think you are?" The first seat holder, his patience dwindling, raised his hand against Ashton. Even if Ashton was a precursor, the first had an image to maintain, and he could no longer let someone like Ashton make fun of him. However, his intentions were swiftly thwarted as Ashton raised an imperious hand, cautioning him to maintain silence. The gesture was powered by Precursor's aura, forcing the first to stand down or face the consequences. Nov LB/1N. "Stay quiet. I'm not in the mood to play with ants," Ashton warned the first before recalling his aura. The ominous undertone of the warning left no room for doubt. Ashton was prepared to take action if necessary. After that, Ashton turned towards his automatons, issuing a stern command to them. They were to incapacitate anyone attempting to enter the cave without his permission. Obeying his command, the automatons formed a barrier that discouraged any from following their master. However, it looked like the first didn't get the memo, as he made one final, ill-fated attempt to defy Ashton's instructions. Believing that as the first seat holder, he had more authority than Ashton, he charged at him. "Thank you for giving me a reason to do this." Ashton smirked before hitting the first with the sheer force of a backhand. The first seat holder tried to block the attack but was sent hurtling through the air, followed by a resounding crash as he collided with a nearby structure. Despite the first's valiant effort to defend himself, Ashton's devastating attack had reduced the bones in the seat holder's forearm to dust, reminding him of the strength possessed by a Zyran. Everyone was shaken as the once confident first seat holder lay sprawled amidst the wreckage, an unprecedented pain coursing through his body. "Anyone else wants to prove they're brain dead? If so, you're welcome to come at me," Ashton announced before walking inside the cave. Chapter 677 Unwanted Meeting 1. As Ashton traversed inside the cave system, Iskai's parting words echoed in his ears. "Watch your back." Ashton sighed. "The meaning is straightforward. Someone will betray me, but who?" As he thought about it, Ashton realized his father had told him something along the same lines by telling him not to trust anyone. Besides that, Astaroth's silence was awkward. After all, he had a habit of talking shit and making fun of him in these situations. But ever since Ashton stepped inside the tomb or laboratory, whatever it was, the resident Zyron had been super quiet. So much so that Ashton wondered if Astaroth was the one his father and Iskai were trying to warn him about. After all, he was the closest to him in a sense. Hence, betrayal from him would be the most unexpected. Besides, we live in the same body, harming me would also kill him. Ashton tried to shake the thought out of his head but couldn't. Until it doesn't. He tried to take over my body once and could do it again. Initially, Ashton had managed to throw Astaroth into a corner in his brain with his willpower. But since then, they had come to an agreement and hence, there hadn't been any reason for Ashton to lock Astaroth out of his mind. Ashton was confident in his ability to push back Astaroth if the need arose. But he was sure the need would never come in the first place. At least he hoped so. But his fate wasn't the only thing he got to know from the meeting with Iskai. Once Ashton was all suited up in his father's relic of a battlesuit, Iskai dropped another bomb on him, stating that he wasn't the last surviving precursor as she had imagined. Although she did not tell him about the other precursors wandering the galaxy, she warned him not to reveal his identity to any of them. Iskai also told him that giving up on their lives to stop the war wasn't a unanimous decision made by the Precursor Council. A relatively small group was dead set on destroying the Zyrans for their crimes. Seeing no other way, Johann, Ashton's father and then council leader, trapped those who weren't in favor of the decision in an infinite prison with the help of the Guardians. Iskai explained the concept of infinite prison in detail, but the gist was that it was a parallel plane to reality, where time wasn't a construct. In other words, it was like a black hole where time didn't exist. Since time was also something a select few precursors had control over, Johann decided to imprison the rebels in a timeless space as he was afraid someone might reverse the time and wreak havoc in the universe. While Ashton wanted to know about the location of these prisons, Iskai said they could be anywhere as the system Johann had set up to execute those commands had been destroyed during the Zyran invasion. For someone who the Zyrans killed, she was being too protective over them. Ashton mumbled as she came across the spot where his masters Weimer and Lyhud were stuck. I can feel like she wanted to tell me more about the Zyrans, but for some reason she couldn't. That was why Ashton wanted to chat with Astaroth, but it felt like that fucker had gone into hibernation or something. Ma, whatever, I'll think about it later. Ashton sighed as he crossed an area littered with cultists' corpses. First, gotta deal with the problem at hand and get that medallion before the cultists. What are these? Claw marks. He knelt to get a better look at the marks, but the inbuilt AI of his suit was much more proficient in recognizing the patterns than he was, and it identified the claw marks as belonging to creatures known as Tiggerans. Before Ashton could even ask what these so-called Tiggerans were, the stillness of the cave was interrupted. Penetrating the cave's darkness, the Tiggerans appeared, 6 of them. The majestic-looking creatures reminded Ashton of the tigers his mother used to talk about. However, as the Tiggerans locked their feral gaze on Ashton, the feeling of nostalgia faded. One creature, eager to display its ferocity, lunged at Ashton. The creature's attack was backed by its primal urge to kill the prey before itself. As the creature got closer, Ashton recoiled his fist. His muscles bulged, and his armor quickly adjusted to strengthen Ashton's attack. As the Tiggeran got closer, Ashton unleashed a punch that shook the cave in its entirety. As for the Tiggeran, its splattered blood and mangled bones were the only things left behind on the cave's wall. Never mind, he mused aloud, addressing the AI within his armor. I found the kitties. In the depths of the cave system, a group of hooded cultists gathered around a massive, ancient door carved into the rugged rock. The door was the final obstruction standing between them and the medallion. The only problem was, no matter what trick they tried, the door didn't even budge. At one time they contemplated blowing open the door but quickly realized that doing so might lead to a roof collapse, trapping them inside the cave forever. And will be one in. The Archbishop, distinguished by his ornate attire and a brooding aura, stood behind a group of engineers tasked with opening the door. The engineers were hunched over in front of the door, trying various methods from arcane to scientific to open the doors, but were failing time and time again. As the Archbishop was about to reprimand them again, something took his attention away from the engineers. The roof and the ground trembled beneath their feet, and the torches lining the cave walls flickered wildly as if an earthquake was approaching. But it was soon apparent that the violent shaking wasn't the result of an earthquake but man-made chaos. Hurry, decipher the incantations. Something is amiss, the cave should not be shaking like this. The Archbishop's eyes widened with alarm as he realized the possibility of Ashton's arrival. The rest of you go and check what's happening above. Chapter 678, Unwanted Meeting 2. The cultists rushed to execute the Archbishop's will. However, they had barely taken a step when the ceiling came crashing down on them, killing most while injuring a lucky few who jumped out of harm's way. Dust and debris blocked their vision, making the Archbishop anxious about the stranger's arrival. He was sure he had fooled the first seat holder and doubted he knew about their arrival. Therefore, the intruder couldn't be him. But if it isn't him, then who? Archbishop mumbled as the cultists rushed to surround him in an attempt to protect him from harm. However, No sooner did they get into battle formation than an invisible force pulled them apart, slamming them into the cave's walls. Those who could blindly fire their weapons into the cloud of smoke and dust, hoping their bullets would hit the stranger. But their attempt ended in vain as the bullets didn't even pass through the dust cloud. It looked like the dust cloud was a barrier protecting whoever was inside. Archbishop's mind raced as he struggled to devise a solution to the strange situation they found themselves in. However, while thinking about a scenario, he sensed something move behind the dust. He turned to warn his soldiers, but it was too late. Ashton's shadow soldiers charged out of shadow, straight towards the cultists, dragging the duct behind them, and it was then the Archbishop got a close look at the invader. Ashton was standing there, staring at the Archbishop. His face was marred by the blood of those who wasted their lives trying to stop him from getting to the final chamber of the cave. While the summons dealt with the cultists, he calmly approached the Archbishop, who subconsciously moved out of Ashton's way. "What is happening to me?" The Archbishop struggled to get the situation in control, but no matter what, his body didn't move. At first, he thought it must be Ashton's doing, but in reality, his own fear and survival instincts were stopping him from interfering with Ashton. "Move aside," Ashton calmly spoke to the engineers busy drilling holes into the door, but to no avail. Fearing for their lives, the engineers immediately moved away. If their famed Archbishop was scared shitless, what could they do other than follow Ashton's command? Even though they had moved, their eyes were fixed on Ashton as they wondered what he could do to open the doors they couldn't. But to their shock and surprise, Ashton did not have to do anything. He just placed his hand on the door, and it disappeared as if it never existed in the first place. The cultists were left with their mouths wide open, but the Archbishop finally snapped out of his fear as he knew what was at stake. He mindlessly charged behind Ashton, hoping to enter the room before Ashton could. However, when he reached the door, the latter grabbed him by the nape and threw him backwards. The Archbishop went through half a dozen natural pillars spread across the cave before coming to an abrupt halt as someone grabbed him. "Thank you." The Archbishop barely saw his benefactor's face when he realized the one who had thrown him and the one who caught him were the same people. His eyes frantically darted towards the gate and saw no one there. Even the engineers standing there roughly a moment ago had disappeared. The Archbishop took a deep breath, realizing all his men had been dealt with. He was the sole survivor there, but at that moment surviving was the last thing on his mind. "Who are you?" he asked Ashton. "Does it even matter?" Ashton shrugged before slamming the Archbishop's head into the floor. The force wasn't enough to kill the cultists, but it was enough to make him aware of their difference in strength. Upon impact, the Archbishop's vision turned hazy. Still, he did not lose sight of his objective and removed a needle from his back pocket before stabbing Ashton with it. The objective was clear. If he couldn't take out the intruder through conventional means, he would do so through cheap tricks. Unfortunately for him, the potent concoction of poison he tried injecting Ashton didn't penetrate through his new amour. Ashton's poison immunity would have saved him even if it had. "This seems useful," Ashton mumbled as he snatched the injection from the cultist's hand before injecting the unfortunate bastard with the same. The look of horror on the Archbishop's face was enough to shake anyone as his skin turned a dark shade of blue. The man began fidgeting, trying to find the antidote. All the while, Ashton watched him without any expressions on his face. 10 seconds was all the Archbishop had to inject himself with the antidote. The Archbishop took another look at Ashton as if he wanted to ensure he wouldn't interfere. But just when he was about to push the needle through his skin, an invisible force seemed to take hold of his hands. The Archbishop struggled with all his might, trying to inject himself, but he couldn't. He looked up to Ashton, whose eyes kept watching him without a shred of emotion. At that moment, the Archbishop knew it was Ashton's doing. Having no other way to live, he thought pleading with Ashton would save him. After all, he was the Archbishop of the cult. The information he had would undoubtedly help Ashton in his fight against the cult. However, Ashton interrupted him before he could speak his mind, shattering his fantasy of life. "You know nothing that I don't," he said as he squatted down to Archbishop's level. "Maybe I should rephrase my words. There's nothing you can say or do that'll save you now. Not even the gods you want to resurrect can save you now." With that, Ashton left the Archbishop to live his final moments as he entered the chamber where the medallion awaited his arrival. Chapter 679 Unwanted Meeting 3. Deep within the labyrinthine recesses of the ancient cave, Ashton's footsteps echoed softly against the stone floor. The air was thick with the scent of time as the old place had been taken over by nature. Even then, Ashton could hear the faint hum of dormant machinery lying around him. Iskai had told him about the storehouse, or as she called it, the treasury. In fact, the technology stored there was the main reason Ashton was visiting the place, as he had long lost any interest in the medallion. The tech left behind by the precursors was more important than a key that was the medallion. "It'll take a while to move all this stuff," Ashton mumbled as his eyes scanned the rows upon rows of priceless treasure around him. Strangely, his presence felt small and insignificant amidst the towering shelves and elaborate machinery that lined the chamber's walls. each one a testament to the technological prowess of the precursors. Ashton knew he had stumbled upon something extraordinary, treasures that had remained untouched for millennia. It was a trove of knowledge and power that could potentially reshape the fate of worlds. For a moment, Ashton marveled at the endless possibilities that lay before him. The power he could wield, just that thought made Ashton think about ruling the galaxy. But he shook that thought immediately from his head. The precursors didn't want to rule the galaxy or the universe, nor should he. After all, precursors formed humans for them to act as guardians, to protect and guide the civilizations on the path of prosperity. However, Ashton couldn't deny that the possibility of ruling the galaxy seemed quite lucrative. Let's focus on important things first. With a snap of his fingers, he summoned his skeletal soldiers. Their silent, bony forms materialized at his command. They stood before him, awaiting their master's orders. Ashton's crimson eyes swept over the collection of ancient machinery and artifacts before instructing the skeletons to get to work. Retrieve everything here, Ashton instructed his skeletal legion. And take it to Earth through the portal I've created. His skeletal soldiers nodded in eerie unison, their bony fingers grasping the priceless artifacts with care, as if understanding their significance. Without a word, they began transporting the precursor's technology back to Earth, the glow of Ashton's summoned portal beckoning them like a shimmering gateway to the unknown. Amidst the preparations for the transfer, Ashton summoned Celeste as he would need someone to explain what the skeletons were doing to his mother. Celeste, he addressed the creature, accompany the skeletons. Explain the situation to my mother. Have her store these items discreetly and stress that no one is to touch or even lay eyes upon them. Celeste, always trying to score points with Ashton, saluted him with a cheeky wink as she said, "You got it, boss." She joined the skeletal procession with a swift leap, ready to deliver Ashton's message and oversee the operation. As the skeletal horde and Celeste worked diligently to transport the treasures, Ashton casually walked deeper inside the cave. It was then that he felt Ida's presence, a consciousness that seemed to linger within the chamber he was approaching. His senses sharpened, and every muscle in his body tensed with vigilance. Iskai said no one else but a precursor can access the chamber, then how is someone else here? Ashton mumbled as he slowly headed towards the chamber. As Ashton cautiously opened the door, he saw an astonishing sight. There amidst the dark, sat a grand and ancient thronia solemn, ebony monolith that commanded reverence. But that wasn't all. Upon that imposing seat of power rested a figure, a man draped in regal attire, similar to that of his father's statue, bearing the unmistakable mark of the precursors. The man regarded Ashton with a knowing gaze, and his voice reverberated through the chamber like an echo from an era long past. "Nephew," he began, his tone rich with familiarity and authority, "what took you so long?" Ashton's brow furrowed with confusion and skepticism. He regarded the man before him with guarded distrust. "Who are you?" he demanded, refusing to acknowledge any relation to this enigmatic figure. A wry smile curled upon the man's lips, his eyes shimmering with an otherworldly luminescence. In a gesture, he summoned the power of the precursor's aura. It enveloped him like a shroud of cosmic energy, undeniable proof of his heritage. "I am a precursor, much like yourself," the man declared, his voice resonating with a profound authority that left no room for doubt. "And as your father's brother, I am your uncle." Ashton's eyes widened with surprise. The revelation was shocking. After all, his father, Johann, had never mentioned a brother. Neither did Iskai. "You need not acknowledge me, for I know I have been absent from your father's tales," the man on the throne continued, his words rolling with a dark amusement. "You see, I am not someone he would readily speak of. Not after I nearly destroyed the galaxy just to preserve the precursor bloodline. Nouvelle bien." A chilling silence hung in the air. Ever since Ashton returned to Euphoria, it had been one revelation after another. So much so that Ashton didn't know what he should believe was right and what wasn't. "Still don't believe me, huh?" The man leaned forward, his obsidian aura swirling around him. "Your father, Johann, imprisoned me for that reason. He knew he made the right call. But I am here alive while Johann has met his demise. So you tell me who was wrong? Dying makes a man wrong?" Ashton scoffed. "Don't make me laugh." The man raised an eyebrow, probably because he hadn't expected such a response from Ashton. But he quickly grasped the situation and made a final attempt before doing something that would sever all ties between them. "Do not follow in your father's footsteps, dear nephew," he said. "Join me, embrace your heritage, and together, we'll be unstoppable." "I was taught never to trust strangers," Ashton stated, his voice firm and unshaken. The man's cold and unsettling laughter echoed through the cavern, and his features contorted with malicious glee. "Strangers, if that's how you see me, then so be it," he said as the confrontation teetered on the brink of violence. Chapter 680 Final Gift 1. As Ashton took position to fight his uncle, Krohan, the latter couldn't help but shake his head in dismay. "N-O/V, ELB //1/N. Like father, like son," he said. "Both all too eager to die by my hands. The only difference is that other precursors saved your father while you're alone." Guess what, uncle? I'm more than enough for the likes of you, Ashton retorted, which made Crowhan laugh. You have your father's confidence, but I can't say that about the skills. Ashton knew they had talked enough, and it was time to end the words and speak with fists. The cavern quivered under the explosive force unleashed by the clash of godlike beings. Ashton engulfed himself in Precursor's aura, just like Crowhan, as he charged towards his uncle. As their fists met, the ground shook beneath their feet, echoing the fury of their battle. Ashton even managed to push Crowhan back for a moment, but the latter was only testing his nephew and quickly regained his footing. But Ashton's had more tricks up his sleeve. Using the Precursor's aura, Ashton catapulted himself towards his target, his body blurring as he closed the distance between him and Crowhan. His fists struck out like meteorites, each blow carrying the might of a cosmic storm. Crowhan might be a more experienced precursor than Ashton, but the latter had one thing Crowhan didn't, his wild imagination, and he was dead set on using everything to get rid of his uncle. He aimed to overwhelm his adversary from the very beginning with a relentless storm of punches and kicks that threatened to shatter the fabric of reality. However, to Ashton's surprise, Crowhan met Ashton's assault with chilling composure. Instead of confronting Ashton head-on, Crowhan similarly used Precursor's aura to dodge the attack by moving sideways. You wield your power like a child with a toy, Crowhan remarked before hitting Ashton from behind, sending him tumbling out of the room, where Celeste and the skeletons were hard at work. Seeing their master in danger, they rushed towards Crowhan, but their attempts were futile. In a wave of his hands, he effortlessly destroyed the skeletons while knocking out Celeste. A weak leader with weak followers, Crowhan shook his head in disappointment. Just like your father. You talk a lot for someone who was locked up for thousands of years, Ashton replied after stopping his summons from intervening anymore. It was Crowhan's turn to attack first and strike he did. He performed the same move as Ashton before, but his speed and accuracy were on a different level. However, unlike his uncle, Ashton didn't dodge the attack. Instead, he created a wall of flames backed by his aura to stop the attack. Their clash sent shockwaves rippling through the cavern's subsurface depths. The ground fractured and churned beneath them, tremors radiating outward like ripples in a pond. With their collision deep within the planet, geothermal pressures shifted ominously. Unbeknownst to them, earthquakes struck the entire world. Even though they were controlled, it was enough for the fighting above the surface to stop as everyone rushed to the safety of their spaceships. Impressive but ultimately futile, Crowhan commented as he used his aura to extinguish the flames. Where is he? He was expecting Ashton to be behind the wall of flames, but he was wrong. Ashton emerged from the ground as soon as the flames were extinguished, sinking his werewolf claws deep within Crowhan's thighs. Art. Crowhan groaned in pain before kicking Ashton away. Ashton's aura burned fiercely as he landed on his feet. He hoped he would weaken the precursor using Aggravate's skill, but his hopes were squashed as Crowhan's wounds healed instantly. You fight with determination, but determination alone won't save you. Crowhan groaned. Tough words for someone who is yet to land a single hit on me, Ashton scoffed. Maybe your bones got rusted while you were sitting on that throne of yours. Interesting, I found something you have that your father didn't. Crowhan replied as he charged at Ashton yet again. That yapping tongue of yours. Ashton once again prepared to confront him head-on. He knew that this was a battle of unimaginable consequence, one that held the fate of not only his life but the entire galaxy, as it would be impossible to stop Crowhan if he succeeded in defeating him. Crowhan's strikes landed with the explosive force of supernovas, creating bursts of incandescent light and echoing thunder whenever they came in contact with Ashton's fists. Crowhan, however, was not easily bested. With every move, he demonstrated the precise control of a master of martial arts, deflecting Ashton's blows with effortless finesse while retaliating with his own. The strikes were measured and lethal. Each was a precise strike at the heart of Ashton's defenses. Slowly but surely, Crowhan began pushing Ashton back while maintaining a calm expression. Ashton, sweat mingling with the radiance of his aura, knew that he was fighting a foe unlike any other he had encountered. Crowhan possessed an eerie calmness, a cold calculation that seemed to guide his every move. Their battle delved deeper into the Earth's core, and the planet became a canvas for their cataclysmic encounter. Earthquakes rumbled through the labyrinth while shockwaves rippled across the surface of planet Euphoria, causing natural disturbances that left the inhabitants awestruck and terrified. Despite Ashton's best efforts to defend himself, it became evident that Crowhan had not yet revealed the full extent of his power. It was then one of Crowhan's attacks struck true, flinging Ashton towards the planet's surface. Where is he? Anna slammed her fists on the control panel in frustration. They were worried about Ashton when he entered the cave, but they began panicking when they lost contact with Ashton, and the next moment, the earthquakes hit them. Vulcan and Flintmace forced everyone to retreat, including the first, who was now on their side after Flintmace and Vulcan ran him through everything they knew about the cult. As soon as they were back on the ship, they began locating Ashton. But they were having difficulty finding him since the precursor tech buried underground was interfering with their signals. Relax. You know how strong he is, Verena tried consoling Anna. He'll come out any moment now. True to Verina's words, Ashton did come out of the cave, but not in the way they were expecting as he ripped through the planet's surface. We need to get down there, Flint May said as Vulcan and the First readily agreed with him. However, they froze to their spot when they saw someone else flying out of the reverse crater formed by Ashton's ejection. Krohan? How is he alive? Vulcan immediately recognized the most hated precursor from his young days, and the look of fear on his face said everything the rest needed to know. Ashton was in trouble. Real trouble, and could lose his life at any moment. Chapter 681 Final Gift 2. Chapter 681 Final Gift 2. Following Krohan's attack, Ashton struggled to his feet, his body battered and bruised, yet his determination was unwavering. But as Krohan said, determination alone wasn't enough to win against someone like him. Is that the best you can do, nephew? I expected more, Krohan scoffed as he ascended the surface. He was confident that Ashton would give up as he had made the difference between their strength clear. But to his surprise, Ashton still got back to his feet, ready to fight. I'm not done yet, Ashton said, spitting a mouthful of blood. I remember when your father used to be this stubborn, Krohan sighed. Despite his demeanor, Krohan didn't want to kill Ashton because he was a precursor, a bloodline on the verge of extinction. Besides, unlike Johann, he believed in the supremacy of precursor blood, and didn't want to spill it unnecessarily. N.O/V. ELB//1/N. But Ashton was not giving him much choice in the matter. They could rule the entire universe by themselves, but his nephew had to make things difficult for him. In Krohan's eyes, the ideals of equality only worked for the weak, not for the strong, who had the power to shape their fate and those around them. Unfortunately, Ashton was brought up in an environment not suited for the strong. Hence, he was weak-minded just like his father. You still have much to learn, Krohan commented as he got into position to end their farce. But don't worry, as a good uncle, I'll teach you everything your father didn't. A lesson of why you shouldn't have gone against me. With that, Krohan charged at Ashton, who couldn't even defend himself. Krohan, with his mastery of precursor abilities far outshining Ashton's, delivered relentless barrages of strikes with calculated precision. Each blow was a symphony of ruthless, unadulterated strength. With each punch and kick, Krohan seemed to take a sadistic delight in dismantling Ashton's defenses. Ashton tried to fight back, but he found himself struggling to keep pace with the sheer magnitude of Krohan's might and experience of thousands of years. You are powerful, Ashton, Krohan said. His voice was cold. Give up your stubbornness and join me. Ashton's response was a defiant middle finger, a gesture of unyielding resistance. He refused to bow to Krohan's will, no matter the cost. Bruised and battered, Ashton was forced into a corner. It wasn't the first time he had felt that way. First it was Mara. Then it became the Emperor Bismarck, and only a few weeks ago it was his masters. Whenever Ashton achieved a new strength, someone stronger than him waited to put him in his place. Yet every single time, he exceeded his limits, getting stronger with every fight. That's why he knew it was just another one of those times when he would have to exceed the limits of his strengths and turn the tables on Krohan. At least, that's what he thought as Krohan's attacks rained on him. But then at one point the attack stopped. Ashton could barely look up to see the Guardians had intervened between them, a scene that surprised both Ashton and Krohan. After all, the Guardians were programmed not to attack a precursor, so it was surprising to see them coming to Ashton's rescue. This is her doing, isn't it? Krohan smiled bitterly as he stepped back. Fine, let's do something she wouldn't expect me to do. However, before he could do anything to the Guardians, Ashton unleashed his ultimate trump card, the revenge skill. The damage he had endured throughout their battle surged within him, amplified to a cataclysmic magnitude as he returned the punches Krohan had generously delivered him. Take this. With a triumphant roar, Ashton directed the unleashed energy towards Krohan, a blinding torrent of force that engulfed his foe. The ground quaked as Krohan collided with the surface, forming a colossal crater. But Ashton wasn't done yet. He delivered another strike, giving it all he had, creating a second crater even more massive than the first. Dust and debris filled the air, shrouding the battlefield. Battered and bruised, Ashton struggled to maintain his footing, yet his eyes were fixed on the dust cloud where his uncle had fallen. As the dust began to settle, Ashton's heart pounded in his chest, his breaths coming in ragged gasps. He watched, hoping that was it. For a moment, it seemed as though the unthinkable had occurred, that Krohan had been defeated. Ashton's final, desperate gambit had succeeded. But then, a figure emerged from the crater's center. Krohan's once immaculate attire was now tattered and scorched. But apart from that, he was fairly unaffected. The wounds inflicted upon him, even by the amplified revenge skill, appeared to be nothing more than superficial scratches. It seems, Krohan declared, his voice resonating like a distant thunderclap, that your revenge has done little more than mildly inconvenience me, Ashton. Ashton's body trembled, not from fear but from sheer exhaustion. He had given everything and pushed himself to the brink, but it still hadn't been enough. Krohan brushed his fingers across the shallow wound on his cheek, examining the trickle of crimson that stained his fingers. His smile did not waver, and he gazed upon Ashton with amusement. "It has been ages since I last beheld the sight of the hue of my blood," Crohan mused. "You have shown exceptional tenacity, my dear nephew. Your determination is indeed commendable." Ashton found himself at a loss for words. He had hoped that his final, desperate attack would have been enough to defeat his uncle or at least make him retreat, but neither happened. "But it seems you have reached the limits of your strength, dear nephew," Crohan said, taking a step forward. "So what will you do now? Join me or—" "You already know the answer," Ashton retorted, even though he knew what would happen following his response. "So be it." Crohan's eyes narrowed, and his amusement faded into a cold, steely expression. "This'll be the end for you." Chapter 682 Final Gift 3. Chapter 682 Final Gift 3. Ashton was on his knees. Every part of his body was aching in pain like never before. Despite his willpower and resolve, he made peace with the fact there was nothing more he could do against someone like Crohan. He gave everything he could to the precursor, but the latter had the solution for everything Ashton threw his way. It was a losing battle which had come to an end. At that moment, all Ashton hoped was for his people to be safe, and wished they would find a solution to deal with the precursor because he failed. With that, there wasn't much left for Ashton to do, and he closed his eyes, waiting for the final blow to end it for him. Unfortunately for him, even though he had given up, his body hadn't. While Ashton waited for Crohan's attack, the Seraph's crystal embedded in his hand reacted on its own. At that moment it felt like his entire body was on fire, which snapped him from his pathetic state. "What is this sorcery?" Crohan mumbled as searing hellfire covered Ashton. It was amusing to see that all-knowing precursor being clueless for a moment, allowing Ashton to deal a severe blow to his uncle. "Garden!" With an anguished roar, Ashton directed a torrent of blazing flames at Crohan's face. The precursor howled in agony, staggering back as the inferno engulfed him. Flames danced and writhed around Crohan, blinding him and consuming his senses. Now Ashton had two choices. He could either stay and press on his advantage or leave to fight another day. But the choice was as clear as day. He would have to fight and stop the precursor while he had the advantage. And not as if he'd let me escape after all this shit. Besides, if I leave, everyone would be in danger, not just me. With his decision made, Ashton acted on it without any delay. He reached into his inventory and took out the Grim Reaper's scythe. He knew the phasing ability wouldn't be of any use to him. That said, Ashton thought if anything could harm a precursor, it had to be the power of death. After all, the scythe was a weapon his father used, and he must have used it against Crohan during their fight. Hence, it made the most sense that Ashton use the same weapon. Ashton swung the weapon with every ounce of strength left within him, aiming for Crohan's head. He hoped for the best, which was to inflict any harm on Crohan. Although he was blinded by the flames, Cohen responded with uncanny speed. He managed to evade the scythe's lethal arc but not entirely unscathed. The deadly tip of the weapon grazed his face, severing one of his eyes and marking the loss with a trail of blood that followed. Crohan roared in pain and fury, staggering backwards, clutching his wounded face and bellowing in agony and rage. Having landed a critical blow, Ashton stepped back, a fleeting glimmer of hope surging within him. He had inflicted a grievous injury upon Crohan, one that might alter the course of their battle. But Ashton was surprised more than anyone else. Ash didn't expect the scythe actually to work against Crohan. However, the happiness was short-lived. Crohan, consumed by rage and vengeance, unleashed the full brunt of his aura on Ashton as he lunged at him. "You ungrateful vermin!" His fingers clawed the air as he reached for Ashton's throat. Ashton swung the scythe again, but Crohan knocked the weapon out of his grasp using his aura. At that moment, Ashton realized his hope was like a flickering flame before a fire died, and that it was over for him. Yet, just as Crohan's grasp was about to ensnare Ashton, a series of explosions erupted around them. The concussive blast sent shockwaves through the air, obscuring vision with dense plumes of smoke while simultaneously impacting Crohan's hearing. Inito. V//LB/N. The blasts were no accident, they were a tactical maneuver orchestrated by none other than his masters. In the midst of the confusion, Anna and the twins moved with lightning speed. Their instincts were kicked into high gear. They reached Ashton's side in the blinding smoke, finding him on the verge of passing out. "What are you doing here?" Ashton weakly mumbled as soon as he saw them. "It's dangerous. We know genius." Anna yelled back. "That's why we're pulling you out." Is his pull-out game that bad? Irina couldn't control her habit of joking at the worst possible times. "Not the time, Irina." Verena reprimanded her sister as they dragged Ashton with all their strength. "This stupid armor. Why is it so heavy if it can't even protect you properly? Stop it. Shut it." Anna yelled once again, and it was then Ashton's vision cleared up, and he saw her tear-drenched face. It wasn't surprising she was worried about him. After all, it had to be the worst beating Ashton had ever received. In fact, he was confident that if they hadn't intervened when they did, It would have been the end of him. That said, even they were no match for Krohan, and the smoke wouldn't stop him for long. This meant the girls were in danger as his uncle would soon be upon them. It was like Barina read Ashton's mind and told him not to worry about them as there were people who were willing to take the fall for his sake. Ashton was confused for a moment. That was until he turned his attention in front of him. Through his limited vision, he could see the towering figures of his masters Vulcan and Flintmace, standing resolutely before Krohan. But they weren't alone as they were accompanied by an unexpected figure, the first seat holder, who had chosen to stand with them. It was a formidable and experienced team, at least that's what Ashton would have said in any other situation. However, in front of Krohan they were like ants. No matter how small a snake was, 3 ants would never be a match for the snake. Desperation clawed at Ashton's heart as he realized the dire situation. He had witnessed firsthand the formidable power that Krohan possessed. His masters, as mighty as they were, might not stand a chance against this precursor behemoth. Watching their master die for their sake was something no disciple wished to see, and Ashton was no different. He knew he had to rejoin the fight before it was too late. "Let me go," he yelled, struggling to free himself from their grasp, but his body was too bruised and exhausted to free himself. But his pleas fell on deaf ears. The girls knew what was at stake. Vulcan and Flintmace were willing to sacrifice their lives just so that Ashton could live to fight another day against the precursor. Vulcan, who had never asked anything from Anna, had made her promise to him that no matter what, she would bring Ashton to safety and leave. Flintmace even arranged for everything Ashton would need to recover in the tower. As for the first, while he had no personal connection to Ashton, he told the girls to ask Ashton to forgive him for his rudeness and gave him his blessings before they commenced the operation to save him. Ashton's life was more precious to them than their own, and the girls were dead set on not letting Ashton topple his master's final gift to him. Having no other way, Ashton called upon the Guardians, hoping they would help him. But to his surprise, instead of aiding his escape, they assisted the girls in guiding him toward the waiting spaceship as quickly as possible. "What are you doing?" Ashton yelled at the constructs, to which the Guardians replied in unison. "Your survival is our only priority. For fuck's sake. They'll die out there. I have to help them." "Sorry, Ash, but I can't let that happen," Anna sniffled, but her face hardened afterwards. It was their last wish, and I'm not going to deny them that. Ashton's struggles stopped after hearing that. He watched in anguish as they reached the ship's entrance. His gaze locked onto Vulcan's for a final time, who winked at him with a knowing smile. At that moment, Ashton was reminded of the oath his master had to keep, a commitment to not raise his weapon against any species but the Zyrans. But for the sake of his disciple, Vulcan willingly broke that promise and decided to fight his self-proclaimed god. That action alone told Ashton how special he was to his master. But what happened next wholly broke Ashton. "Ashton, being your master has been an honor. But I'm afraid this is where our paths diverge." Vulcan spoke with a heavy heart and a rare smile. "Live and live well, for your life is the final gift we, your masters, can offer you." Flintmace smiled in agreement. "Take care of yourself, lad, and don't you dare join us in the afterlife without beating the shit out of this bastard." "That's an order, the final one." Tears welled up in Ashton's eyes as the spaceship's doors closed, taking him away from the battlefield. Chapter 683 Noble Sacrifice 1. Who would have thought this is how we'll meet our end? Flintmace smiled as Ashton's ship disappeared into the darkness of space. "Especially you, Vulcan. I was hoping you would stay with the boy. What would be the point in that?" Vulcan scoffed. "The brat already learned everything I had to teach him. Besides, I have no faith in you and had to stay back to ensure you didn't screw up." "Oh yeah? What about you? You went from kill the Zyrans to team up with them real quick." Flintmace joked, trying to make their last moments worth it. "Look, as much as I'm enjoying your banter, it's time to get serious now." The first spoke as the around them settled. Amidst the settling smoke and swirling dust, Krohan emerged like a harbinger of doom. His aura was going berserk, making it difficult for the trio even to breathe. But upon seeing his face, Vulcan and the Zyrans felt a tinge of hope. After all, none of them had ever seen a precursor bleed, let alone an injury. His once godlike form was marred by losing his eye, replaced by a dark, empty socket that seemed to devour the light around them. But even then, the trio wasn't deluded enough to think they'd be able to win against Krohan. If they were lucky, they'd be able to take his second eye away, but that was the extent of their strength. For a moment, Krohan's crimson gaze scanned the battlefield, undoubtedly looking for his beloved nephew, and sighed when he didn't find him. He had sought to end Ashton's life and eliminate all uncertainties in his plan, but he was deprived of that joy due to his carelessness. No, it was more like fate had denied him that satisfaction. "It will be too bothersome to find that kid," Krohan mumbled. "Thanks to my bastard brother's curse, I can't leave this planet or regenerate lost organs anymore. I should have been well, what do we have here?" As Krohan was about to retreat, he saw the trio standing before him from the corner of his eyes. Flintmace and the first seat holder, both Sirens who had accompanied Ashton. A twisted smile curved Krohan's lips as he spoke, his voice dripping with mockery. Ah, the Sirens, always meddling where they don't belong. It would be best if you had left with my dear nephew. Why did you bother staying back? Well, considering we've already cleared out your entire gang, I figured you might be feeling a tad lonesome, Flint Mace casually shrugged. Being the kind-hearted soul that I am, I thought, why not keep you company? What about you, dwarf? Krohan asked Vulcan. I can smell the stench of servitude still clings to you. If so, stand down, and I might let you resume your duties to me as a servant like the rest of your kind were. Upon hearing Krohan's words, Vulcan would only laugh at his face. Maybe Krohan wasn't expecting that, as his smile turned sour upon hearing Vulcan's reply. Deluded in your old age, aren't you? I don't remember pledging allegiance to a warmongering bastard like you. Vulcan responded, brandishing his middle finger before the precursor, who was confused about why everyone kept showing him their finger. But he didn't bother with the unknown. Your people always had a sharp tongue, Krohan said as his smile turned nasty. And that's the reason got them all sent to hell. I think you should take a look at. Krohan chuckled when he saw the look of confusion on Vulcan's face. From what Vulcan remembered, it was the Sirens who had killed the dwarves, and that's why it didn't make sense why Krohan took responsibility for such a thing. So you didn't know? Krohan acted surprised. Then there's no point in talking about how your people begged for mercy as my soldiers killed them. But it was Krohan who was in for a surprise when, instead of getting enraged like dwarves usually did, Vulcan began laughing. It's a shame what you've become, he said. With someone like you being a precursor, it's unsurprising that they ended themselves. Believe me, if you were a dwarf, all of us would hammer our heads till we were dead. Krohan's smile faded, replaced by a cold, deadly seriousness. If you wish for death so badly, then I shall gladly deliver you to the door of hell. With that, there was no need for words anymore. And the trio simultaneously attacked Krohan, hoping to overpower the rogue precursor. Vulcan swung his mighty hammer, its sheer weight enough to shatter mountains. Flint Mace unleashed his blade, aiming for Krohan's head, while the first charged forward, wielding his dual axes with uncanny precision. Krohan watched their movements with amusement, his arms crossed casually over his chest. With a flick of his wrist, he redirected Vulcan's hammer strike away from his head, causing it to collide with the ground, sending shockwaves through the earth. Flint Mace's attack struck nothing but air as Krohan effortlessly sidestepped each blow and flicked him in the head, sending him flying across the land. The first's axe, aimed at Krohan's legs, was caught in the precursor's hand. The Zyran struggled to pull it free, but Krohan's grip was unbreakable. With a slight flex of his fingers, Krohan disarmed Vulcan, sending the axe clattering to the ground. But that wasn't the end. With a swift kick, Krohan sent the first sprawling backwards. The Zyran crashed into a rock formation, sending rubble flying around him. The trio landed with bone-rattling thuds, struggling to rise but unable to conceal their shock and humiliation. They knew they had no chance against Krohan, but this was beyond their imagination. Meanwhile, Krohan's laughter, cold and mocking, filled the air. Did you truly believe you could challenge me? Krohan taunted, his voice dripping with disdain. You're nothing but ants before a god. O/vel. Bi/n. Don't underestimate us, Krohan. Flint Mace growled, his massive fists clenched. Really? That's what you have to say to me after what I did? Krohan shook his head. I can hardly fathom that my brother sacrificed our species for yours. Such feeble beings, but it matters little. Once I'm finished with my nephew, the Zyrans will be next in line. Chapter 684 Noble Sacrifice 2. With a burst of energy, the trio launched another assault. This time they didn't hold back, and it was as if their attacks were a force of nature itself. Despite that, Krohan evaded their strikes effortlessly, ducking under Flint Mace's swings, sidestepping the first lightning-fast jabs, and parrying Vulcan's desperate blows with ease. Annoying pests like you should stay down. Krohan roared before grabbing the first. Then, with a flicker of movement too fast for the eye to follow, Krohan's palm struck the first's chest, sending a shockwave through the Zyran's body. The first was flung backwards, crashing into a rocky outcrop with bone-rattling force. His insides had turned upside down in a complete mess in just one attack. Watching his former comrade disposed of in such a manner, Flint Mace couldn't hold back. He roared in anger, charging at Krohan with all his might. But Krohan, his patience wearing thin, decided to end the charade right then and there. He extended his hand, and an invisible force slammed into Flint Mace, halting the Zyran in his tracks. Flint Mace struggled against the unseen restraint, his face contorted with effort, but it was futile. With a flick of his hand, Krohan sent Flint Mace hurtling through the air, crashing into the ground with a deafening thud. The earth quaked beneath the impact, and dust and debris filled the air. But it wasn't enough for Krohan as he unleashed a barrage of his aura-backed fists, pummeling Flint Mace to an inch of his life. He would have ended him had it not been for Vulcan's interference. Vulcan, the last one standing, couldn't let Krohan kill his comrades so easily and tossed a potent healing potion towards the first before charging at Krohan and throwing him off Flintmace's face. Krohan was stunned as no dwarf had ever been strong enough to physically hit him, let alone fling him away. "Oi Zyron, drink this and get up." Vulcan smacked Flintmace to wake him up and poured the last bottle of healing potion into his mouth. While the Zyrons healed, Vulcan was left with dread and helplessness. He had seen the overwhelming might of Krohan, and he knew there was no hope of victory. But he couldn't give up, not while his comrades lay wounded and defeated. "It seems you have grown stronger with time, dwarf." Krohan turned his gaze to Vulcan, his eyes devoid of mercy. "You were a servant of the precursors. You know what we are capable of. Surrender now and I might spare your life." Vulcan's hand tightened around the hilt of his warhammer, his knuckles white as he made his decision. "I'll never surrender to the likes of you." With that, he charged at Krohan, his battle cry ringing through the air. But it was a futile gesture. Krohan merely raised a hand, and Vulcan froze in his tracks, suspended in midair as if held by invisible chains. Krohan's laughter echoed through the battlefield. "Stubborn to the end, aren't you?" With a flick of his wrist, Krohan sent Vulcan hurtling away, his form disappearing into the distance. The dwarf's indomitable spirit, however, remained unbroken as he got up, bruised but not defeated. Krohan stood amidst the aftermath of the battle. His victory was assured. Yet the fools kept attacking him, even though their attempts were nothing more than a futile display of resistance. The precursor looked down at his fallen foes, his expression one of cold satisfaction, and said, "Still not giving up, huh? My dearest nephew managed to find some decent friends after all." Krohan towered over the first, Flintmace, and Vulcan, his malevolent eyes gleaming with superiority. He had already demonstrated his might by effortlessly swatting them aside like insignificant insects. Bloodied and battered, the trio refused to yield to their powerful adversary. Their determination to protect Ashton was much more potent than their injuries. As soon as the first's injuries healed up a bit, he launched himself at Krohan. With blazing speed, he aimed a ferocious punch at the precursor's face. But Krohan, his senses honed by centuries of experience, sidestepped effortlessly. He backhanded the first with a brutal force that sent him spiraling through the air, crashing into the rocky terrain with a sickening thud. But not before the first stuck a grenade onto Krohan's back as a massive explosion bruised the precursor's back, making him stagger. Flintmace didn't waste the opportunity and attacked next. Flintmace picked up the first's axes and came charging at Krohan. He swung them in a dizzying whirlwind, aiming for Krohan's legs to bring the enemy down. "I think you should take a look at." Krohan, still dazed by the explosion, caught one of the blades mid-swing with his massive hand. But the other found its target, making the mighty fall to his knees. But the sharp pain managed to pull Krohan back to his senses as he twisted the axe from Flintmace's grasp and stabbed Flintmace in the chest with it. Flintmace stumbled back, blood pouring out of his chest. His eyes remained defiant, even if his body was broken. "Flintmace, damn it, you fool. I didn't use my potion on you for you to do something stupid like this." Vulcan roared as he struck Krohan with all his might. Flames and lightning erupted from his fingertips as he struck the precursor. But Krohan had enough. How dare these mortal brats he helped create challenge his authority? He raised an imperious hand and created a formidable energy shield that absorbed Vulcan's attacks effortlessly. The precursor sneered, taunting Vulcan for his futile efforts. But Vulcan, gritting his teeth, continued to pour all his energy into the attacks, determined to create an opening for his allies to gather themselves. "An odd idea struck me just now," Krohan sneered. "I know my nephew will return to me, and when he does, I'll have a present ready for him. All your severed heads waiting to welcome him." "You sure talk a lot for someone who can't even kill us in one attack," Flintmace mumbled as the first dragged him to safety. "The precursors, I remember, could destroy entire planets in a blink of an eye, but look at you struggle against us, haha. Kill you in one blow? Where's the fun in that?" Krohan retorted. "But don't worry, I will show you something you'll remember for the rest of your short lives." Krohan decided to make an example of them to show the futility of their resistance. With terrifying swiftness, the shield around him exploded, pushing all of them backwards. Next, he charged at them, incapacitating each of them systematically, delivering blows that left them gasping for breath and in agonizing pain. Yet it wasn't enough. As Krohan prepared for the final blow, the trio looked at each other and nodded. They couldn't win this fight, but they could make sure Krohan wouldn't forget the day he crossed paths with them. With the last of their strength, they launched a coordinated attack on Krohan. The first gathered and channeled his remaining energy into a blindingly fast strike. He managed to land a punch squarely on Krohan's chest, creating a shockwave that sent the precursor stumbling backwards before grabbing onto him, so that he couldn't escape their final attack. Flintmace, despite his broken body, forced himself to stand and grabbed Krohan's leg, attempting to deny his escape. At the same time, Vulcan summoned the last reserves of his elemental power and engulfed Krohan and the Zyrons in a searing inferno. "Do it now, Vulcan." The first yelled as Krohan tried his best to get the leeches off him. Stars of the cosmos, unleash your blaze. In this final act, my life I raise, Vulcan chanted as the fire from his hands grew hotter and hotter. 1,000 suns, your heat so dire. Take my soul, become my pyre. But it wasn't any ordinary flame, as Vulcan had ignited his life force to scorch him with the heat of 1,000 suns. It was a secret move his father had taught him before he was forced to use it to help Vulcan escape the precursor homeworld. Krohan roared in agony as flames consumed him, his colossal frame writhing in pain. He had heard about the suicide attack of the dwarves but had always believed it to be a hoax and nothing more. But now that he had seen the attack, he knew he had to get away from there no matter the cost. Damn you insects! In desperation, Krohan severed his hand and a leg to escape Vulcan's relentless assault. Watching him run away from the flames, Flintam scoffed as his body turned to ashes. The first tried to grab Krohan again, but the latter held his head and crushed his skull, which burst open like a watermelon, killing him before the fire could consume him. As the smoke and flames cleared, Krohan, his gaze burning with rage, stood over the fallen bodies of the first, Flintmace and Vulcan. Flintmace and the first were dead, while Vulcan was on the brink of death. N-O-V-E-L-B-1-N. But they had accomplished their goal. Their sacrifice had inflicted a grievous wound upon the mighty Krohan. They thought they'd be lucky to rid one of the precursor's limbs. Instead, they got rid of two. "Oh, call it a victory, won't you, brat?" Vulcan mumbled with a smile as his vision faded. "We did what we could. Ashton, the rest is on you." Chapter 685, The Edge of Death. Chapter 685, The Edge of Death. As the spaceship ascended through the outer layers of planet Euphoria's atmosphere, the dire state of Ashton's condition became even more apparent. What had once been a strong and indomitable form lay weak on a makeshift medical bed within the vessel. Anna was unable to contain her grief. Tears streamed down her face as she clutched his frail hand, her heart heavy with despair. "I'm here, Ashton. You have to fight this," she whispered between choked sobs, her voice trembling with fear of losing him. "Please don't leave me." Beside Anna stood Irina and Verena. They were not only Ashton's closest allies but also Anna's friends. Their usually mischievous expressions were replaced with a shared anguish. "He is stronger than anyone we have ever seen," Irina said as her gaze remained locked on Ashton's pale face while Verena squeezed Anna's shoulder reassuringly. "He'll make it through. He has to." Amid this heartbreaking scene, Lyhud worked tirelessly to stabilize Ashton's rapidly deteriorating condition. His keen eyes scanned the array of medical equipment, his mind racing through the vast knowledge he had acquired over his long life. Yet, despite his expertise, he felt helpless. N/.O. V/.L. B/I. N. The injuries Ashton had sustained during his battle with Krohan were much more severe than they looked from the outside. This was the case when he was wearing the armor. Without it, he would have died even before they boarded the ship. "This transformation into a precursor has altered his physiology beyond anything I've encountered before," Lyhud mumbled. "I can't do much without the risk of inflicting more damage on him. Damn it, there has to be something." Things took a turn for the worse as Ashton's vitals plummeted. Lyhud panicked and called Weimer for help. "Weimer, turn on autopilot and get here." Lyhud shrieked. "We need to perform CPR right now." "Fuck." Weimer cursed back as he rushed to help Lyhud. Weimer abandoned his pilot seat to join Lyhud in their desperate efforts to revive Ashton. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he applied pressure during CPR, his powerful hands working with Lyhud's expertise. "Come on, Ashton," Weimer muttered, his usually unwavering voice laced with urgency. "You're not one to give up easily. Don't you dare leave us now." However, despite their relentless attempts, Ashton's condition continued its downward spiral. "Fuck, fuck, fuck. We're losing him." Weimer screamed as Anna broke down entirely. Anna's sobs filled the cabin, a haunting chorus of despair echoing their helplessness. But the seconds ticked by mercilessly, each deepening the chasm of despair that threatened to engulf them. It felt as though they were racing against time as they did everything they could to snatch Ashton from the jaws of death. During this turmoil, the Guardians stepped forward. Their metallic forms moved forward, surrounding Ashton, as they seemed to communicate silently with one another. "Please move aside," one of the Guardians cautioned Lyhud and Weimer. "We shall follow the protocol and help our master." Weimer was against it, but Lyhud dragged him back. After all, they had done they could to help Ashton, and yet they failed. Besides, the Guardians were machines created by the precursors, so it was highly probable that they knew more about precursor anatomy than they did. The Guardians worked as a synchronized team, their actions precise and coordinated. One of them connected to a medical panel, its appendages deftly attaching to Ashton's head while one removed his armor. Another monitored vital signs with a speed and accuracy that defied mortal capability. A third Guardian, its robotic eyes scanning Ashton's body, transmitted data to a central interface. The remaining two Guardians created various tools and equipment they would need out of their own bodies. Once everything was in place, they got to work. Together, They initiated a series of medical procedures beyond conventional technology's capabilities. They administered medications, virtually adjusted the levels of oxygen and nutrients in Ashton's bloodstream, and even triggered nanobots to repair damaged tissues. How is this even possible? Lihat mumbled as he scanned the readings. What's happening? Irina, who was as clueless as everyone, asked Lihat to explain. The Guardians, they aren't just healing Ashton, but they are making him better, Lihat stammered. I don't know how to explain it, but it's like they are taking apart a puzzle and reassembling it while keeping it untouched. What are you even saying? Weimar scratched his head. How can someone rearrange a puzzle without taking it apart? I think they are working on something like a clone before copy-pasting the results over Ashton, Lihat replied, shaking his head. I know it's confusing, but that's the best way I can explain what's happening to you. While Lihua talked, the automatons worked without any breaks or mistakes. It was a symphony of advanced medical interventions orchestrated by beings that operated on a plane of knowledge far beyond mortal comprehension. As the Guardians worked, the atmosphere in the cabin shifted from one of despair to one of tense anticipation. Weimar and Lihat observed with hope and worry. Minutes passed like hours. The silence was broken only by the rhythmic hum of the spaceship systems and the faint beeping of medical equipment. Anna's tearful gaze remained fixed on Ashton, her fingers intertwined with his. Irina and Verena, still standing by her side, exchanged worried glances. Their actions soon yielded results. Ashton's heart stuttered, faltered, and then resumed a feeble rhythm. Ashton's chest rose as he took a shallow, ragged breath. It was a fragile sign of life, a flicker of hope in the darkness. Anna gasped, her tearful eyes widening in astonishment. He's breathing. He's breathing. The twins shared a relieved smile as they hugged Anna, who was crying like she never had. Weimar and Lihat exchanged a knowing look before sighing in relief. The Guardians, their task complete, withdrew with the same eerie efficiency with which they had helped Ashton. Their role was that of silent guardians, and they faded back into the shadows, leaving the mortals to grapple with the emotional aftermath of Ashton's brush with death. However, Ashton wasn't entirely out of danger yet. The Guardians had only managed to save him and stabilize his condition, but he still required help. Thankfully, Lihat knew where they could get all the help they needed. Weimar, head towards Colonel Tower, Lihat mumbled. That's the only place we can deal with the rest of Ashton's injuries. Chapter 686-2 is better than 1-1. Chapter 686-2 is better than 1-1. The spaceship eased into its designated docking bay within the towering structure of the Colonel Tower. It was the only place with appropriate technology to heal Ashton. At least that's what Flint Mace had told them. As the vessel came to a rest, its thrumming engine settling into a gentle hum, the doors to the bay hissed open, revealing a team of medical staff that had been assembled to receive the wounded. They were a dedicated and skilled group, their white coats pristine, their faces etched with calm, completely contrasting with those inside the ship. Maston, the vice president of the Colonel Tower, led the medical team. Before confronting Crohan, Flint Mace had called Maston and told him to be prepared to receive Ashton as he would need all their attention. I hope we're not too late, Maston whispered under his breath. His sharp eyes scanned the interior of the spaceship as he awaited the arrival of its occupants. One by one, the team disembarked from the spacecraft, their faces etched with exhaustion, relief, and grief. Anna, the tears from her earlier breakdown still staining her cheeks, exited with Irina and Verena by her side. Weimar and Lihat followed, their expressions heavy with the burden of recent events, and then came the Guardians. Maston's gaze, however, sought out two figures that were conspicuously absent. Fearing the worst, he approached Weimar, his voice filled with concern. Where are Flint Mace and Vulcan? He inquired, his brows furrowing with worry. Weimar's response was a solemn shake of his head. No words were needed to convey the weight of the news. Flint Mace and Vulcan were no longer among the living. It was a loss that struck deep into the heart of the Colonel Tower, for they had been revered figures, symbols of strength and wisdom. No how I fuck. Maston cursed loudly. Maston's expression fell, his usually composed demeanor slipping for a moment as he absorbed the shocking revelation. Maston found himself at a loss for words. It was inconceivable that two of the most influential individuals in their realm had fallen. He had known Flint Mace for years and had witnessed his unwavering dedication to the Colonel Tower and unparalleled prowess in the face of danger. While Maston hadn't known Vulcan for long, he often heard from Flint Mace about his strength and how Flint Mace would lose to Vulcan in a fight. Their loss was immeasurable, and the void they left behind was vast. Flint Mace and Vulcan. He murmured as if the words themselves were difficult to accept. I can't believe it. How did it happen? We encountered a precursor, sir. There was no other choice but to engage him so we can get Ashton to safety. Lihat stepped up and offered to explain. Weimar continued, unfortunately the precursor's strength was beyond anything we've ever faced, and it's highly likely they didn't make it. Maston nodded slowly, his thoughts racing as he tried to make sense of the tragic turn of events. If anyone could have withstood the might of a precursor, it would have been Flint Mace and Vulcan. who had fought them before. If that's the case, it explains the extent of Ashton's injuries. Maston shook his head, still having a tough time believing that Flint Mace and Vulcan were gone. That aside, the news was a bit shocking. First, a precursor was alive. That alone was enough for the entire galaxy to panic. But the fact that even 3 Scrade beings couldn't stop the damned god was unprecedented. Maston took a moment to compose himself, turning his attention to the task at hand, the critical condition of Ashton. The young man lay on a stretcher, his injuries severe and his condition deteriorating with every passing moment. Medical staff were around him, tending to him while slowly moving towards the medical ward reserved for the Tower Master. "We must focus on saving Ashton," Maston declared, his voice unwavering. "He is the future of the Colonel Tower." Anna, her grief still fresh, nodded in agreement. "Yes, please, you have to save him." Maston offered a reassuring smile to Anna, though his heart ached for the losses she had suffered. "We will do everything in our power," he assured her. Ashton was appointed as the next Tower Master by Flint Mace himself. "We cannot let his sacrifice be in vain. We've initiated treatment," one of the doctors informed Maston, her voice calm and professional. "But his condition is critical. The transformation into a precursor has altered his physiology significantly." Maston nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. He had seen the remarkable transformations that had occurred within the Colonel Tower's walls, but Ashton's case was unique, a confluence of extraordinary circumstances that had reshaped his very being. The doctor continued, "Thankfully, Lord Flint Mace had shared knowledge about precursor anatomy with some of us. Therefore, we can operate on Ashton. Let's get going, people. Chop, chop." With that, the medical staff redoubled their efforts, working tirelessly to improve Ashton's fragile condition. Intravenous fluids were administered, and monitors tracked his vital signs. They worked with an urgency that acknowledged the preciousness of every passing second. "We've already lost 1 Tower Master," Maston said, his voice loud and clear. "We can't allow another one to die in vain. Ensure you do everything possible to get him back on his feet." "Yes, sir." The medical staff exchanged glances. They knew the significance of their task, the urgency of saving the life of the Tower Master Tobe. Audible went in. With Maston's encouragement and the resources of the Colonel Tower at their disposal, they assured everyone that they would leave no stone unturned in their efforts to ensure Ashton's survival. As everyone headed to the medical bay, Maston glanced back at the spaceship, where his senior had journeyed for the final time. In their memory, Maston vowed to honor their legacy as their savior, and ensure that no one else had to make a sacrifice like they did, until he was alive. "He will survive," Maston mumbled. "And together we will avenge you. That's my promise to you, Flint Mace." Chapter 687-2 is better than 1-2. Chapter 687-2 is better than 1-2. Ashton's consciousness emerged from the depths of a turbulent dream, but he was still in a daze, like a ship navigating through a foggy sea. As he opened his eyes, he noticed the darkness around him and was lost for a moment, not knowing where he was. He tried to move, but his body felt heavy and unresponsive. Since he couldn't move his body, it seemed his eyes were the only part of his body under his control. But even then, the world was a blur, colors and shapes swirling messily. I can't remember the last time my body felt like this," Ashton thought to himself and tried communicating with Astaroth. "Oi, just heal me already, you lazy fuck." Having said his piece, he waited for a response, but none came. It annoyed him, but what else could he have done? His senses gradually sharpened, and he became aware of the soft hum of medical equipment surrounding him. With great effort, he turned his head slightly, his vision clearing just enough to discern the room's contours. It was then his gaze settled on a chair beside his bed, and there, bathed in the gentle glow of dimmed lights, sat Anna. She was asleep, her chest rising and falling in a rhythmic pattern. Her hand was clasped around his, their fingers entwined. Ashton's heart ached when he saw her tear-stained face. "This girl, she must have been by my side throughout the day. Wait a minute. How long have I been out for? I can think about all that later. But first..." He tried to call out to her, to let her know he was awake, but his parched throat refused to cooperate. All that escaped his lips was a faint, raspy whisper. But the gesture was enough to reach Anna as she stirred awake. It was as if an unspoken connection had informed her about Ashton's condition. Her eyelids fluttered open, revealing eyes brimming with tears that glistened like dewdrops in the soft light. "Ashton," she breathed, her voice trembling with emotion. Tears once again streamed down her face, tracing the contours of her cheeks as she leaned closer, her eyes locked onto his. "You're awake. Thank the stars, you're awake." Ashton's heart swelled with warmth and relief as he gave her a smile. Anna's presence was like a balm to his weary soul. He tried to speak, to convey his gratitude, but his voice remained stubbornly silent. "It's all right," Anna whispered, her fingers brushing against his cheek. "Don't strain yourself. You're still recovering." As she spoke, she reached for a glass of water on the nearby table and held it to his lips, allowing him to take small sips. The cool liquid soothed his parched throat, providing a measure of relief. Ashton's gaze lingered on Anna's face, the concern etched in her features. He couldn't help but wonder how she had known he was awake. It was almost as if she had sensed his return to consciousness. "I thought I lost you," Anna confessed once Ashton was properly awake, her voice barely more than a whisper. "When we dragged you out of euphoria, you were so close to... I couldn't bear it." Upon hearing her words, the pieces of his memory began to fall into place, like fragments of a shattered mirror slowly reassembling. Ashton remembered the fierce battle against Krohan, his uncle who had brought him to the brink of death. The searing pain of his attacks and the overwhelming power all flooded back into his consciousness. As he tried to remember more about the fight, a sharp, throbbing ache in the back of his head prompted him to reach up and touch the source of the discomfort. His fingers brushed against a bandage, and he winced at the tender sensation. Then, he recalled the moment when he almost gave up on living and couldn't believe he actually did that. A profound sense of loss washed over him as he realized the consequences of that fateful battle. But then he remembered about his masters jumping in the fray to save him. He turned his gaze back to Anna, his voice hoarse and broken as he forced out a question that had been gnawing at his soul. "Vulcan, Flintmace, are they safe?" Anna's eyes flickered with a mix of emotions, and she hesitated for a moment before answering. "Doctor. Right, I have to call her for help." Anna was trying to dodge the question, and Ashton knew it and grabbed her hand before she could leave. It was something he needed to know more than anything else. "Anna, what happened to them?" Ashton mustered the strength to ask her, even though in the back of his mind, he already knew the answer. Anna took a deep breath before replying. N.Uvolb1N. "The sensors we installed in their bodies, they aren't responding anymore, and we lost contact with them as we left Euphoria. They are gone." She struggled to maintain her composure as she spoke the words that weighed heavily on her heart. "Ashton, I'm so sorry." Ashton's world crumbled around him. The news struck him like a physical blow, a pain that pierced deep into his chest. Vulcan and Flintmace, his mentors, were gone. The thought of their fate, the possibility that they had sacrificed their lives for his sake, was a burden he couldn't bear. "No," he whispered, his voice filled with anguish. "No, it's my fault. If I hadn't..." Anna's arms enveloped him in a tight, comforting embrace, cutting off his self-blame. "Don't," she urged, her voice gentle but firm. "It wasn't your fault. You did everything you could to protect us, to protect everyone. And like you, Vulcan and Flintmace, they made their own choice to protect you, their disciple." Ashton clung to her, seeking solace in her presence. The tears he had held back began to flow freely, mingling with Anna's as they shared their grief. In that moment they found strength in each other, a connection that transcended words. Chapter 688-2 is better than 1-3. Chapter 688-2 is better than 1-3. A week later. The morning sun cast a golden hue over the sprawling grounds of the Colonel Tower, where a somber assembly had gathered. Given the circumstances, the tower had been shifted next to Earth, considering it was the safest place in the galaxy. It was a day of mourning, a day to bid farewell to two towering figures whose absence was felt like a void in the hearts of all those present. Clad in a simple black suit, Ashton stood before a mirror, his eyes reflecting the galaxy's weight. Beside him stood Anna like a pillar of support. Her eyes weren't red and puffed from the tears anymore. Irina and Verena stood nearby, their faces etched with sorrow, much like the rest of the ghosts. Weimer, Lyhud, Leon, Odiga, everyone was present there. Even Ava had joined them as Ashton had visited Earth the day before, and informed them about the passing of Vulcan and Flintmace. Despite all his regenerative abilities, it took Ashton a week before he could walk freely without any support. Before that, he had been unconscious for a month straight. So, in a way, it had been a while since their one-sided beating against Krohan. That said, the doctor informed Ashton that had it not been for the Guardians, he was pretty much dead. Ashton took note of it and thanked the Guardians for saving his life, to which the automatons were confused as they had only done their job, and no one had thanked them before. "Ready?" Anna asked, gently placing her hands on Ashton's shoulder, who nodded, holding her hand in his as they walked outside. The vast courtyard was adorned with flower wreaths and banners bearing the images of Vulcan and Flintmace, their smiles captured in happier times. It was a symbolic funeral, for the two revered warriors had not left behind physical remains. All they had were their memories and teachings now, things that would forever be cherished by Ashton and everyone who ever interacted with Vulcan and Flintmace. As Ashton and Anna walked forward, they saw the crowd waiting for them, from the Orion Empire to the Goldwater mercenary group. Everyone with a bit of significance in the galaxy was present there. But they weren't the only ones there. Senators, scientists, warriors, and ordinary citizens. All had come to pay their respects to the fallen heroes and witness the formal induction of Ashton as the new Tower Master of the Colonel Tower. Besides that, there were media personnel present there, covering the story of how not one but three Scrade beings had perished. After all, no one was informed about the circumstances under which the legendary figures had passed away. Ashton took a deep breath, trying to steady his emotions. He stepped forward to the podium, his gaze sweeping over the sea of faces before him. The atmosphere was laced with sorrow, but there was also an undeniable sense of unity and a shared determination to face the challenges ahead. Friends and esteemed guests from all around the galaxy, Ashton began, his voice steady but tinged with sadness. Today we gather not only to mourn the loss of two extraordinary individuals, but also to honor their legacy. He paused, his eyes resting on the wreaths that adorned the platform. Vulcan and Flintmace were more than just warriors. They were mentors, friends, and protectors of the entire galaxy. They dedicated their lives to preserving the peace and defending the innocent. Anna, standing beside Ashton, squeezed his hand in silent support. The twins nodded, their eyes filled with unspoken determination. They may be gone from our sight, but their spirit lives on within us, Ashton continued. Their sacrifices were not in vain. Today, I stand before you as the new Tower Master of the Colonel Tower, carrying the torch of their legacy. I promise to uphold the values they held dear, to protect the peace Flintmace had struggled to achieve, to seek justice, and to defend the vulnerable. A mournful breeze rustled the banners bearing Vulcan's and Flintmace's images, as if nature herself grieved their loss. But our world faces a grave threat, a challenge unlike any we have seen before. A challenge that took the lives of my masters. Ashton's voice grew stronger as he addressed the gathering. An ancient being of unimaginable power, Krohan, a precursor, has emerged from the shadows, and he vows to bring destruction to our galaxy and beyond. Novel.1n. Murmurs of concern and disbelief rippled through the crowd. While no one knew about Krohan, everyone was well aware of the precursors, as they all had grown up listening to the ancient tales of their immense power and malevolence. Vulcan, Flintmace, and the first seat holder of Euphoria gave their lives so that I could stand before you today and sound the alarm. Ashton's gaze remained resolute. We must prepare, for the coming days will be dark and fraught with danger. A journalist raised a trembling hand, her voice a mixture of worry and curiosity. But how can we hope to stand against a being like Krohan? If he is a precursor, do we even have a chance against him? Krohan indeed possesses formidable power, who almost killed me, Ashton nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the question. But we cannot lose hope. We must remember that unity is our strength. Together we can achieve the impossible. And I must confess there is more to this story. The crowd leaned in, their collective attention fixed on Ashton. Today I'll reveal a secret only the ones closest to me knew about, that I too am a precursor, Ashton revealed, his voice unwavering. Silence fell upon the courtyard as Ashton said those words. However, the silence didn't last for long as the journalists jumped to ask him more questions. But instead of answering them, he continued saying what he wanted to. While I may not possess the same level of strength as Krohan, I believe that with time, preparation, and the support of each of you we can challenge him. While he was in the middle of his speech, Odiga interrupted the ceremony and whispered something to Ashton. Entire fleets of warships were headed their way. But they were no ordinary ships. They belonged to the Zyrans. Chapter 689-2 is better than 1-5. Chapter 689-2 is better than 1-5. Warships? How many? Ashton inquired. At least 450, Odiga replied, her voice slightly shaken. Since Flintmace is gone, they might have come to take the tower down, as the mercenaries have been causing a lot of trouble for them. No, that's not it, but they came at a great time, Ashton mumbled before turning his attention back to the crowd. I have just been informed that a Zyran fleet of more than 400 ships is heading our way. Many people panicked upon hearing the news, but the mercenaries and the soldiers from the Orion Empire were ready to fight. However, Ashton didn't want them to. It was the memorial service of his masters, and those space tyrants thought it was a great time to attack them. If that was their intention, then they were doomed because the pent-up anger within Ashton was about to burst, and the Zyrans would be the perfect outlet for his rage. That said, it was an excellent opportunity to prove his strength in front of the galaxy. Soloing the army everyone feared, it had a nice ring to it. With that thought in mind, he kissed Anna goodbye and left with the Guardians. Without wasting any time, he headed towards the nearest airlock. Even the mighty precursors had difficulty surviving in the vacuum of space. It was one of the primary reasons they created armor, so they could travel throughout the cosmos without any worries. The armor Ashton was given by Iskai was damaged in his fight with Krohan, but while he was knocked out, the Guardians patched it up, and the armor was good to go. Besides, the Zyran wouldn't expect an assault from just one man and wouldn't even know what hit them until it was too late. One little hole in their ship and the space would do Ashton's work for him. Once ready, he opened the airlock and jumped out of the tower. Everyone's eyes were focused on him as Ashton and his Guardians stood between Earth and the Zyrans. The Earth, a distant blue orb in the inky darkness, seemed to watch over them, a silent reminder of the stakes involved. Ashton took a deep breath. His body was encased in the sleek, black precursor armor. As Ashton stepped outside into the space, the armor began to hum and covered Ashton from the head to the toe. The Zyran fleet loomed in the distance, an ominous presence in the void. Their ships, sleek and deadly, formed a formidable armada that blotted out the stars. Over 400 of them, bristling with advanced weaponry and shields, their intentions unknown. Unknown my ass, Ashton scoffed. No one who comes in peace brandishes their weapons like that. Regardless, Ashton decided to be courteous and give them one chance to stop and talk. He signaled Odiga, who broadcasted on open channels asking the Zyrans to halt and state their purpose of visit. Silence greeted their words, broken only by the faint hum of Ashton's armor systems. The Zyran ships continued their relentless advance, closing the gap between themselves and Earth. Looks like they won't be responding. Odiga sighed as she ended her attempts to communicate with them. Of course they didn't, Ashton laughed. Well, we did our part. Now whatever happens next is on them. Before he could finish his sentence, the Zyran ships reached the point of no return. They continued their approach with grim determination. Clearly, their intentions were not peaceful, which was precisely what Ashton was hoping for. Without hesitation, Ashton unleashed his accumulated aura, a torrent of energy that lashed out like a cosmic whip. The brilliant blue-white light streaked through the void, colliding with the approaching ships. Some ships tried evading the incoming attack, but most failed. The resulting explosion was cataclysmic. Flagships were torn apart, their shields useless against the sheer force of Ashton's power. Debris scattered in all directions, creating a deadly minefield that further threatened the remaining Zyran ships. The automatons, following their master's lead, opened fire with their powerful precursor weapons. Bolts of energy streaked through space, seeking out their targets with unerring accuracy. The flagships that had managed to evade Ashton's initial assault found themselves under a relentless barrage of firepower. Explosions blossomed among the Zyran fleet, a symphony of destruction reverberating through space. The once imposing armada was reduced to chaos, and panic rippled through the ranks of the Zyrans. Still, some ships managed to survive, their nimble maneuvers and advanced technology allowing them to dodge the worst of the onslaught. Ashton knew that this battle was far from over. The surviving Zyran ships regrouped, forming a defensive formation as they faced the lone figure that had decimated their forces. N/0 VLBin. Final warning, Ashton roared over the radio signals. Stand down and we can find a peaceful solution, or don't and it'll end you all right here. Having said his piece, Ashton prepared for another attack in case the mighty Zyrans wanted another taste of his powers. Just when he was about to unleash another attack, he noticed something was off. The way the ships behaved, it almost looked like they wanted to be blown away. Diversion. Ashton mumbled as he turned around to see hundreds of portals opened up in the opposite direction behind the Earth, and out of it came the actual army of Zyrans. The planet Ashton wanted to protect was now shielding the enemies from him. After all, if he tried attacking the second fleet, he would risk destroying the Earth, forcing Ashton's hands in the matter. We've been played. Ashton informed Odiga as he headed back inside the tower. Tell Tarek to get the orbital cannons charged and ready. I'm on it. Odiga replied before disconnecting the call. He had to get back to Earth quicker than the Zyrans, and the portal was the only way to do so. But he couldn't open a portal in space, or the vacuum would destroy everything. Take care of the remaining ships. Ashton instructed the Guardians and rushed inside the tower before quickly summoning the portal to the Eastern Palace. Chapter 692 is better than 1-6. Chapter 692 is better than 1-6. The sky above New Lycania was ablaze with chaos. Ships from beyond Earth's atmosphere descended in a relentless swarm, covering the night sky, their laser attacks and missiles streaking through the heavens. Earth's orbital guns, stationed across New Lycania, fired back valiantly, their bright blasts flashing against the darkness of space. Tarek spared no expense in defending the city he had grown to love. But the invaders were relentless, their advanced technology proving a formidable challenge for Earth's defenders. The orbital guns, powerful as they were, struggled to keep up with the sheer number and speed of the Zyran ships. That's when the Jihalo and other species stationed in the city took matters into their own hands. They boarded their ships and the vessels created by Tarek and rushed to protect the city. Innumerable portals across New Lycania were lit up. Mara, Nora and Ricochet worked tirelessly to get everyone to safety. At the same time, armies from Nirvana and various vampire kingdoms rushed out of the portals. Ashton's eyes widened as he took in the dire situation. The fate of Earth hung in the balance, and they were under siege from an overwhelming force, and no amount of ground force would be helpful against the Zyran onslaught. He knew that the orbital guns and the brave Jihalo soldiers aboard their assault ships and aircraft were doing their best, but the Zyrans were formidable adversaries. To make matters worse, drop pods rained from the sky, deploying Zyran soldiers onto Earth's surface. The battle was no longer confined to the skies, it had come to Earth's doorstep. Ashton knew that he needed to act swiftly. He released a command to all his summons and the undead army, a collective force at his disposal that numbered in the thousands, including the skeletons doing his bidding. Destroy the Zyrans. Protect Earth at all costs. With his commands echoing in their ears, the summoned creatures and undead legions sprung into action, charging towards the Zyran soldiers with an otherworldly intensity. Once done, he did something he hadn't done before. He also summoned Beelzebub, or Guilt, as Ashton had renamed him, along with the former King Bismarck, now a lich. Even Aegis joined the fight and turned into a draconian. Summoning Beelzebub served little purpose in actual combat. However, Ashton intended to wage a psychological war on them instead. Seeing their mighty general become nothing more than a puppet would mess with their morale, while Bismarck would serve as a factory of endless undead soldiers. As long as he was on the battlefield, Ashton wouldn't need to worry about raising more undead to protect the city, and he could focus on the ship stationed above. Guilt, take Ember and go chat with your friends, Ashton said without emotion. I'm sure you have missed your people. Oh, and try to kill as many of them as possible, got it? Guilt grunted loudly, clearly enraged by Ashton's order, which he was bound to follow. He rushed towards the Shadow Draconian, mounted on its back and flew into the dark sky. Ashton's gaze then shifted towards Aegis, waiting for him. With a determined leap, he mounted the Aegis back, his grip firm on the scales. And Zero Velbin. Ever since Vulcan died, Aegis had gotten quieter but was fired up for the fight and wasted no time expressing how he felt about the Zyrans. With a powerful beat of his wings, they soared into the fray. The enemy ships, caught in a relentless crossfire, attempted evasive maneuvers as they came under attack from Earth's defenses and Ashton's summoned horde. Fireballs and energy bolts erupted in a chaotic display of warfare everywhere. They planned it all since the beginning, Ashton mumbled as the Guardians rushed towards the Earth along with the rest of the tower to aid in the fight. They knew about my precursor abilities, and having fought the precursors before, those bastards sent empty ships first, knowing I would exhaust myself after using Precursor's aura repeatedly. He had overused the Precursor's aura before, and using it further might have dire consequences on his body. That's when they showed up from the other side and attacked Earth. However, they forgot about one thing. Ashton had something equally strong as his aura, Seraph's crystal. It was supposed to be a precursor artifact, however, it belonged to a Zyran, and now it would lead to their annihilation. The crystal hummed to life in his palm with a surge of energy. Flames of brilliant blue and white ignited from the artifact, growing in intensity. Ashton unleashed the torrent of fire with a sweep of his hand, the flames cascading outwards in a roaring maelstrom. The fire grew stronger as they covered more distance. The storm seared through the Zyran ships and soldiers with unyielding ferocity. Hell, Ashton even melted some of the drop pods before they were launched. In the wake of his fiery onslaught, Zyran ships erupted into blazing infernos, their sleek exteriors melting away under the intense heat. The Zyran soldiers who dared to approach were consumed by the relentless firestorm. Ashton's power raged like wildfire, a blazing force of nature that fought back against the Zyran incursion. The flames were like the sun, turning the night sky into day. The Zyrans, once poised to conquer Earth, now found themselves caught in a relentless storm of fire and fury. They struggled to regroup, and Ashton's overwhelming power diminished their numerical advantage. But as everything seemed under control, Ashton was hit by a devastating force. While he managed to spurt his wings and balance himself, Aegis wasn't that lucky and got knocked down, which enraged Ashton even more. He rushed towards the mothership, threatening to feed it to the fire in his fists. But then he was hit with another similar attack. Felt like he was fighting against gravity. Ashton was even more surprised to see how well their attacks worked against him when a feminine voice came from the ship. "You are not the first precursor we have fought," she said. "But let me assure you, none of the ones we fought met a peaceful end. So stand down while you can." Chapter 691-2 is better than 1-7. Chapter 691-2 is better than 1-7. "Well, you're not the only Zyran I have fought," Ashton retorted, turning into a full-blown Zompirewolf. "And I wasn't a precursor when I ripped them to shreds." Upon witnessing his transformation, the smaller ships immediately lined up before Ashton to stop him. But they had severely underestimated his final form. "You should have picked another day to invade my planet," Ashton roared in fury as he launched himself towards the ships. His crimson eyes glowed with hostility as he tore through the Zyran ships in his path. The smaller vessels didn't stand a chance as the Zompirewolf lunged at them, rending them apart with monstrous claws and ferocious bites. Their hulls buckled and crumpled beneath his brutal assault, explosions erupting in his wake. "What the hell is that thing?" One of the ship's captains roared over the comms but was disconnected as his ship turned into smithereens. Even Ashton was a bit taken aback by his strength. He hadn't turned into a Zompirewolf while having his precursor cells active. But now that he did, he realized why Vulcan had suggested him not to do it. The sheer might of the monstrous form enhanced by the precursor genes proved overwhelmingly powerful. Ashton had to exert every ounce of his concentration to harness his abilities despite his objective simply being to annihilate everything before him. By this time, the visitors from the Colonel Tower finally joined the fray. But as they did, all they saw was a sky littered with explosions. The Zyran forces, who had moments ago been full of courage and confidence, faltered now that they faced a nightmarish adversary. Ashton moved with unnatural speed, his feral instincts honed to perfection. Earth's defenders could only watch in awe and terror, as the creature unleashed its destructive wrath upon the invaders. "Do we even need to help him?" Weimer commented as the rest of the ghosts followed his ship. We're not here to help him. Lyhud shook his head as he maneuvered the ship to the other side of the city. We're here to help the people and fend off the Zyran troops on ground. Open the hatch, Anna commented as she and the twins lined up on the safety latch. Lyhud nodded and opened it around the sector littered with most Zyrans. The trio fell from the ship and spurted their wings as they headed straight towards the Zyrans. However, before they could begin their assault on the Zyrans, Irina saw a familiar face that she wasn't expecting to see there. Is that father? She mumbled, and Verina's attention immediately shifted there. Amid the chaos, Alucard and his 3 remaining royal guards found themselves surrounded by a horde of ruthless Zyran grunts. These grunts were notorious for their brutality, often devouring their defeated foes alive. The odds were stacked against Alucard and his loyal guards, but they stood their ground, ready to face whatever gruesome fate awaited them. Whatever happens from now out, Alucard rallied the courage in his men. It has been an honor to fight alongside warriors like yourselves. Haha, the captain of the royal guards laughed. My liege, you speak as if this is our final battle. Fret not, sir. For I will slaughter them all if need be to protect you. Arrogant till the very end, huh? Alucard smirked and prepared himself for the onslaught. The grunts pressed on with unrelenting ferocity, their sheer numbers threatening to overwhelm Alucard and his loyal guards. Each swing of their weapons met a horde of foes, but the odds were increasingly stacked against them. Unfortunately, one of the soldiers dropped his guard and was dragged into the swarm to meet his end. His companions roared in anger, determined to avenge their fallen comrade. The more grunts they cut down, the more seemed to appear before them. One by one, Alucard's trusted royal guards met their tragic ends, bravely defending their lord to their last breath. Now, only Alucard and his trusted captain were left behind as the grunts circled them. As grunts closed in on them, Alucard and his captain stood back to back, united in their final stand. Alucard nodded to his captain, silently acknowledging that they both knew what this meant. The captain returned the nod, a fierce glint of loyalty in his eyes, and whispered, "It has been an honor to serve under you, my lord." "Oh, now you want to be thankful?" Alucard laughed even in their dire circumstance. "If this is the end, let's ensure it's a worthy one." With a final shared understanding, they continued to fight side by side. But the odds were overwhelmingly against them. Within minutes, the captain too got attacked. "Not on my watch," Alucard roared, raising his sword as the grunts rushed to rip apart the unconscious guard. O.ve.1bi.n. Then the unthinkable happened. A blood-curdling roar pierced the air as one of the Zyran grunts bit into Alucard's hand, tearing it away. The loss of his weapon and the grievous injury left Alucard defenseless and vulnerable. Death seemed inevitable, closing in on him like a veil. But in the darkest hour of the battle, when it seemed there was no hope left, redemption descended from above to save him. 2 shadowy figures dropped from the skies, landing amidst the relentless grunts, their movements swift and deadly. In mere moments, the grunts that threatened Alucard's life were cut down, their grotesque forms falling in heaps around the 2 mysterious figures. "How dare you?" Irina roared as she ripped a grunt's head with her bare hands. "How dare you touch our father?" Verina, on the other hand, was too upset to express her emotions in words. Instead, she approached Alucard and hugged him tightly as tears welled up in her eyes. "Here, use this potion, it will stop the bleed for now," she whispered, handing Alucard a potion before joining her sister. "Drink it and rest. This won't take long." The twins moved with the grace of dancers, their weapons striking down the foes that dared threaten their father's life. Chapter 692 United We Stand 1. Chapter 692 United We Stand 1. Soon, the battle between Ashton and the Zyrans entered its climax. Orion and mercenary ships continuously shot missiles and laser cannons at the Zyran fleet. There were casualties on each side, but since the Zyran had attacked the Tower Master, the mercenaries had no choice but to fight back. As for the Orion Empire, they couldn't afford to miss the chance to get on Ashton's good side as well as deal a massive blow to the Zyrans, who were the only civilization stronger than them. While their reasons for engaging in the battle varied amongst them, the end result they wanted was the same: to annihilate the Zyrans and end their dominance in the galaxy. As the battle continued, it brought countless deaths, both on the surface and over it. Massive clouds of smoke and dust erupted throughout New Lycania as ships constantly crashed and fired on the city dwellers. The blossoming city of New Lycania was now a mere shadow of what it had been before. Even with countless factions uniting against the Zyrans, the latter had the edge in the fight. Soon, the mercenaries realized that such a large-scale battle was above their pay grade. Some of their ships had been blown to smithereens, and those inside turned ashes. Chaos, unadulterated chaos, was before everyone's eyes as some ships tried escaping back to the tower for repairs and reinforcements. Cass continuously made safe passage for as many ships as possible while actively fighting against the Zyrans. Lyhud and Ava had taken their position as medics on the battlefield, struggling to save as many lives as possible. In the meantime, Anna and Ashton's summons were busily chasing the Zyrans back and establishing a stronghold for their forces. As for Bismarck, he created a literal wall of skeletons to stop the continuous flow of Zyran soldiers invading their territory, offering some relief to the soldiers on the verge of collapsing. Anna looked at the sky riddled with explosions. A few years ago, she would have never thought Earth would see a day like that. Yet countless civilizations were fighting a battle both on the surface, in the sky and beyond the planet. If it had been a movie, she would love to experience it. But not in 11D as she was now. If things continue like this, Anna mumbled before ripping a Zyran grunt in half, we might actually win. Haha, that's where you are wrong, Anna. Weimar laughed as he flung countless Zyrans right into the dropship they crawled out of. I had no doubt of our victory since the beginning. Of course you didn't. Odiga yelled back and kept firing her gun. You lack an organ called the brain to analyze things. Your muscles won't work against those massive cannons hooked under those Zyran ships. Even Anna noticed it had been a while since the Zyrans fired the cannons on them. She couldn't even fathom how many soldiers they lost thanks to those early cannon attacks. Clearly, those cannons were the Zyrans' primary weapon when dealing with the surface dwellers. Yet they hadn't fired the artillery in a while. Not to jinx it or something, but why they aren't firing the cannons? Anna asked Odiga while saving her from a rogue bullet. Your beloved is the reason for that, Odiga replied with a smile. They tried it on him once and weren't pleased with the results. Besides, firing those cannons could drain the generator that's keeping their ships afloat. Which means, they can either maintain the advantage of being at higher ground or give up and let the Orions blast them out of existence. Anna was surprised as she hadn't thought about it that way. We need to thank the Orion royalty for their help once the battle is over. Of course, but first let's focus on the foes before us. Weimar yelled and charged straight into a dropship and threw an entire crate of grenades he had inside. Weimar nearly got caught in the explosion, but thanks to his bulky physique, gravity came to his rescue. But that didn't stop Odiga from yelling at him for his reckless attack. While the two of them exchanged explicitives, Anna's gaze returned to the sky. While she couldn't see Ashton in the massive battle, it was easier to spot his trail as he took down one ship after the other. N.O.V/L/BAN. But not everything was as great as it seemed. On the side of the twins, things were looking grim as they now faced the Zyran elite units, the infiltrators. While they were weaker in numbers than the grunts, they were deadly and stealthy task forces deployed to deal with specific targets. Irina was already bleeding and could barely stand while Verena tried her best to defend against the infiltrators. Alucard had passed out after the twins treated his wounds, but his life was still in danger. Damn these bastards. Irina mumbled as she struggled to get to her feet. The twins refused to back down as the elite Zyrans closed in. But their grim expressions betrayed their brave conviction. Their strikes, usually swift and deadly, seemed ineffective against the seemingly invulnerable infiltrators. Desperation set in as the twins realized they were outmatched and about to meet their maker. It's as if they can predict our every move, Irina muttered, her frustration evident in her voice. Verena, her face marked with a streak of blood, replied, we need to find a way to break their defenses, or we won't last much longer. Just as the infiltrators were about to deliver another blow to them, a haunting howl echoed in the distance, growing louder with every passing second. The twins and the infiltrators turned their gaze toward the source of the sound, their eyes widening in disbelief at what they saw. Hundreds of Ashton's pet wraithwolves charged onto the battlefield, but they weren't the only ones. The griffins from the dungeon Ashton had conquered on Euphoria during a task were flying over the wraithwolves, and on top of them was Ursa, leading the beasts into battle against her sworn foes, the Zyrans. Chapter 693 United We Stand 2. Chapter 693 United We Stand 2. The relationship among the players on the battlefield was complex. While Ursa hated the Zyrans from the core of her being, it was the opposite with the Precursors. The Precursors had treated Ursa and her species with respect. On the other hand, the Zyrans had eliminated them, humiliated her and finally trapped her in a quest for others to claim victory. It took another precursor, Ashton, to save her from that hell even though he was a mere tribrid back then. However, she did not know that Ashton's greatest enemy was no other than a precursor. She didn't know it yet, but she will soon, and that's when the actual test of her loyalty will begin. But for now, Ursa's enemies were before her, ready to be devoured by the creatures she had formed a great bond with. The Zyran infiltrators turned to face this new threat, uncertainty in their eyes as they raised their weapons. However, their attacks proved to be fruitless, as no matter what they did, the resilient wolves refused to die. The Zyrans would shoot them, but the wolves would only stay down for a moment or two before resuming their attack. Magic was wraithwolves' only weakness, and the infiltrators had no magic to combat these creatures, and they were quickly overwhelmed by the relentless spectral onslaught. As if that wasn't enough, the griffins from above kept piling on them and dropped grenades over the Zyrans using talons. If they ran out of grenades from the sack attached to them, they attacked the Zyrans the old-fashioned way. Irina and Verena watched in awe as the tables turned in their favor. A sense of triumph and gratitude towards Ursa replaced the fear that had gripped them only moments ago. Had it not been for her, they would have died for sure. The wraith wolves swarmed the infiltrators, their otherworldly howls echoing through the battlefield, drowning out the cries of the defeated Zyrans. However, griffins weren't immune to the Zyrans as the wolves were and had to take caution. But even then, they were continuously shot in the skies. You should take the man and leave. Ursa called to the twins. Take him to the safe zone and I'll ensure no one follows you there. Saying so, Ursa instructed 4 wolves to accompany them back to the safe zone where Lihud, Ava and the rest of the medic team were treating the injured. Are you sure? Irina asked Ursa as they placed Alucard over the beasts. I've never been more sure of anything in my life, Ursa grinned. Now go, your old man doesn't have much time left. We won't forget about the help, Verena said as they took off. Sentimental beings. Ursa shook her head before turning her attention towards the infiltrators. Now then, how would you like to die? We have 3 options. Chewed to death, torn to shreds and tossed around till dead. Feel free to try as many options as you'd like. Ashton hovered in the sky filled with smoke, dust, and charged debris of falling ships, looking around for a trace of the Zyra mothership that had disappeared while he was dealing with the smaller vessels. Tarek, you there? Ashton contacted the person in charge of the orbital cannons. Sure am. Tarek panted. Tarek was gasping for air, even though all he had to do was execute the program responsible for firing the cannons. He was working tirelessly to change the target swiftly, ensuring no friendly ships were accidentally hit in the crossfire. Ashton shook his head as he realized why Tarek was panting. You really should have enlisted the AIs to assist you with this task, he suggested. Either way, do you know the mothership's whereabouts? If I can locate and eliminate it, we might gain the upper hand in this battle. Affirmative, it is right above you. As Tarek's words echoed in Ashton's earpiece, he sensed something heading his way and immediately flew backwards. The following moment, there was a loud explosion as a massive energy blast struck the ground, vaporizing a third of New Lycania. Ashton felt lucky, but when he saw the massive crater below him, he was enraged. In the blink of an eye, hundreds if not thousands of people died, and Ashton was even more pissed now. N.ov/il.b. 1N. Before he could do anything about it, the Orions fired countless shells at the mothership, but even that wasn't enough to bring down the massive vessel. It was then Tarek's voice echoed once again in Ashton's earpiece. You might want to back off a bit now, he said. Why? Ashton asked about Tarek's odd suggestion. Because I don't want you to get caught in the explosion. Ashton's eyes then went to the orbital cannons in the distance. The towering mouths were pulsing with energy. Tarek was overcharging the cannons and had trained their aim on the mothership. This is the sole method to incapacitate it, Tarek explained. A colossal EMP pulse should render the ship inactive, and gravity will do the rest. Nonetheless, this will deplete the cannon's energy, so you must remain vigilant against hostile vessels attempting to target you. You sure it'll work? Ashton still had doubts about the plan as it was quite a gamble. We are risking the cannons on this. I have run the simulations. It was successful 87.55% of the time. What about the rest? Do you even want to know that? Tarek chuckled over the radio. Fine, let's do this, Ashton said as he switched to their ally channel. Everyone back up. A huge blast is on the way. I repeat, back up now. This order made the captains very confused. Nonetheless, most of them were bound to listen to Ashton as he was their leader, and the rest were used to obeying orders as a soldier, so they quickly did as they were told. Before the Zyrans aboard the mothership knew what was going on, Tarek unleashed the MP wave on them. The ship tried maneuvering out of the harm's way, but it was too late. The blast hit the mothership right in the hull. The shields around the ship flickered before disappearing as the engine lost power. Without the engines to support them, the vessel immediately crashed through the skies toward the ground, forming a crater as dust shot into the sky like a fountain. Chapter 694 United We Stand 3. Chapter 694 United We Stand 3. Move. 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 Ashton's voice boomed over the radio, and like a flock of vultures, everyone descended upon the crash site. With their mothership incapacitated, the Zyrans were thrown into disarray. Their focus shifted from the numerous battlefronts, causing them to lose ground. Protecting their mothership and commander was the top priority for the Zyrans, and they rushed toward the crash site. However, their retreat was met with intensified attacks from Ashton's forces, and their numbers dropped exponentially. Meanwhile, the Zyran soldiers on board the mothership were already disembarking as Ashton arrived at the site. Orion and mercenary vessels encircled them, forcing the remaining Zyran ships to stand down. Furthermore, the risk of their bullets inadvertently damaging the mothership drove the Zyrans to halt their fire, both from land and air. But even then, the Zyrans weren't ready to give up. I thought you had fought precursors before? Ashton taunted the Zyrans as he hovered above the ground. The confident feminine voice was nowhere to be heard. Ashton stared at the Zyrans below. Most of them were strong enough to destroy a small planet alone. From the simulations he ran with his masters, Ashton knew they were not to be messed with. But that was the case in past. Now he could efficiently deal with them, but that would place others in harm's way, and Ashton didn't want that to happen. Just then, a female winged siren walked out of the ship, wearing a blue battlesuit. It didn't take long for Ashton to realize she was the one who had challenged him earlier. As Ashton stared into her eyes, he saw a hint of nervousness. The mothership was the Siren's Hail Mary with enough technology to stop a precursor. But since Ashton had nearly destroyed the ship, there wasn't much the Sirens could have done against Ashton. Yet the lady from before was standing before him with weapons in hand, ready to fight to the death if necessary. It wasn't a reckless decision as others might have thought, but more of a last resort. There was no way the lady could defeat Ashton, and the more she thought about it, the more desperation took over her. The Sirens had thought they would easily overpower a precursor who didn't know the full extent of his power. However, they hadn't taken his allies into account and paid a massive price for it. The Siren looked at the crashed ship and then the ones flying above. She knew no one was coming for their aid anymore. What's this nonsense? The Siren scoffed, shaking her head. To think we'll be stranded on a planet that we swore to never step foot on, pathetic. Ashton quietly watched on, reverting to his humanoid form. His aura had been restored, so there was no point in keeping his Zompirewolf form anymore. Why are you here? Ashton calmly asked Siren, who sighed heavily before responding. We're searching for a lost member. Before the lady could finish, Ashton interrupted her. If you're looking for Beelzebub, he's right there. Though you won't recognize him anymore. As Ashton mentioned his name, Guilt walked right behind him. His ugly form was certainly unrecognizable, but the identification chip in his body confirmed his identity. The Siren woman let out a shocked gasp but swiftly regained control over her emotions. Beelzebub had been her husband for years, and although it was a marriage of convenience and she had never truly cared for him, he was still her spouse. Witnessing him in such a dire condition momentarily disrupted her composure. What have you done to my husband? The lady asked, and Ashton raised an eyebrow. Your husband? Ashton asked, wanting to confirm the lattice identity, and when she reiterated the fact, he couldn't help but laugh at the situation. Enovelbin. Ashton might seem like a maniac to them, but from how he saw things, the situation was absolutely ridiculous. Astaroth's ex-fiancée was standing in front of him. However, the Sirens perceived the situation as a mockery and lashed out, launching attacks on those nearby. If there was anything they cherished above their lives, it was their pride. Ashton's actions had wounded their pride to such an extent that they were willing to forsake their lives and assault anyone in their path. Countless abilities and bullets were shot everywhere, once again bringing chaos to the battlefield. Bodies keep falling one after another, but Ashton stood idle, mimicking Ibis, Seraph's daughter. I've heard a lot about you, Ibis, Ashton smiled. Honestly, I would rather not put my hands on a friend's love. So how about we stop all this drama and talk things over? How do you know that name? Obis retorted. Is the noise too much? Ashton rolled his eyes. I just called you my friend's lover. Didn't it ring a bell? Beelzebub is not my lover. I wasn't talking about him. Ashton cut her off again. It can't be, Ibis mumbled as she came to terms with what Ashton hinted. Beelzebub and Astaroth were the only men in her life. If Beelzebub didn't tell him about her, it had to be Astaroth, but how was it possible? He had died over a century ago. Things are often not how they seem to be, Ashton said with a knowing smile. We both have things we need to talk about. So let's. While he was talking, a Siren charged towards Ashton. Ibis tried stopping the guy, but it was too late. By the time the word left her mouth, the Siren was at Ashton's feet, cut in 2 pieces. How dare you? Seeing a comrade sliced in half before her, Ibis no longer intended to chat with Ashton and attacked him. I'm about to hit your ex. Hope you don't mind, Ashton said, but there was no reply from Astaroth as usual. Ashton had 2 objectives when he told Ibis about Astaroth. The first was to get her to agree on a ceasefire, which failed miserably. The second was to get Astaroth to react, but he failed there as well. I guess he'll have to take harder measures after all. Chapter 695 United We Stand For. Chapter 695 United We Stand For. The battlefield was a harrowing sight of devastation, a grim testament to the merciless toll of war. As far as the eye could see, the landscape lay shrouded in smoke and ruin. The air was thick with the acrid stench of burning metal and the distant cries of the wounded. The remnants of destroyed homes were all an eye could see. Crumbled walls and shattered windows bore witness to the brutality of the conflict that had swept through the area. Debris and rubble were strewn across the landscape, creating treacherous terrain and makeshift barricades for those who still clung to life in the war-torn area. Corpses, both human and alien, littered the ground like landmarks. Their lifeless forms told stories of valor and despair, of dreams and hopes extinguished in the unforgiving crucible of battle. Some lay in twisted, unnatural positions, while some only had pieces of the body left, making it impossible to know whose side they were fighting for. But the place wasn't the graveyard for corpses only. Spaceships, remnants of a once proud fleet, dotted the battlefield like fallen giants. Their scorched and mangled hulls stood as silent sentinels, bearing the scars of combat. Smoke billowed from some of them, the fires within smoldering as they gradually succumbed to destruction. Others had crash-landed amid the chaos, their twisted frames and shattered wings serving as stark reminders of the high cost of interstellar warfare. The once blue sky had been stained by the smoke and haze of battle, casting a menacing shadow over the entire scene. The distant rumble of space battles waged high above seemed like a grim overture to the tragedy below. Explosions lit up the horizon, creating fleeting bursts of light that illuminated the bleakness of the scene before plunging it back into darkness. The ground itself had been churned into a nightmarish landscape of trenches and craters, where the earth seemed to weep from the violence inflicted upon it. The mud was thick with the blood of fallen soldiers and the muck of relentless combat. Amid this horror, the survivors remained, their faces etched with weariness and sorrow, but they kept fighting for their cause. They navigated the treacherous terrain, some seeking cover among the wreckage while others tending to the wounded. The devastating elements of the battlefield told a haunting story of loss, sacrifice, and the unrelenting nature of conflict. It was a place where dreams had turned to dust, and where the echoes of war reverberated through the desolation. But even then, most participants focused on the two figures around the center of the battlefield. Ibis was no stranger to warfare, having been trained by Seraph, her father. Though skilled and quick, it was the first time she engaged in close combat with the precursor and was nervous as hell. But she knew as the leader, she had an obligation to protect her people or die trying. On the other hand, Ashton couldn't be bothered as Ibis revealed the weapon of her choice. A pair of claws popped out of her hand, but the most weird thing was the blades were made of plasma. Ibis' icy blue eyes locked onto Ashton, who shook his head, an ironic smile on his lips. It was clear he was mocking her. "Draw your weapon," Ibis suggested to Ashton. "I'd rather not hear any excuses later about how I beat someone without a weapon." "A weapon, huh?" Ashton mumbled, looking at his fists. "Are these enough for you?" Like he said, Ashton had no need for weapons. Under Vulcan's sharp eyes and Flint Mace's guidance, he had trained for years, honing his body into a lethal weapon. Flexing his muscles, he cracked his knuckles and stepped forward in Ibis' direction, waiting for her first move. Ibis lunged forward, her twin blades whirling in deadly arcs. Ashton blocked her strikes with his forearms, his expression unchanging. Seeing as her attack had failed, Ibis jumped backwards, wanting to create some distance. But Ashton was having none of it. He closed the distance between them, launching a flurry of punches at Ibis. Ashton's fists were like battering rams, each strike backed by the raw strength of a precursor. Ibis, though more agile than Ashton, found herself struggling to parry his relentless blows. Ibis swung her claws in a desperate attempt to counter Ashton's relentless assault, and soon realized she was outmatched. Ashton's superior strength and technique were overwhelming her. She staggered backwards, trying to regain her composure. But Ashton pressed the advantage, closing in on her, his fists relentlessly attacking Ibis. The Zyrans, who had gathered to witness the confrontation between Ibis and the precursor, stood in shock as Ibis struggled against Ashton in the fight. Wide-eyed and mouths agape, they had expected a swift and brutal victory from their leader. Instead, they saw her being pushed to her limits, her usual grace and confidence replaced by a desperate fight for survival. Soon, Ibis was backed into a corner with no space to retreat as their spaceship blocked her way. With no other way out, Ibis pushed forward. Her sudden aggressiveness took Ashton by surprise, but he kept his cool. As Ibis swung her claws again, instead of blocking her as usual, Ashton ducked and before Ibis knew it, his hand darting out to grip her wrist as it passed by him. "You're way too careless to be a warrior," Ashton mumbled. With a quick twist, he disarmed her, sending one of her swords clattering to the ground. Ibis staggered back, momentarily off balance. Ashton seized the opportunity. He launched a flurry of punches, aiming for Ibis' chest and face. His fists connected with rapid, thunderous blows, each striking with pinpoint accuracy. Ibis struggled to defend herself, her arms frantically moving to block the relentless assault, but in vain. Ashton's fists were like asteroids hitting a planet, and Ibis could not regain her footing for such a vicious assault. Novelp/1N. Ibis, bloodied and battered, fell to her knees. With nothing else left to do, Ashton was about to deliver the final, crushing blow that would end the fight. He reeled his punch backwards, his fist cocked and ready to strike. But just as he was about to release the finishing blow, a familiar voice echoed inside his head. "Ashton, stop. You've done enough." Chapter 696 Soul Splitter on. Chapter 696 Soul Splitter on. Ashton stopped upon hearing Astaroth's voice, his fist hovering inches from Ibis' face. Meanwhile, Ibis, breathing heavily and weakened, locked eyes with Ashton. Despite the pain and exhaustion, her gaze had a flicker of defiance. She knew she was at the mercy of her opponent, but she refused to yield. Unfortunately, she was way too weak to continue. "Whoa," a mute bastard spoke. Ashton mocked Astaroth, who once again was silent. "I know you're pissed." "Pissed? Pissed?" Ashton cut him off. "Is that all you have to say for yourself?" I nearly died, damn it. Then Flint, Mace, and Vulcan had to sacrifice themselves for my sake, and now you fucking destroyed half the city and you think I'm pissed? I'm sorry. But please don't take your anger out on her. She is an evil. Look here, you fucking simp. I don't care if she means something to you or not. Someone has to take the responsibility. Then let me do it. Reluctantly, Ashton lowered his hand, allowing Ibis to slump to the floor. He stepped back, his fists unclenched, yet his anger remained unshaken. Stay here, Ashton sternly warned her, but something unexpected happened as soon as he turned her back towards her. Two Zyrans, who couldn't watch their commander treated in the way she was, rushed to attack Ashton. Ashton took a deep breath, tired of their cowardly ways, and was about to crush them using his aura. But before he could do that, Anna came rushing towards them and, using Ashton's shoulder, jumped in the air before smashing the Zyrans' heads into the ground. No one will touch my man without my permission. Anna yelled at the top of her voice while brandishing the Staff of Eden. The Zyrans were well aware of the staff's renown, as the legends spoke of how even the mighty precursors had cowered in fear and wisely kept their distance from it. But seeing someone wielding the staff made the Zyrans wonder what they were doing attacking monsters like Ashton and Anna. Ashton smiled and nodded, thanking Anna for help, but then continued walking towards the battlefield's edge to chat with Astaroth. Alright, speak now. Let me talk to her. Why? You want to patch things up with her? Ashton scoffed. I would love to, but no. It is related to defeating Krohan. I'm listening. Astaroth paused for a moment, gathering his thoughts before speaking. The Zyrans possess a unique technology to separate their souls into two vessels. The Council have used it to achieve virtual immortality. But there's a catch. Since the rest of the Council likely wouldn't help you, it only leaves us with Ibis, and she's not likely to reveal it to you willingly. Once he heard this, Ashton's gaze shifted to Ibis, who was still on the ground as he had left her. Could she be the answer they had been looking for till now? But why didn't you tell me about it before? We are supposed to be enemies with the Zyrans. What difference would it have made even if I told you about it? Fair, Ashton chuckled. So what do you suggest? Astaroth hesitated, knowing that his proposal would require Ashton's trust and sacrifice. Since they hadn't been on the best of terms, he wasn't sure if Ashton would even allow it. I could temporarily assume control of your body, just long enough to speak to Ibis and convince her to help us. You do remember that you killed her father, right? Astaroth got silent once again. It was true. He had killed Seraph, but because that's what Seraph had wanted, and if Astaroth hadn't killed him, Seraph would have wiped out their entire race. Of course, Ibis didn't know anything about it, which made matters worse. However, Astaroth had a plan that would give him what he wanted, but not how he would have liked. I'm hoping she remembers it well. Ashton contemplated the idea in silence for a moment. It was a significant decision, letting go of control over his body even temporarily. But he had done it before, so he was sure he could take back control whenever he pleased. All right, Astaroth. You can have control for 5 minutes, Ashton nodded. But remember, the moment I send something off, I'm taking the reins back. Thank you, Ilo, you won. After a few minutes, Ashton returned to the site of the final fight. However, something was different. Everything seemed different from how he walked to the aura around him. It was like someone else had taken over his body. Weirdly enough, that was precisely the case. When Ibis saw Ashton again, she couldn't help but reminded of her first love, and the person she wanted to kill the most but never could, because he was already dead. Yet Ashton suddenly reminded her of Astaroth, which made her feel conflicted. She had no idea how Ashton could mimic Astaroth so well. It's been a while, Luna. Ibis' face turned white when she heard Astaroth's voice, so much so that she didn't notice that Astaroth had addressed her by her pet name that only Seraph and Astaroth used. Who are you? She asked, and Astaroth smiled. Who could it be but me? He said, and Ibis immediately shot up, pressing her claws against his neck. The Orions and mercenaries were about to react, but Astaroth raised his hand, telling them to stand down. At the same time, Ibis stared into Astaroth's eyes, refusing to believe the obvious truth. This should be enough to prove my identity, Astaroth continued and summoned Raphael. A glance at the soul blade confirmed to Ibis that the man standing before her spoke the truth. The blade's identity was unmistakable, as a soul blade was an extension of its bearer's very essence. When the bearer perished, the blade would crumble to dust. The blade's unbroken form served as irrefutable evidence that Astaroth was not only alive but present right in front of her. Astaroth was expecting Ibis to turn hostile, but he was shocked when she melted in his embrace, crying her eyes out. Astaroth smiled wanly and hugged her like he had so many times before. Chapter 697 Soul Splitter 2. Chapter 697 Soul Splitter 2. In the silent darkness of space, the cultist ships approached planet Euphoria with a sense of urgency and foreboding. They were on a mission to check on their missing members, who had disappeared while attempting to retrieve the sacred medallion. The medallion and 2 other artifacts were necessary for the cult to fulfill their goal of resurrecting the precursors. By resurrecting, they wanted to free all the imprisoned precursors scattered throughout the galaxy. They already had one such artifact in their possession and had information on where the other artifact could be. But they still needed the medallion to fulfill the condition of the ritual. Unfortunately, it had been weeks since they had last established contact with the task force sent to Euphoria to collect the medallion. It wasn't uncommon for such missions to fail. Nova't LB1N. But this time, the cult had sent their best indisposable warriors on the mission, so the chances of their failure were low. Yet, the members were lost. If those members were dead, it would deal a significant blow to the cult's morale, which wasn't all that high after knowing their number one enemy, the Reaper, had evolved into a precursor. The cult had been established a millennium ago to resurrect the precursors, and knowing they had formed enmity with one of them caused doubt in the cult if they were following the right path. But the Pope knew that a mortal being couldn't have transcended into godhood, and refused to believe Reaper was a precursor. Due to the fear of the Pope, everyone kept their thoughts to themselves. In order to prevent such a sinful situation and restore his authority over the cult, the Pope himself embarked on the journey to retrieve the medallion as well as the missing cultists on Euphoria. It was risky, but the Pope needed to do so, otherwise, there was a high chance that the cultists would lose faith in him. This has to be worth it, the Pope wondered. Or they won't hesitate to kill me. Your Holiness, we have arrived, the pilot informed the Pope. Good, prepare for landing. As you wish. The pilot did as he was told, but no one was ready to witness the sight before them. Their eyes widened in shock and disbelief as they descended through the atmosphere. Once lush and teeming with life, planet Euphoria lay in ruins. What is this? The Pope questioned as the first visuals of the planet emerged on the screen. This can't be Euphoria. I'll check the coordinates for any mistakes. The pilot stammered and checked the data, but the result remained unchanged no matter how many times he checked. The planet before them had to be Euphoria. How can this be possible? The Pope politely mumbled. Unlike before, the landscape was scarred, and the remnants of destruction marred its once pristine surface. The bustling cities now lay in ruins. It couldn't possibly be the Euphoria that they knew. The cultists landed their ships, and as they disembarked, they couldn't help but take in the desolation surrounding them. The Pope stood at the forefront, and his face was marked with confusion and concern. What could have caused such carnage on this planet? He muttered to himself, his voice filled with uncertainty. We need to find our brethren first. They might have some knowledge of what led to this devastation. The cultists separated into small platoons to scan the planet and search for their brethren. But their faces were etched with worry when they combed through the desolate terrain. However, there was no sign of the cultists who had ventured to this planet. It was as though they had vanished without a trace. Even their spaceships were nowhere to be seen. The more they searched, the more it became apparent that the planet appeared as though it had never been populated in the first place. The structures that once dotted the landscape were now reduced to rubble, and the atmosphere had changed drastically, shrouding the planet in an eerie silence. Just as confusion and anxiety hung in the air, a sudden chilling sound cut through the stillness of the planet. The radio brought by the cultists went berserk with screams. What's happening? The Pope asked. We don't know, one of the radio operators replied. I'll fetch the video feed from the soldiers now. As he said that, the screens before them flickered to life, and all they saw was blood spilt everywhere. There was nothing else there. No corpses, nothing, just the blood. A moment later, another cultist platoon was wiped out in less than a second, their screams echoing briefly before falling silent. Panic surged through the remaining cultists, and the Pope's eyes widened in terror. What was that? One of the cardinals shrieked as their radios went silent. I'm having a bad feeling about this, the Pope muttered. Instruct everyone to get back. We can't afford to lose more soldiers now. The cardinal nodded and quickly barked orders for the rest of his forces to regroup. As they retreated to their ships, their hearts pounded, and their breaths came in quick gasps. They were on the brink of despair. Their mission to find their missing members turning into a nightmare as another platoon was wiped off their radars. Someone or something was hunting them down, but no one wanted to stay around to gather intel. Half of the cult was wiped out in a matter of seconds, causing everyone to panic. It was then a decision was made. The Pope was in danger, and he, for one, didn't want to die yet. As such, he instructed the ships to take off, leaving behind a brunt of their force as a distraction for whatever was hunting them down. However, not everything was going according to the plan. The ships had barely managed to escape the planet's atmosphere when their vessels stopped. What's going on? The Pope finally lost his cool. Why, Your Holiness? Something is dragging us back to the planet. The pilot yelled. The cardinals darted to the upper deck to see what was going on. Although they couldn't see the thing pulling them back to the planet's surface, they noticed that they were being dragged back to the surface. We're doomed. The Pope mumbled. Chapter 698 Soul Splitter 3. Chapter 698 Soul Splitter 3. Panic rippled through the ranks as they witnessed their ships being forcefully pulled back to Euphoria. Desperation set in, and numerous cult members rushed towards the escape pods as the dire situation escalated. N/OV. L.1/N. It soon became painfully clear that there were far fewer escape pods than there were people, and the grim reality of their predicament sank in. The cult was prominent for their stealth. As such, they rarely had the need to use escape pods. As such, the number of escape pods wasn't equal to the number of people on board the vessel. Within moments, the scenario had transformed into an all-out battle for survival. Fearing the worst, individuals turned on each other in brutal skirmishes, each struggling to secure a coveted spot within an escape pod. The violent clashes left a trail of spilt blood and chaos in their wake, as the fight for a chance to escape euphoria grew increasingly severe. As the brutal brawls continued, the once united cult members were now pitted against each other in a ruthless contest for their lives. It was a scene of chaos and desperation, with no room for mercy. Amid the mayhem, the Pope stood in a somber contemplation. He had always preached the message of unity amongst themselves and devotion to the precursors. Still, he watched helplessly as his own people fought for survival at any cost. Amid the brutality, one of the archbishops, Eleonora, a woman known for her calm demeanor, tried to mediate the situation. "Stop this madness," she cried out, her voice strained with desperation. "We are the faithful of the precursors. We must stand together as one and remember our oath." However, her words fell on deaf ears, as the frenzy showed no signs of diminishing. Those who had once considered themselves brothers and sisters in devotion now saw only an opportunity to escape the planet's horrors. However, Eleonora didn't like being ignored. Even the cardinals treated her respectfully, so who were these mongering fools to ignore her? With a soft, enchanting hum, Eleonora began chanting a spell. Her eyes began shining brightly as soon as she was finished, and with a wave of her hand, she began suffocating everyone around her. Fighters indulged against one another moments ago were now on their knees, clasping their necks and chests as they struggled to breathe. Lightsful Omicronim Eleonora watched on, and her cheeks turned bright red as she enjoyed the sight before her. It wasn't until she noticed the Pope's presence behind her that she stopped. She let go of everyone and bowed before the Pope, who was akin to God for her. The Pope, on the other hand, gently patted her head before addressing everyone else there. "I am well aware that our circumstances have grown more challenging," he spoke with the calm serenity of a sage. "Yet, it is during these trying moments that the strength of our unity is truly tested. One cannot help but wonder what the precursors would say should they observe their devoted followers faltering over the slightest hardships." Upon hearing the Pope's words, their cultists hung their heads with shame. Upon joining the cult, they swore off their attachments to life. But when death came knocking on their doors, they gave up on everything in a lust for life. However, not everyone wisened up by the Pope's words. Noticing that no one was in his way, a cultist broke into an escape pod and fired it up. Everyone was shocked to see the man defy the Pope and rushed to stop him. But the Pope smiled and allowed the man to leave. However, as soon as the pod left the ship's safety, it exploded, killing the man inside. The instant the escape pod burst into flames, the cultists focused on the Pope. His outstretched hand had been the catalyst for the explosion, leaving no room for doubt. Clearly, the Pope had intentionally caused the escape pod to detonate, conveying a stark message to the rest. Anyone attempting to flee the spaceship would face dire consequences. But then, as they dealt with that, the ship was pulled into the planet, and they stumbled upon a gruesome sight that sent shivers down their spines. Around the planet's southern pole, a colossal statue looked over them. But it wasn't any ordinary statue but a horrifying representation of the precursors. The statue was constructed entirely from bones that belonged to the people who had once inhabited this planet. Blood continuously flowed through the gaps, making the statue look more menacing. As their ship landed and the cultists were forced out of the vessel, they noticed the skeletal remains of the platoon that had been annihilated were strewn nearby, their bones slowly being added to the grotesque statue before them. It was a nightmarish scene, and even the most devoted cultists found it challenging to maintain their composure. "Who is that?" Eleonora mumbled when she saw someone beneath the statue. Just as their fear and revulsion peaked, their despair suddenly became unexpected. Sitting on a morbid throne of bones beneath the towering statue was a being that defied all logic, a precursor in flesh and blood. The cultists, their expressions shifting from terror to awe, fell to their knees in a collective act of worship. They began to sing fervent prayers in the long-forgotten language of the precursors, their voices resonating through the desolation. Krohan, who had been poised to eliminate the cultists, hesitated momentarily. He couldn't help but be surprised by the lower being's ability to speak in his language. Intrigued, he let them be, opting to engage with the cultist leader. "Who are you?" Krohan inquired. The Pope, who had been on the brink of despair moments ago, immediately perked up. "We are the servants of the precursors, known as the Cult of Chaos," the Pope replied reverently. "Our sole mission is to find and revive the precursors, but we never thought there would be a day when we'll see someone as great as your lordship. Is that so?" he said as a sinister smile curled at the corners of his lips. Krohan found the situation so amusing that a smile crept across his face. The curse that had bound him to the planet hindered his pursuit of the remaining fragments of immortality, and his quest to track down Ashton. But now, with the cult's assistance, it appeared that the solution to his predicament had presented itself. Chapter 699 Soul Splitterver. Chapter 699 Soul Splitterver. In a dimly lit room on the war-torn planet, Ashton, Ibis, Anna, and a few Xyrans sat together. The chaos outside had lessened as the Xyrans, Orions, and mercenaries worked tirelessly to clean up the aftermath of the fierce battle. However, despite the ceasefire, the tension in the room was palpable. Before giving the control back to Ashton, Astaroth had assured him that there wouldn't be any hostility between the Earthlings and the Xyrans anymore. Ashton was skeptical of Astaroth's words but willing to trust him as long as they could stop the war. I know you'd have heard everything about me from Astaroth. Ashton started the meeting. But I would like to clarify one thing before we take this meeting any further. I do not trust you or your kind, and am only willing to talk things because the dumbass inside my head wants me to, and I respect him enough to see this through for once. Ibis met Ashton's gaze and nodded. Astaroth had already warned her that Ashton was a bit hard-headed but had a soft side. I won't ask you to trust me either, she said. However, I would like to help Astaroth and, by extension, you. Although Soul Splitter had never been used to separate two beings from one body, it could. While Ibis was explaining the procedure to them, Anna saw it was necessary for her to intervene. Her intuition was screaming at her that this friendliness was just a front and nothing more. Say what you want, Ibis or Iris or whoever you are, Anna taunted the Xyran. I don't care if we're on the same side now, but I won't allow this alliance to work until and unless you answer my questions. Ashton tried to intervene, but Anna was having none of it. After nearly losing Ashton, she had sworn that death would have to go through her before it could touch him. As such, she wanted to clear every misunderstanding between them before Ashton got prepped for the so-called procedure. But the tone Anna used for Ibis was a bit over the top, and the Xyrans did not take kindly to it. They were there to come to terms with the ceasefire, not to be ridiculed, and stood up, their eyes blazing. However, they lost all their strength a moment late and collapsed back into their seats. It was then they noticed Ashton's fingers that were pointed towards them. The next time you bare your fangs, my aura will crush your heads, Ashton sternly warned them. Is that clear? The Xyrans begrudgingly nodded before Ashton let go of them. Ibis looked at her assistants and shook her head in dismay. Astaroth had already informed her about Ashton's limitless strength, and she knew it wasn't wise to trigger him. I'll be willing to answer any questions you might have, Succubus, Ibis replied with a smile, but her words were clearly a jab to Anna, who ignored her remarks as the Xyran had done the same. If you wanted peace, why did you attack us? Anna inquired. We believed that Ashton was a sinful precursor, much like Krohan, who had forcefully seized control of the Colonel Tower, Ibis replied without hesitation. We feared that in Ashton's hands, the tower could unleash havoc upon Earth, a planet that some Xyrans consider the abode of fallen heroes. As such, we came to stop you. Ashton couldn't help but raise an eyebrow when he heard Ibis' response. The Xyrans wanted to protect Earth? But weren't they the ones responsible for the planet's pathetic state? Ashton was one of many confused about Ibis' statement. Astaroth had always known that humans were their enemies. Yet Ibis' statement was the complete opposite of what they had expected. Wait, he interjected, his brows furrowed in bewilderment. But weren't the Xyrans the ones who caused the great disaster over a century ago? And didn't they abandon humanity because they felt challenged by us as if we were trying to replace them? Ashton's words took aback Ibis and hurriedly clarified, no. Earth's mutant disaster had nothing to do with the Xyrans. She continued, we didn't abandon humanity out of revenge or jealousy. We never intervened with anything related to the planet because of a promise to the precursors never to destroy or interfere with Earth. The room fell into an uneasy silence as the weight of this information settled in. Xyrans and the Earthlings were supposed to be each other's enemies. At least, that's what Ashton had learned from everyone involved with the precursors. But Ibis was claiming all of it to be false. But how could so many people be fooled into believing falsified information? Ashtaroth, you got something to say for yourself? Ashton mumbled. Two have no clue. Ashton and the Xyrans shared a perplexing moment of realization, and even Astaroth was left feeling disoriented by the revelations. Something didn't add up, and it felt as if the memories of the events leading to war between the ancient civilizations had been tampered with. Moreover, Ashton had used heartbeat sense on Ibis and knew she was telling the truth, making the situation more complex. Ibis, this is also confusing. Ashton's voice was marked with uncertainty. In my understanding, the Xyrans wanted to end the precursors. Is it a lie? Ashton, the Xyrans never attacked all precursors. Ibis took a deep breath and looked directly into Ashton's eyes. We were only at odds with the faction led by Krohan, also known as the Nyx, who wanted to rule over the galaxy. She continued, meanwhile, the Xyrans supported the faction led by Lord Johann to defeat Krohan. But like them, not all Xyrans were on board with the plan and turned to help Krohan, which possibly led to mixing up the history as you know it. As soon as Ibis mentioned Ashton's father's name, Anna grabbed his hand, while Ashton didn't show any emotion to give away what he had hidden from Astaroth. The Zyrans were unaware of the familial connection between Johann and Ashton, so they didn't know the value of the revelation. But it finally made sense why Krohan wanted Ashton on his side. Lightsenville. Had Ashton joined Krohan, it would have been the ultimate disrespect towards Johann, and Krohan wanted his brother to turn in his grave. Ashton's mind raced as he processed this new information. He had been led to believe that the Zyrans were his enemies, but now it seemed that not all Zyrans were alike. The history of the Precursor-Zyran conflict was far more complicated than he had ever imagined, and he no longer knew which side was speaking the truth. Chapter 700 Soul Splitter 5. Chapter 700 Soul Splitter 5. Ashton realized talking with Ibis about the precursors would only confuse him more, and an unclear mind was the last thing he needed at the moment when he was negotiating with Zyrans. So, he halted their conversation, hoping to continue it some other time, and returned to the main topic. Ashton's curiosity about the Soul Splitter machine, a device potentially separating his soul from Astaroth's, had grown steadily. After all, it was a technology no one but the Zyran possessed, and even then, only some Zyran were aware of its existence. So, Ashton began, "Tell me more about the Soul Splitter machine. How does it work? I would like to know that much before stepping into your trap." "I would never dare to trick you," Ibis tried defending herself, but in vain. "Look, despite everything that's happened, I still do not trust you," Ashton intervened. "My other half does, but then he's a simp, so his words don't mean shit." "Simp?" Ibis quizzed. "What is that? Ask Astaroth about it when he's back." Ashton shook his head. "Now the Soul Splitter, what about it?" "The Soul Splitter is a complex piece of Zyran precursor hybrid technology," she explained, choosing her words carefully. "It is designed to separate the soul, or as we call it, quantaflux essence. The separated souls can be rewound to their younger versions and recombined to make the host younger. NOVLB1N. As such, we could apply the same principle to separate the intertwined souls of two beings, much like you and Astaroth. Once done, we can store them into separate bodies by cloning the original host's body." Ashton nodded. Strangely enough, he understood every word that came out of Ibis' mouth. Also, she wasn't lying to him, as Ashton had already confirmed using heartbeat sense. But he still had some issues with the plan. "So you're going to clone me?" he asked, to which Ibis nodded. "I know this is not what you want to hear," she sighed. "But cloning you will significantly increase the possibility of a successful transplant. Either that or ITLL give you a precious opportunity to experiment with my DNA," Ashton said with a smile. Ibis returned his smile. "I won't lie, the opportunity is too good to pass up. But I have promised Asta that I won't let any Zyran harm you while I'm alive." "That's awfully generous of you," Ashton chuckled as he leaned forward, his voice deepening. "And how are you planning to clone me?" "That should be easy to accomplish," Ibis mumbled as she slipped a tablet towards Ashton. "This is the design of the splitter. As you can see, it has an inbuilt property to clone the host." Ashton was impressed as he went through the blueprint of the splitter. While he wasn't a create blacksmith like Vulcan, he had learned enough to admire the beauty in the form of the blue before him. "I see something called the resonance." "What is that?" Ashton asked Ibis before returning her tablet to her. "I'm glad you asked. The machine uses precise resonance frequencies to disrupt the soul bond between two individuals." Ibis continued, "The process requires exceptional precision and control. But once the bond is severed, the two souls can be housed separately. It's a delicate and intricate procedure that I specialize in." Ashton wasn't entirely sure how a frequency could separate a soul, but he was about to experience it, so there wasn't a problem with it. After all, experiencing something had always been better than being told about it. "Alright, so far so good," Ashton replied before getting all serious again. "Do you have a soul splitter machine with you?" Ibis hesitated for a moment before responding, "Yes and no. We have one, but it was damaged during the confrontation with you. It, along with the mothership, sustained severe damage. Some parts of the machine need to be replaced, and I don't think we'll have access to the necessary components on Earth." Tarek, who was busy looking at the splitter's designs, shot Ibis a look. He did not like a Zyran ridiculing the planet he had grown to love, and the look of disgust was blatantly visible in his eyes. However, Ashton seemed undeterred by Ibis' words, and a faint smile graced his lips. "I don't know what Astaroth told you, but nothing is impossible in New Lycania." "What do you mean?" Ibis furrowed her brow, puzzled by his cryptic response. "Follow me," Ashton stood, leading the way out of the room and to the outskirts. He guided Ibis and a few Zyrans toward the Eastern Palace, where he had stashed a trove of precursor technology. "Take a look and see if anything is useful to you," he said as he pushed open a door that Atlas and Raven were protecting. As they entered the palace, Ibis was awestruck. The room was filled with advanced machinery and technology that even the Zyrans had never managed to accumulate in such quantities. Precursor devices, both familiar and unknown to her, were scattered throughout the chamber. Ibis couldn't hide her amazement. "How did you acquire all of this technology?" "I'm a precursor," Ashton shrugged. "That should be explanation enough." "I guess it is," Ibis mumbled as she entered the room behind him. Ashton's words hung in the air, a reminder of the formidable being he was. Once again, he instructed Ibis to borrow whatever she needed to repair the damaged soul splitter machine, as well as any other components that might be useful to them. Without wasting a heartbeat, Ibis and her Zyran companions began gathering the necessary components. The room was filled with activity as they worked diligently to collect materials to repair the damaged machine. Ashton, however, had one final warning for Ibis. He stepped closer as she was busy guiding her team, his gaze unwavering. "Ibis, remember this: no more tricks. Not from you or any of your people," he said in a low, cautionary tone. "If you do, not even Astaroth would be able to save you."